Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Shadow Slave, Chapter 1846, Ground Perspective. The army assembled in a complicated battle formation. With so many soldiers, it was vast and unwieldy and mostly useless. But not entirely so. The Masters and the Saints were going to assault the Vermilion jungle, but the Awakened were prepared to fight as well. Obviously, they had very little chance of killing corrupted abominations, not to mention the great horrors who dwelled in Godgrave. However, they did not necessarily need to. The commanders of the Song army were well aware of the limitations facing their troops, so they had come up with various chilling but effective strategies. If it came to that, the task of the awakened soldiers was not to kill the powerful abominations, but to immobilize them. Although hard, that could be achieved with numbers alone, even if an abomination had to be buried in human bodies. That was one way to deal with it. Of course, Rain felt a bit horrified by the prospect, just like all the other awakened warriors did. Still, it was not like the nightmare creatures would spare them otherwise, so they were prepared to carry out their orders and do their best, no matter the cost. Hopefully, that was not going to happen today. If the Saints and their ascended retinue succeeded in holding back the tide of nightmare creatures, it would not. The 7th Legion was positioned in the second line of the formation, so she could not even see the battle. All she could see were the tops of the strange and hideous plants swaying in the distance and the backs of her fellow soldiers. She could also hear the sounds that the wind carried from somewhere far ahead. Next to her, Fleur trembled nervously and looked at Tamar. "It is starting, isn't it?" The legacy girl nodded somberly. "It is." A few moments later, the sound of a horn rolled above the army, and the ground under their feet trembled slightly. Rain saw vague silhouettes moving forward from the front of the battle formation. The white surface of the ancient bone was still inclined, since they had not reached the collarbone yet, so she could not discern their shape clearly. But she knew that they were the saints who had assumed their transcendent forms, as well as the larger of the nightmare creatures enthralled by Beastmaster. At the same time, the jungle came alive. She saw the red trees sway, but mostly she heard and felt it. A harrowing choir of bestial roars and sounds too alien to be described with human language washing over the massive army like a tide. The violent trembling of the ground as countless abominations rushed forward at the scent of human souls. She glanced at Tamar. For the rest of them, the fate of the saints fighting on the front line was an abstract concept. The saints were people whom they admired, looked up to, and maybe even knew as well as the wall separating them from having to face the dreadful horde of nightmare creatures themselves. But it was different from Tamar, whose father was somewhere out there as well. The Saint of Sorrow was among the warriors whose task it was to make the tide of abominations stop. There were close to 2,000 masters in the Song army, but only around 40 transcendent champions. It did not seem like a lot, but at the same time, the world suddenly quaked. The world suddenly seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The violence of 40 saints unleashing their transcendent power at the same time was staggering. Even far removed from the battlefield, Rain felt blood drain from her face. Next to her, Fleur swayed and leaned heavily on Ray. All around them, the awakened soldiers staggered. Only Tamar remained standing straight, seemingly undaunted. She did, however, look at the sky. As Rain's eyes widened, she did as well. Was the clash between the champions of the Song army and the creatures of the Vermilion jungle, terrible enough to rip apart the veil of clouds. Luckily, it did not seem so, for now. The sounds of the battle grew much more loud, becoming almost deafening. Rain had to struggle not to raise her hands and cover her ears. To her shame, she found herself trembling. Insane, insane, this is insane. The fear that had risen from some deep, primal part of her was almost too powerful to overcome. The inability to see what exactly was happening out there ahead only made it worse. After all, it was the unknown that was the most terrifying. All she could see were the backs of the awakened soldiers that stood in front of the 7th Legion in the formation. They were not faring any better than her. Some were shaking, some had fallen to their knees, some had dropped their weapons. There were those who did not, though. There were those who helped their comrades to stand up and supported them, gripping the hilts of their swords tightly. Rain wanted to be one of those brave souls as well. Assaulted by the terrible cacophony of battle, she looked down at her shadow. The sight of it instilled her with strength. Gritting her teeth, she raised a hand and patted Fleur on the shoulder. The delicate girl looked at her with frightened eyes. "Irani?" Rain smiled. "Relax. What's the worst thing that can happen?" Fleur's beautiful blue eyes widened. "What? Why did you say it out loud?" Tamar and Ray glared at her with resentment too. Rain grinned. She was still a bit of a stranger in this small cohort, so apart from Tamar, the other two members acted a little awkward around her. It was rare to see all three united in such a sincere display of emotion, and that emotion was pure outrage, not fear or anxiety, so her job here was done. Rain looked ahead and sighed, although she might have overdone it. From what she could hear, the vanguard of the army had managed to stem the tide of the nightmare creatures. A furious battle was happening somewhere ahead. However, the saints had not managed to stop all abominations. Just then she heard a litany of human cries and saw bodies flying into the air. It was as if something massive slammed into the front row of the awakened soldiers at the head of the battle formation. Human blood spilled on the white bone. The war horn blared one more time, and the soldiers ahead of her moved forward. Rain shivered and gripped her bow tighter. Far ahead, a strange haze rose above the crimson jungle. It seemed like a haze at first, but soon she saw that it was a vast swarm of flying abominations rushing from the depths of Godgrave like a cloud. Gods, one of the awakened soldiers near them pointed at the swarm in horror. Rain sighed and looked at the members of her cohort apologetically. Her grin grew a little forced. "Well, I guess that's the worst thing that could have happened." Chapter 1847, Deadly Equilibrium. On the other side of the Titanic skeleton, the ivory island was surrounded by a sea of nightmare creatures. The horde of them flowed forward, tearing the scarlet jungle apart. The jungle itself was moving too. Vermilion vines were crawling, and rust-red flowers were blooming, releasing clouds of flesh-eating pollen. It was as if the whole world had come alive to devour the invading humans. The humans, meanwhile, met the tide of abominations with sharp steel and the destructive power of their aspects. The firekeepers were skilled and formidable. Their discipline and morale were beyond reproach. Their cohesion and experience were unequaled. Countless nightmare creatures fell to their blades, torrents of blood being absorbed by the ancient bone, and yet they were being pushed back. A force of 50 battle-hardened masters was truly fearsome, but most of the abominations they faced were of a higher rank than them. These creatures were also the cursed spawn of Godgrave, where nightmares had to fight and devour each other without reprieve for the infinitely small chance to survive. The surface dwellers were not the true horrors who hunted in the dim twilight of the Great Hollows, but they were also exorbitantly fierce and ferocious, even when compared to the usual demented frenzy plaguing all nightmare creatures. The horde was vast as well. Granted, the firekeepers had been forged and shaped by the Forgotten Shore, and so, facing abominations that were more powerful than them was more or less their speciality. But still, there was one reason why they were able to hold out. Two reasons, actually. One was Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. The other was the Lord of Shadows. It had been a long time since 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was truly able to unleash himself right now. He was like a dark hurricane that moved across the battlefield, surrounded by a vast mantle of flowing shadows. He neglected to manifest any of his shells, using only his two hands and the black 𝙀𝒑𝒐𝓐 to cut the abominations down. Everywhere he went, severed bodies fell to the ground. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 was using shadow manifestation to control the surrounding area and shadow step to move around it, dancing between the nightmare creatures as his blade reaped their lives while wielding serpent as a weapon. His essence was replenished with every life he took. The faster he killed the abominations, the more essence he received and could therefore burn, and the more essence he burned, the more enemies he could slay, reaching a dangerous equilibrium in that manner. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 rampaged on the battlefield like the epicenter of a vast whirlpool of blood, darkness, and death. Of course, it was not easy. The corrupted nightmare creatures were falling easily to his blade, but he could be just as easily overwhelmed by them. All it took was a single mistake, but 𝙛𝒓𝓮 did not make any mistakes. Despite the startling speed at which he moved around the battlefield, despite the daunting complexity of navigating it with no regard to the familiar constraints of linear space, despite the burdensome task of maintaining both the lethal dance of slaying steel and the flowing storm of manifested shadows, 𝙛𝒓𝓮's mind remained cold and clear, aware of every little detail of his surroundings, and full of merciless killing intent. He did not allow the dire mayhem of the battle and the intoxicating stench of death to pull him into a state of battle frenzy. No matter how brutal and unbridled his slaughter seemed, it was instead a result of precise and callous calculation. There were no emotions in his heart, no distraction in his mind. There was only clarity and will, the will to see his enemies dead. 𝙁𝓉𝓴 was fighting on the other side of the Ivory Island. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 could not see her, but he could sense her presence through the movement of shadows. In the world of shadows, her presence was as vast as that of the sun. She had unleashed a sea of incandescent flames, turning a swathe of the battlefield into a searing inferno. The flames moved as if possessing a mind and hunger of their own, spreading through the horde of nightmare creatures like a plague. Where the power of the scorching flames was not enough, her sword fell like a herald of inescapable finality. At the same time, she was supporting the fire keepers. When one of them received a wound, it was healed by the soft radiance of her soul flame. When one of them was on the verge of being swallowed by the tide of abominations, she was there to lend them the power of her incandescent blade. Cassie was participating in the battle as well. Her unseen presence was subtle, but played a pivotal role. She was not present on the battlefield, and no nightmare creature fell to her sword. However, she served as the connection between 𝙛𝒓𝓚, 𝙁𝓉𝓴, and the fire-keepers. She was aware of all and guided them all, helping them fight as a single being. She could also share the traits of the abominations with them, making the task of surviving the dreadful onslaught much easier. It was because of her that 𝙁𝓚𝓴 knew when one of her people needed support. The fire-keepers knew when to press forward and when to retreat. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 knew where the most dangerous enemies were and in which direction he had to move. 𝙁𝓚𝓴 was in command, but Cassie was the person who made sure that the commander had all the necessary information to make good decisions. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 had not seen the fire-keepers fighting a battle of that scale before, and now that he did, he was quietly impressed. He knew many who were more powerful than them, and a few who were more skilled than them, but he struggled to think of another group of warriors who were capable of showcasing this level of cohesion, combat awareness, and effectiveness in a battle. That said, it was still not enough. It did not matter how skilled and brave the fire-keepers were, or how unreasonably powerful he and 𝙁𝓉𝓴 had become. At the end of the day, they were still fighting against impossible odds. There were simply too many nightmare creatures, and each of these nightmare creatures was too powerful. Sending 50 masters and 3 saints to face an entire death zone was a suicidal task. They could not even retreat, because they were surrounded from all sides. However, this time, Clan Valor had not sent 𝙁𝓉𝓴 into battle hoping that she would die. This time they desperately needed her to survive for a while at least. Chapter 1848. Reign of Steel. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 sensed it before he saw it, an invisible but undeniable change that spread across the battlefield. He was not affected himself, but the fire-keepers certainly were. They did not grow stronger, and their swords did not become sharper, and yet suddenly, more nightmare creatures were falling to their blades. More blood was flowing to the ground, but less of it belonged to humans. Observing the inexplicable change through shadow sense, 𝙛𝒓𝓚 couldn't help but feel a deep sense of confusion. There was no reason for the sudden shift in the cadence of the battle, but it had shifted without a doubt, lacking any other explanation. He was tempted to think that it was a result of luck, but there was something deeper than that going on. He continued the wanton slaughter, defending one side of the Ivory Island. At the same time, he was standing on the grass of the island, near the marvelous mimic, observing the battle idly side by side with Aiko. It was that incarnation of his that tried to understand what was happening. Almost an entire minute passed before his eyes suddenly narrowed. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 exhaled slowly. I see. The fire-keepers were not lucky. They had not grown stronger, and their weapons had not become sharper. It was just that they were fighting better. Their already impressive coordination had improved, reaching an almost inhuman level of perfection, and their battle sense seemed to have become even keener. It was as if they were possessed by a spirit of war and had received its blessing. He had seen something similar once before, albeit in a less pronounced way. It was during the Battle of the Black Skull. Back then, Morgan had armed her soldiers with enchanted swords forged by her father. Wielding those swords, the warriors of valor showed a strange level of cohesion, making it seem as if her entire army was one vast, lethal being back then. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 had guessed that the swords served as conduits for Anvil's authority, as vessels of his will, and therefore of his domain, and now his domain had spread to Godgrave. After all, that was the entire reason why the Ivory Island was so important to Valor's plan of subjugating this cursed land and winning the war. The entire war was at its heart, a race to conquer local citadels and allow the sovereigns to express their power here at the end of it all. The Supreme, who controlled more citadels in Godgrave, and could therefore manifest their domain in a more profound way, would have a great advantage in the battle against the enemy. The Queen of Worms was still powerless in this dreadful land, since there was nothing to summon her authority here. But Clan Valor had Nephis and her flying citadel as well. That was why they had tolerated 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚's defiant unwillingness to surrender the nameless temple to them. And that was why they were already winning, because unlike 𝙔𝓚, Anvil could already express his power in Godgrave, and he was expressing it now. It had already spread in the vast area around the Ivory Island and rooted itself in the ancient bone under the cloudy sky, empowering his subjects. That was why the Firekeepers were suddenly more effective in the fight against the nightmare creatures, and that was why the Sword Army would have far less trouble entering the Scarlet Jungle. The spot where the Ivory Island landed had been chosen carefully to make sure that the king's authority covered the army's approach. But that was not all. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 shivered, suddenly overwhelmed by a cold presence. Turning around, he looked up at the balcony of the ivory tower. No way! There a tall figure in dark armor stood, a vermilion cloak fluttering in the wind. A crown made out of dull steel rested on his head. The King of Swords had arrived to Godgrave. Then the world was consumed by a scarlet storm. Countless sparks enveloped the Ivory Island and the sky above it, swirling like a hurricane of scarlet light. There were so many of them that it seemed as if the whole world was suddenly desaturated of all colors except for red. Then the sparks formed into a sea of rustling swords. An endless river of them bloated out the sky, moving in strange hypnotic patterns. Mesmerized by the sight and drowning in their shadow, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 almost forgot about the figure of a man standing on the balcony of the ivory tower. The man did not move, but his cold gaze fell on the horde of nightmare creatures below. In the next moment, the storm cloud of swords exploded with a lethal hail. Countless swords rained down, making the bone plane shudder. Down below, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚's avatar lowered the black 𝙔𝓚 and froze. It was a terrifying feeling to see the steel sky fall on him, glistening with countless sharp tips. However, he did not have to feel fear. Although it seemed that the rain of swords would obliterate everything on the surface of the ancient bone, none of the falling blades struck him. Instead, they reaped a terrible harvest of lives, piercing every nightmare creature in sight. In just a few moments, the horde of them was eviscerated. Numerous abominations were violently impaled by the flying swords, while those that survived the first onslaught were either bloodied or petrified, slow to escape the inevitable doom. None of the Firekeepers had received even a scratch, though despite the fact that many of them were now surrounded by a forest of swords, the swords did not stop moving. More of them rained from above, and those that were impaling the nightmare creatures tore free of the bleeding flesh, rising into the air and turning to point at new prey. Standing in the sea of blood, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 turned and looked at the distant balcony. He should have felt elated because the battle was ostensibly over, but instead, all he felt was a cold feeling of unease. 𝙛𝒚 knew that, one day soon, he would be the target of these flying swords. What's the matter? It's just a sovereign. For once, the words did not bring with them any levity. Lowering his gaze, he peered at the horizon. There, far away, the first of the vermilion banners appeared in the distance. The Sword Army had crossed over to the collarbone of the dead deity. Chapter 1849, Taste of Ash. The Sword Army entered Godgrave with relative ease. Of course, it was a tense and solemn day. The awakened warriors were pale with dread as they ventured into the Scarlet Jungle and crossed over from the humerus bone of the dead deity to the vast collarbone. They were in a death zone after all. However, the army barely suffered any casualties. Changing Star and her Firekeepers had pulled the attention of the local nightmare creatures away and established a beachhead on the collarbone plain. Most importantly, they brought the authority of the king to this dire purgatory, emboldened and empowered by his presence. The army marched on. The veil of clouds did not break. Held together by the power of Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, The transcendent and ascended warriors repelled the sporadic attacks of remnant abominations without too much strain, and later, the King of Swords himself descended upon the battlefield, using the Ivory Island as an anchor. Once the storm of swords manifested above the jungle, the battle was ostensibly over. The army cut a path through the predatory jungle, using the beautiful silhouette of the ivory tower to navigate it. By the time they reached the scene of slaughter, there were no abominations left for them to fight against. They were only numerous corpses and the rustle of countless swords swirling in the sky above. Instead, the task they faced was of a more mundane nature. They had to establish a camp and start fortifying it, building an impregnable fortress on the surface of the ancient bone. That fortress would serve as the staging ground for the rest of the military campaign in Godgrave. The Song army, however, fared much worse than that. Rain was staring at the ground with a tired expression on the ground in front of her. The wind was playing with flakes of ash. She was staying completely motionless, and those flakes of ash had been a person not too long ago. Above her, an incandescent white void shone blindingly through the broken clouds. Her first day in Godgrave had been a long, bitter nightmare. The first battle the Song army had fought was a sobering experience. Led by the 7 princesses, the saints and the ascended warriors of the Song domain clashed with the horde of nightmare creatures and repelled it. The unimaginable violence unleashed by that clash made the world quake. But worst of all, some of it reached the battle formation of the awakened warriors. The casualties were not immeasurable, but they weren't negligible either. Perhaps because it was the first time the soldiers fought against the abominations of Godgrave, the strategies developed by the royal clan to breach the difference in ranks between them could not be deployed promptly or at all. That could improve as the army gained experience. But today, too many people died. Rain herself did not participate in the slaughter, because the 7th Legion was positioned in the second line of the formation, where the battle had not reached. However, she could hear and feel the terrible mayhem of the desperate struggle happening ahead. Nevertheless, eventually the battle ended. The vanguard obliterated the horde of the frenzied nightmare creatures. Those of them who had got past were immobilized and eventually cut down by the awakened soldiers. After the soul shards were harvested, the corpses of the abominations were pushed aside, and the bloodied army continued to ascend the arm of the dead god. Soon enough they entered the jungle. The jungle itself was as much of a shock to the invading humans as the horde of nightmare creatures had been. Everything here was not what it seemed, but all of it was insidious, hungry, and chillingly deadly. The grass, the flowers, the vines, the trees, every single thing here wanted them dead. Those of the soldiers who had more experience exploring the dream realm did not seem too fazed, taking the dread of the scarlet jungle in stride. But those who were younger and less experienced, like members of Tamar's cohort, were left shaken. Their mental fortitude was sorely tested, and that was after having already received a painful blow by the recent clash against the vast horde of abominations. If there was a silver lining to the situation, it was that the abominable flora of Godgrave was not as impervious to being damaged by the awakened as the corrupted nightmare creatures were. It was still incredibly tough and tenacious, but they could at least try to contend against the myriad of deadly dangers hiding in the jungle. So, they did not feel as helpless, at least. There were still many that died. Some died screaming after inhaling a bit of drifting pollen, falling to the ground, then wailed and convulsed as their bodies gruesomely became fertile soil for sprouting blossoms. Some died after being stung by tiny insect-like vermin that crawled into their armor. The effect of the paralytic poison was instantaneous, making the victims fall down without making a sound, however. It was unclear if they remained conscious and felt excruciating pain, when the eggs deposited by the vermin into the wounds started to hatch a dozen seconds later. Some were strangled and drained of blood by thorned vines that hid beneath the vermilion moss. Some were pulled below it by what had looked like harmless patches of scarlet grass. It was all like a ghastly nightmare. Rain would have thought that they were invading the very depths of hell, if not for the fact that the dream realm was much more harrowing than any hell imagined by a human could ever be. Luckily, she had no time to drown in terror. The army marched forward in a vast battle formation. The train was absorbed into the formation and protected in its center, while the various legions and divisions took turns defending the outer perimeter. The entire arrangement was spearheaded by the thralls of Beastmaster, who faced the most dire peril and suffered the heaviest casualties on the flanks. The warriors of higher ranks dealt with the brunt of the danger once again, but awakened soldiers like Rain also had a lot to do, both when marching on the outer rim of the formation and when resting closer to its center. She had killed plenty of scurrying pests with her arrows, saving not only her life but also that of others. Her arrows seemed to not know how to miss, striking down even the smallest pests with daunting precision long before they could sink their stingers, mandibles, and beaks into human flesh. In truth, she was a bit safer in this hellish place than most awakened were. It was because she could sense the movement of shadows, and therefore detect dangerous movement even if her sight betrayed her. And yet Rain was swiftly growing tired, exhausted even. It was not because of marching or having to draw her bow over and over again. It was not even because of having to climb the steep slope of the dead god's humerus bone without rest. It was due to the mental strain of enduring the horror of Godgrave without allowing herself to break down. Rain had thought that she was accustomed to the dread of the dream realm after hunting in the wilderness around Ravenheart for 4 years. But now she realized just how tame those settled regions of this terrible world were, after being conquered and cleansed by the previous generations of awakened. Compared to Godgrave, Ravenheart was a paradise. She was barely holding on to her composure, if not to her sanity. But even then, after a while, the march became easier. Humans were supremely adaptable, after all. The jungle did not change, but the soldiers of the Song army had adapted to its gruesome reality, at least a little bit. Eventually, they reached the mountainous shoulder joint that connected the titanic humerus to the collarbone. The engineering corps swiftly established a robust bridge under the protection of the 1st Legion, and then the Song army slowly started to cross over to the overside of the bottomless chasm. The crossing was perhaps the most perilous step of the invasion of Godgrave. Rain felt incredibly tense, while the 7th Legion waited for its turn to enter the bridge, however. In the end, they reached the collarbone plain without any trouble. The jungle on the overside was much the same, but somehow everyone felt safer. That feeling was a lie. No sooner than the last division had crossed over, a strong wind rose, and a loud wailing of a war horn washed over the entire army. That horn was different from the ones that had called them to battle and much more anxious. "Don't move." Tamar's shout was quite timely. The members of her cohort remembered the meaning of the wailing horn despite their fatigue and mental exhaustion, but many of the surrounding soldiers were slow to react. Hearing her voice, they recalled their training. The entire army suddenly grew still. A few moments later, the world was suddenly much brighter. The light reflecting from the white surface of the ancient bone was almost painful. To look at a wave of unbearable heat crashed into the human invaders, and the smell of ash filled the air. The jungle burned. Many humans burned, too. Well, perhaps burning was not the right word. They just turned to ash, scattering into a cloud of gray flakes in the scorching wind, and disappeared without a trace. Not everyone had ceased all movement in time, and not everyone managed to remain perfectly motionless. Seeing their comrades die, some soldiers recoiled or flinched. They became ash, too. Rain could not move, could not look away, and could not even wipe the flakes of warm ash off her face. All she could do was stand still and stare at the ground. It's bitter. The first day in Godgrave was too bitter to swallow. They had not even clashed with the army of the Sword Domain, and so many people were already dead. Yes, their number was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but their deaths were not. Rain couldn't help but feel as if they had been beaten without even entering a battle. She was tired after a few hours and more deaths. The veil of clouds finally repaired itself. The Song army took a short rest, most soldiers sitting on the ground quietly, despondent and unable to say anything. Then they continued the march by evening, or whatever constituted evening in this eternally sunlit hell. They finally reached the area where the army base camp was supposed to be established. Not everyone had made it that far, but for those who had, the war was only starting. The camp of the Sword Army resembled a fortified city that was like a dark stain on the sun-bleached surface of white bone, adorned by a sea of scarlet banners. The vicious jungle had been pushed back and incinerated some days ago, and was only now spreading tentatively from the fissures of the titanic collarbone. Tendrils of red moss could be seen here and there, looking like patches of rust on the vast expanse of the bone plain. The sky above was gray and cloudy, yet suffused with blinding light. Tall walls surrounded the sprawling avenues of the base camp, and protected by their impregnable barrier, countless barracks and tents crowded the relatively limited space. The camp was a cauldron of activity, with thousands of soldiers going about their business in a tense atmosphere. When one looked at the fortress of the Sword Army, they could hardly imagine that it had not existed just a week ago. However, it was true the entire city had been built in a matter of days, not decades or centuries. That was what hundreds of thousands of awakened were capable of when brought together by a common goal. There were many among them who possessed potent utility aspects, and many more who could lend their physical strength and unique abilities to hasten the construction. So the city had risen from the ground with a speed that was in no way inferior to how fast the scarlet jungle grew and propagated after being reduced to ash. There were two towering landmarks in the sprawling fortress. One was the Ivory Island, which hovered a few meters above the ground, anchored to it by 7 colossal chains to remain completely still. The beautiful white pagoda standing on its soil was like a beacon of hope for the soldiers of the Sword Army, raising their spirits every time they saw it. The other was the dark rift of the Dream Gate, which tore the fabric of reality apart some distance away. The King of Swords had moved it from Bastion to Godgrave, announcing to the world the gravity of his intent to see the rulers of the Song domain pay for their transgressions. Currently, fresh supplies were arriving at the camp from the waking world. Sonny looked at the flurry of activity with a frown. It was tremendously convenient, of course, to have a direct logistical connection to the waking world here in Godgrave. The Song army lacked that advantage, still, which was why they had to scavenge provisions in the jungle, or wait for heavily guarded convoys to deliver them across the Moon River Plain and up the left arm of the dead deity. The road rain had helped build drastically shortened the time needed for each convoy to arrive. True, but it was still a point of vulnerability. One that he personally would be exploiting in the near future, perhaps, by launching raids to break the supply chains established by the Song army. That was one of the duties the Lord of Shadows had agreed to, after all. Nevertheless, he did not like the presence of the Dream Gate here in Godgrave. Not because it was particularly unnerving, but simply because it was a point of vulnerability as well. It was just that the vulnerability lay in the waking world, not in the dream realm. The servants of the Queen could not cross the vast collarbone of the dead god, lay siege to the king's fortress, and destroy the supplies arriving through the Dream Gate. However, they could easily stage a devastating attack on Valor's distribution facilities in the waking world, not caring about the collateral damage and widespread destruction such an assault would entail. There was actually a mutual agreement between the two warring sides to keep the bloodshed contained to the dream realm. No one wanted for their soldiers to be afraid that their physical bodies would be destroyed while they were fighting the war. No one wanted for their families to be put in danger while they were on the battlefield either. The government was supposed to ensure that neither side broke the agreement. However, Sonny wasn't sure how long that agreement would last. He was even more doubtful that the government would be able to do anything if the mayhem of the domain war spilled into the waking world. If anything, such an eventuality seemed all but inevitable. Shaking his head, he looked away from the Dream Gate and hurried his steps. No matter his opinion, he could not be late today. This is not going to be strange at all. Wearing the vermilion cloak of a Valor Knight, he was following Nephis and Cassie to the center of the camp. A few firekeepers were there as well, clad in their armor. Everyone they passed greeted them with admiration and reverence. At the same time, Sonny was heading in the same direction from the outskirts of the camp. His body encased in the stone-like metal of the onyx mantle, his face hidden behind the fearsome visage of Weaver's mask. Saint was walking behind him, indifferent crimson flames burning behind the visor of her helmet. The glances thrown at them were full of fear and apprehension. Today, Sonny was meant to attend a war council where the next actions of the Sword Army would be decided. In 2 different incarnations, now less. The prospect sent his mind for a spin. The Lord of Shadows was a natural choice to participate in such a meeting. Of course, both his power and status were more than great enough to earn him a spot at the table. But Master Sunless ended up being invited to the council by pure happenstance. It was simply because his status as a knight commander, no matter how bogus, was still technically a real one. Therefore, he had been incredibly surprised to receive orders to attend the strategy meeting along other notable officers of the Sword Army. It was both funny and concerning. At this rate, he might actually end up leading the warriors of valor into battle. The probability was infinitely small, but not entirely impossible. Let's hope something like that won't happen. I really don't want to end up as a hero of the sword domain because of some ridiculous misunderstanding. Just then, they finally reached the stone stronghold that stood at the heart of the camp, towering above every structure except for the ivory tower and the dream gate, and resembling a castle. That stronghold was where Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords, held court. One would have expected that he would stay in the comfort of the only citadel the sword domain possessed in Godgrave, and Nephis had even been prepared to surrender her living quarters at the top of the ivory tower to her adopted father. But Anvil chose to reside in a simple tent while the camp was being constructed, and then moved to this stone keep. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 could not complain. It would have been quite weird to have Neph's father, albeit a fake one, live under one roof with them, especially when they were often getting busy with his thoughts were interrupted when his other avatar arrived in front of the stronghold. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 stared at the enigmatic and unmistakably sinister figure clad in an onyx armor, the very air around it suffused with coldness and arrogance. At the same time, 𝙛𝒓𝓚 stared at a delicate young man wearing a vermilion cloak on top of an elegant black mantle, his handsome face practically screaming of softness and lack of strength. He remained motionless for a few seconds and then thought, edgy idiot, pampered fool. There was a bit of an eerie pause as 𝙛𝒓𝓚 stared at himself from behind the mask. The Lord of Shadows stared. Master 𝙛𝒓𝓚, or rather Sir 𝙛𝒓𝓚, paled under his menacing gaze. Nephis looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Eventually, it was Cassie who broke the silence. "Greetings, Lord Shadow. I don't think we had an opportunity to meet in the last few days. Please allow me to express gratitude on behalf of Lady Nephis and the Firekeepers. Your help in the recent battle, while unexpected, was deeply appreciated." 𝙛𝒓𝓚 turned his cold gaze to her. He remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, "There is no reason to thank me. I was just attracted by the smell of slaughter. Who can resist the beautiful fragrance of bloodshed?" The Firekeepers seemed more than a little troubled by his strange words. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 spared them a glance, then lowered his head slightly. "Greetings to you as well, Lady Nephis, Lady Cassia." Then he looked at himself coldly. Was now a good time to establish a distinction between the Lord of Shadows and Master 𝙛𝒓𝓚? It wouldn't hurt, he asked evenly. And who might this be? Nephis blinked a couple of times. She seemed a little puzzled by the situation. Not only did her suitor possess several incarnations, but two of them were even having a conversation right in front of her. More than that, the conversation did not seem especially friendly. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 himself was a bit confused about the nature of his peculiar existence, so Nephis must have been positively perplexed. Her attempts to hide her puzzlement was behind the usual impassive expression, were quite cute. He smiled behind the mask. "Oh, this is Master 𝙛𝒓𝓚, an enchanter employed by the Firekeepers. Sir 𝙛𝒓𝓚, this is Saint Shadow, a transcendent warrior of great renown, one of the champions of the Sword Army." 𝙛𝒓𝓚 stared at himself some more, then shrugged dismissively. "An enchanter? Never heard of him. He must not be very good." Hearing the Lord of Shadow say that, Master 𝙛𝒓𝓚 smiled. His smile was a little forced, though he said politely, "Really? Ah, but I have heard of you." Nephis was alternating between looking at them with a hint of bafflement in her eyes. The Lord of Shadow glared silently. "What did you hear, and from whom?" 𝙛𝒓𝓚's smile widened a little. "I think I heard it from Saint Athena. She mentioned that you must be terribly hideous behind that mask." The Firekeepers held their breaths. Nephis seemed to have suddenly remembered that conversation and closed her eyes with a subtle wince. Cassie did not show a reaction, but it looked like she was trying to suppress a laugh. The Lord of Shadows lingered for a moment, then scoffed. "That woman certainly does not sound like a handful. She has never seen my face, and yet she sings me praises." With that, he turned away and walked into the gates of the stronghold without looking back. 𝙛𝒓𝓚, Nephis, Cassie, and the Firekeepers were left behind in tense silence. The coldness left behind by the Lord of Shadows was slow to dissipate. After a few moments, one of the Firekeepers patted 𝙛𝒓𝓚 on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "I admire you, Sir 𝙛𝒓𝓚. You truly are a brave man. I would have never dared to talk back to that devil." Another nodded. "True." That guy is beyond creepy, and he stared at Our Lady like a wolf every time they meet. Good job, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵. A third one sighed. Still, try not to antagonize him. He is immensely powerful, even among saints. It's better not to make an enemy out of someone like him. Sonny coughed. How come I'm both pleased with and offended by their nonsense? Ah yes, I'll try not to next time. Nephis, meanwhile, was looking at them in confusion. Huh? What do you mean, stares like a wolf? The firekeepers glanced at each other. Sorry to tell you this, my lady, but I think you're the only one who has not noticed. The way he looks at you, it's, as if he wants to gobble you up. She hesitated for a few moments, seemingly unsure how to respond. Eventually she asked, You think he's a cannibal? Sonny struggled between the impulse to cover his face with a hand and the desire to give her a hug. He wasn't one to point fingers in that regard, but really, how could she be so adorably clueless? I mean, she can literally sense people's desire. One of the firekeepers coughed. No, that's not anyway. Why are we gossiping about the Lord of Shadows? We have Master 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵 right here. Unlike some people, he's a perfect gentleman and always maintains proper decorum when gazing at Our Lady. Another nodded. Yeah. If anything, it's Our Lady that stares at him like a wolf. Realizing that he said something wrong, the firekeeper fell silent and cleared his throat. Well, aren't we going to be late to the war council? Let us proceed post-haste. Nephis gave Sonny a curious look and then smiled with a corner of her mouth. All right, let's go. When the firekeepers headed for the entrance, she fell back, waited until the two of them were a few steps behind the others, and whispered into his ear. So you want to gobble me up, huh? Sonny made his best effort not to trip. After maintaining silence for a few moments and regaining his composure, he smiled pleasantly and asked, Why are you on the menu? Nephis studied him silently, then chuckled and hastened her steps, leaving him without an answer. His expression crumpled a little. No, but I really want to know. Walking into the stronghold, Sonny touched his ear and let out a heavy sigh. Sometimes he really wished that everyone were beholden to the same flaw as he was. Chapter 1852, Champions of Valor. Sonny, as the Lord of Shadows, reached the council chamber before his original body did. The room was not quite as impressive as the hall where the King of Swords had gathered all the saints before the war, but it was also quite spacious. The walls were built from gray stone and adorned with vermilion tapestries, and there was a round table in the middle of the chamber with 42 chairs positioned around it. An elaborate enchanted chandelier shone with cold glow above. There were already plenty of people gathered inside, and all of them turned to look when Sonny walked in. The Lord of Shadows was still a mystery to most of them, and although the rumors of his fearsome power had already spread far and wide, few knew what to make of him. Mostly, they treated him with a mix of respect and wariness. He graced them with an indifferent gaze, then walked to the table. No one had taken their seat yet, since the king was not present. Ignoring the unspoken convention, Sonny chose a random chair and sat down. Pathetic. His shadow chair was superior to this pitiful thing in all regards. Hidden behind the mask, he secretly studied the people who had been summoned to attend the war council. There were many masters and a few awakened here, but they were mostly meant to observe the discussion and provide insight if any of the true decision-makers had a question having to do with their expertise. The people of real importance were the saints, and they were the ones Sonny was curious about. Most of them hailed from the vassal clans, while some were retained by valor. Several were members of the royal clan's branch families as well, albeit not many. The Sword Army possessed slightly more than 40 transcendent warriors. It was less than the Song domain had, but the Saints of Valor were forged from tougher steel, or at least that was what the public believed. They had more renown, a longer history, and had accomplished more incredible feats. However, Sonny was doubtful that they were truly superior to the transcendent warriors of the Song army. After all, some of the strongest saint he knew of were those few people had ever heard about or cared to pay attention to, so he had a feeling that the champions of the Queen of Worms would give their enemies a nasty shock when the two armies finally clashed in battle, which was not to say that the people gathered in the chamber weren't outstanding in every regard. A saint was a saint, after all. Even now that transcendents were somewhat divided into tiers, everyone understood that those tiers only differentiated between various levels of absolute excellence. He saw a few familiar faces, of course. There was Morgan, the Princess of War, the sharpest sword of her father's kingdom. The enchanting beauty was clad in black armor, leaning on a wall as she studied the room with a hint of amusement in her vivid vermilion eyes. There was Nephis, changing star of the immortal Flame clan. Even among these legendary figures, she was treated with a hint of veneration, both because of her family and because of her own accomplishments. Sunny knew how tyrannical her power was better than anyone. Looking at the two princesses, Sunny had a sudden thought. He found it ironic. There were 7 saints among the girls 𝐸𝒐𝓮𝓚 had adopted, while Anvil only had 2 transcendent children, and out of those 2, one was now fighting on the side of the enemy, while his place was taken by the daughter of a man the sovereigns had most likely killed. That's one messed up family tree. He continued to study the gathered saints. There was Cassie, the blind seer. People paid attention to her because of her startling beauty and quiet demeanor, but few understood how dangerous she was. Most knew her as a competent advisor of the royal clan, while some treated her with subtle reverence that was often afforded to oracles. But since she was not too accomplished as a warrior, no one held her in truly high regard. Then there was Sunny himself, the Lord of Shadows. People seemed to have various opinions about him, but everyone agreed that he was an extremely formidable combatant. Still, there was a certain feeling of distance between him and the rest of the gathered saints, as if they were not entirely ready to put their trust in a stranger. That was because his position was somewhat unique. Unlike the rest of them, he had not sworn loyalty to the King of Swords, and was therefore more of a mercenary than a true comrade. Some distance away, Sunny noticed Saint Tyrus. He saw her recently, so he was not too surprised by the fact that she had not changed at all in the last 4 years. Skytide had always had a stern but strong presence now, however. Everyone seemed to treat her with an extra bit of respect. After all, she was one of the most important strategic assets in this war. Strangely enough, the man standing next to her had not changed that much either. He was tall and rugged, with broad shoulders and an easy bearing. His hair and beard were the color of straw, while his eyes were piercingly blue. There was a blue scarf wrapped carelessly around his neck. Roan of White Feather had grown even more handsome after becoming a saint. Together, they made for a beautiful pair. Awakened 𝙁𝒐𝓚 was standing behind her parents. Sunny was pleased to see the belated apology on Roan's right forearm. It seemed that her father really liked her gift. I'm glad. On the opposite side of the chamber, a gallant man in lustrous armor was waiting calmly for the meeting to start. He was Sir Gilead, the Summer Knight, a man whose loyalty and noble character were a legend in and of themselves. He was known for his straightforward nature, embodying qualities such as honor, valiance, and devotion, although after spending some time with the man in the Nightmare Desert, Sunny suspected that there was more to Sir Gilead than blind loyalty. In any case, Summer Knight was one of the strongest and most renowned transcendent warriors of the old generation. He was more or less the personification of what people thought a saint should be. Having someone like that fighting by one's side was quite reassuring in a dire war. These were all the gathered transcendents Sunny knew personally. However, there were a few more that he instantly recognized from hearing about them here and there. There was a dashing man wearing a beautifully decorated suit of golden armor with floral motifs in the accents. He was Saint Rivelin of Aegis Rose, also known as Shield Wall, a distinguished knight known for his gallant demeanor and stalwart character. There was also an elegant older gentleman leaning on a black cane. He was Jest of the Dagonet clan, a former member of the cohort led by the founder of Clan Valor and one of the most experienced awakened of the Sword Army. Among other things, Saint Jest was known for his peculiar true name, not so funny anymore. Sunny really didn't know what to make of that fact. However, he was quite curious about the older saint. They shared the bitter fate of having an extremely weird name after all. There were a few others as well. However, before Sunny could properly study them, the King of Swords arrived. The War Council was about to begin. Chapter 1853, The King's Speech. When the king entered, everyone in the chamber straightened, everyone except for Sunny, naturally, who was the only person sitting comfortably on a wooden chair. Anvil spared him a short glance, which was heavy enough to make Sunny pale behind the mask, and took his seat calmly. Once the King of Swords was seated, the rest of the saints took their places behind the round table. Because of its peculiar shape, everyone here seemed to be an equal. However, that equality was merely an illusion. Anvil did not do anything, and yet his suffocating superiority was painfully apparent. Consequently, those who sat closest to him were above the rest. Morgan sat to his right, while 𝙁𝒂s sat to his left. As for 𝙛𝒓 himself, he was almost on the other side of the table. At the same time, he was standing near the wall with the rest of the fire-keepers, the masters and a few awakened who had been invited to participate in the war council, did not get a spot behind the table. There were a few moments of silence before Anvil's deep, strangely enthralling voice resonated in the stone chamber. He spoke evenly and plainly in a strangely calm tone, as if what he was talking about was a mundane matter, not a war that would shape the future of humanity, or maybe even destroy it. Welcome, warriors of the sword domain. We have carved out a piece of this cursed land and established a fortress atop the ancient bones of a dead deity. Our blades are sharp, and our will is triumphant for now. The forces of song have had a hard time achieving what we had achieved with relative ease. But there is no wisdom in belittling their valor. Those who underestimate the enemy are destined to fall. The cost of arrogance is death. He gazed at them coldly and continued in an indifferent tone. There is no one in the world who knows 𝙁𝒐𝓮𝓚𝓵, the queen of worms, better than I do. So I tell you this, there is no end to the insidious schemes woven by that woman. You should prepare yourself to taste bitterness as her machinations unfold. However, I also promise you this, at the end of it all, we will taste the sweetness of victory. Hearing those words, 𝙛𝒓 couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he suddenly realized how tragic this war must have seemed to the rest of humanity, for reasons entirely different from the ones he himself had considered before. Anvil said that there was no one in the world who knew 𝙁𝒐𝓮𝓚 better than him, and it was most likely true. 𝙛𝒓 was used to thinking about these two as nebulous and sinister figures, as tyrants of immense power who secretly controlled the fate of humanity, the sovereigns. But they had been mere mortals before attaining supremacy, awakened warriors, no different from him. More than that, they had been members of the same cohort. So, this was a bitter war between two people who had once braved the horrors of the nightmare spell together, and fought side by side in the depths of hell. It was no different from 𝙛𝒓 raising an army against 𝑘𝑎𝑠𝑖 to kill her and take her kingdom for himself. It's actually quite sad. These people had been the hope of humanity once. Now the smile of heaven was gone. Broken Sword was dead as well. Astarion was who knew where, and the last two were determined to destroy each other. It made 𝙛𝒓 wonder what would happen to his own cohort in the future. He could not know the future, of course, but he did know that, at the very least, they would never end up as the sovereigns. Not the least of all because the sovereigns were there in front of them, as a cautionary tale. Without their appalling example, 𝙛𝒓 and his companions might very well have unknowingly ended up becoming them. He inhaled deeply and briefly glanced at 𝙁𝒑s. The King of Swords, meanwhile, continued, "Now that we have established a foothold in Godgrave, we must persist into its depths. The next stage of our campaign will be both perilous and vital. Fortunately, I am here. I am with you. So who can be against you?" Those were big words, but he was also someone who could speak them without sounding boastful. After that, Anvil succinctly explained the goals looming over the sword army. 𝙛𝒓 ignored the flowery words and listened only to the underlying message that the Sovereign of Valor wanted to relay. Fundamentally, the domain war was a clash between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. It would reach its culmination when the two of them faced each other in battle, and end when one of them killed the other. The key to gaining a decisive advantage in that final confrontation were the citadels scattered across Godgrave. Possessing more of them would allow one of the sovereigns to manifest their domain more thoroughly and make that domain stronger. Therefore, the two great armies were merely tools for taking control of the citadels. Valor was already ahead of song in that regard, and there seemed to be nothing that could prevent them from widening the gap. With their sovereign present in Godgrave, the task of subjugating lost citadels would become much easier. Which was not to say that it would be easy. Although the King of Swords could already manifest his domain here, his power was still contained in the immediate area around the Ivory Island. That allowed the camp of his army an incredible degree of protection against external threats, and made the task of venturing into the subterranean jungle less daunting. But the warriors of valor still had to brave their incinerating expanse of the surface, and the dark depths of the hollows to uncover and conquer the overgrown citadels. Asked for where those citadels were located at some point. Anvil paused for a few moments and shifted his gaze to the masked figure sitting on the other side of the round table. His voice was calm when he said, "Regarding this matter, I will ask the person who knows most about Godgrave to give us an explanation. Saint Shadow, if you will." Sonny lingered for a bit, then sighed and leaned forward a little. "Sure. Let's see for a God-forsaken hell, unfit to be inhabited by humans. Godgrave has a surprising number of citadels." Chapter 1854, The Shadow's Response. The King of Swords certainly had a commanding presence. But when the Lord of Shadows spoke, it was hard not to pay attention to him as well. Both possessed a cold indifference to them, but while Anvil's voice was calm and regal, Sonny's was sinister and dark. The impenetrable darkness nestling in the eyes of his ferocious mask only made him seem more eerie and captivating. Leaning forward a little, he spoke in an even tone, or rather, he pretended to. In truth, he simply activated the enchantment of the extraordinary rock and allowed it to repeat what he had spoken aloud earlier before summoning Weaver's mask. There are no more citadels to be conquered on the surface, and I can't say anything about the Sea of Ash below. Even for me, that place is too dire. However, there are several strongholds hidden in the hollows, which I have scouted out extensively in the last few years. Sonny pretended to pause for a moment, then moved his hand subtly. Following his command, shadows crawled from the floor and flowed onto the round table like a stream of darkness. There, they solidified and manifested into a flawless model of the dead deity, a trick he had used once before in front of the fire keepers. Soon it was as if a large black skeleton was laying on the wooden surface of the council table. There was a wave of whispers in the stone chamber. Sonny allowed it to pass and then continued coldly with the help of the extraordinary rock. "I know the approximate location of 4 citadels. One is situated in the western part of the Collarbone Hollow and is the closest one to the war camp of the Song army. Taking it would, without a doubt, become a priority to them, since they need to conquer a citadel desperately. The second is located in the central part of the Breastbone Hollow, at an equal distance from both of the war camps. Considering our advantage, we should be able to reach it first." Sonny leaned back and crossed his arms. "The third is situated far below, in the spine of the dead god. Reaching that one would be much more challenging. All of Godgrave is hell, but the Great Spine Hollow is one of the most dreadful parts of that hell by far. The 4th citadel is the furthest, and is hidden all the way in the far south, in one of the 2 femur hollows." He lingered for a few moments, and then commanded the extraordinary rock to speak the last prepared lines. "I suspect that there is a 5th citadel as well. If there is, it is situated in the skull of the dead deity. However, that place is far too harrowing. I have never dared approach it, and I suggest that none of you try either. Whatever is hidden there should never be disturbed by humans." Sonny had indeed never ventured close to the colossal skull of the dead god. Even though it could be seen from anywhere in Godgrave, propped up by the mountains and staring at the ancient corpse with its enormous, empty eyes, it was the last place he ever wanted to explore. Sure, the ancient darkness drowning the great chasms of the skeleton's eyes was nebulous and alluring, promising mysteries beyond his imagination and, maybe, keys to unimaginable power. Who knew what could be hidden in the head of a dead deity? Maybe it was the secret of its death. But no matter what the secret was, it had to be something of tremendous importance. And yet Sonny felt it in his own bones that trying to enter the colossal skull would result in a death more thorough than any he had brushed against before. He wouldn't be surprised if there was an unholy titan dwelling there, and he was not ready to face an unholy titan. Simply witnessing a creature like that could very well cause Sonny's mind to shatter and his soul to collapse. His final words were met by a tense silence. The gathered saints studied the black skeleton laying on the table with somber expressions. Eventually Morgan asked in a subdued tone, "Saint Shadow, how sure are you that these locations you've discovered are indeed citadels and not simply ancient ruins?" Sonny shrugged, "As sure as I can be." In truth, he was reasonably certain, but there was always room for doubt. He had never explored the interiors of the supposed citadels, since there were immensely powerful abominations guarding each of them. But he had learned enough to believe in his judgment. Hearing his response, Morgan smiled. "How fortunate it is that my sister managed to convince you to share your knowledge then." The King of Swords gazed at him once more, then spoke evenly. "The course of action is clear. For now it is too perilous to send our soldiers into the hollows. We need to proceed slowly by conquering the surface and make our way to the center of the breastbone plain. From there we will launch an assault on the citadel situated below it." That was just as expected during this first stage of the war. Both armies would be preoccupied with the laborious task of subjugating the surface of Godgrave. They would move deeper inland, eradicating the jungle and mapping out the major fissures in the ancient bone. Then fortified outposts would be built near the fissures to stop the jungle from crawling out of the hollows once again, thus slowly expanding the zone of human control. It seemed like a titanic task to conquer the colossal skeleton, one crack in the bone at a time, but 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was not stupid enough to underestimate the tenacity of the human pioneers. All regions of the dream realm had once seemed impregnable, and yet humans had slowly conquered them, one after the other. Clan Valor in particular was responsible for subjugating the vast territory between the Twilight Sea and the Hollow Mountains. The story of their expansionist crusades was the stuff of legends in and of itself, and while humanity had never conquered a death zone before, its expedition forces had never been as vast and had never been led by rulers of the supreme rank either. So 𝙛𝒓𝓮 had no doubt that the surface of Godgrave would fall into human hands eventually. Perhaps it would take many months and cost countless lives, but the result had already been decided. The sovereigns had willed it, and so their wills would reshape the world to fit their ambitions. He looked at the King of Swords, and at the same time the king looked at him. Anvil remained silent for a moment, then said without any emotion in his powerful voice, "While most of us will be paving the road south, you will have another task, Saint Shadow." 𝙛𝒓𝓮 raised an eyebrow behind the mask. "Oh?" The King of Swords shifted his gaze to the black skeleton, looking intently at the spot where the war camp of the Song army was supposed to be. When he spoke, his tone contained authority that could not be denied. "You will venture to disrupt the enemy's attempts to conquer the western citadel. The location of your own stronghold is quite convenient for launching raids, so I expect you to deliver good results." Chapter 1855, Sudden Assignment. Considering how fast the road to Godgrave had been built, Rain really should not have been surprised. But the war camp of the Song army was being constructed at astonishing speed. Just a few days had passed since they made it to the collarbone of the dead deity, and yet it already resembled a city. Of course, it was mostly a tent city, considering how hard it was to deliver building materials to this dreadful land. The lack of materials was not the only problem they faced either. There was something much more dire slowing down the construction, the fact that the camp was endlessly besieged from all sides by the vile abominations of the Scarlet Jungle. The jungle might have been pushed back, but it did not disappear. Even after being reduced to ash, it was already crawling back from the cracks in the ancient bone. The sun-bleached surface of the plain was covered by red moss and vermilion grass once again, and one could see the jungle grow and spread at astonishing speed with a naked eye. The soldiers of the Song domain had spent each day battling the constant onslaught of nightmare creatures, stalling them until the fortifications were completed. Luckily, most of those nightmare creatures were newborns. They were immensely powerful and absolutely lethal, but at least the awakened could contend with them, albeit just barely. When something more terrible emerged from below the ground or was allowed to grow truly dangerous by devouring other abominations, the ascended officers and transcendent generals took to the battlefield. The 7th Legion had participated in defending the camp as well. Rain had lost count of how many arrows she let loose. It was a good thing that she was wearing the puppeteer's shroud. Its bracer, made from lusterless black leather, was still in one piece. A mundane one would have been already shredded by the string of her powerful bow. Tamar, Ray, and Fleur had also participated in the battles, earning more than a few scratches here and there. Luckily, 𝙛𝒓𝓮 was an experienced leader and stellar commander, so the casualties suffered by the 7th Legion were among the lowest among all divisions of the Song army. Still, their first week in Godgrave had been a horrid nightmare. Invading a death zone was just as harrowing of an endeavor as it sounded. There were no nights here, so counting days was a bit hard. Nevertheless, Rain was more or less sure that it was currently early morning. She splashed some water on her face in the washroom attached to the barracks, and was in the process of preparing breakfast for the cohort when a subtle voice suddenly resounded from her shadow. "Rise and shine. Rain turned her head and stared at the shadow. She was rarely alone these days, and there were many powerful people in the camp. So there were few opportunities for her to talk to her teacher. They had only exchanged a few words since the army entered Godgrave. Rain could barely remember the last time she spoke to him, so little. She missed her teacher's company, although of course she would never admit it aloud. What happened? He would not have risked exposing his presence without a reason. Her teacher sighed. I won't be able to accompany you for the next few hours, so be careful and don't stand out. Rain frowned. What? Why? There was no answer. Instead, Tamar, who had woken up even earlier, walked over to the fire, covering a tired yawn with a hand. Who are you talking to? Rain looked at her, remained silent for a moment, then smiled. Just talking to myself. Tamar shrugged and sat down, then looked at the fire. There was supposed to be a large kitchen with dedicated staff to feed the Legion, but it had not been built yet. So for now, each cohort was provided with supplies to cook for themselves. Are Ray and Fleur still asleep? Rain nodded. Recently, she had been surprised to learn that the other two members of the cohort were an item even since meeting at the Awakened Academy. They did not show it often, which was understandable in current circumstances, but the two were more or less inseparable. Rain's addition to the cohort had saved Tamar from the awkward fate of being the perpetual third wheel. The legacy girl sighed. All right then, come with me. Rain raised an eyebrow. Huh, where are we going? Tamar rose, swept her hair back, and dusted off the pauldrons of her armor. There's a big meeting happening at the command pavilion. 2 members of our cohort are supposed to escort Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 as honor guards. Congratulations. Try to look presentable and don't do anything outrageous. Rain's eyes widened. She took the pot off the fire, placed it on the ground, and hurriedly stood up. Wait, why our cohort? The younger girl shrugged. Probably as a sign of respect to my father. In any case, I received orders to arrive immediately. There's no time to waste, so let's go. Rain blinked a couple of times, glanced at her shadow, and then followed Tamar to the center of the 7th Legion's encampment. They met the Queen's daughter there. That was the first time Rain happened to be so close to 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚. She tried very hard not to stare, but it was a bit hard. The woman was just too beautiful, mysterious, and mesmerizing, and there was a presence about her. Rain couldn't quite explain it, but she felt funny near the graceful princess of song. It was as though a strange sense of calm and tranquility had overcome her. At the same time, her blood turned cold in her veins, and her tattoo moved slightly, constricting her arm. Tamar and Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 exchanged a few words. They seemed to be acquainted with each other, albeit on a very shallow level, which was not surprising, considering their backgrounds. Finally, Tamar introduced Rain to the princess. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 looked at her and smiled elegantly. Awakened Rani. I'll be in your care. Rain felt frozen for a moment, then bowed awkwardly. My lady? With that they headed to the command pavilion, which was situated in the heart of the camp. As they walked, the wind carried the sounds of battle from the exterior of the encampment. The fighting never really stopped, so Rain had grown somewhat used to it. She still shivered, though, earning a stern look from Tamar. What? It's not like you're not having nightmares almost every night yourself? She made an attempt to look calm and fell behind 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚, playing the role of an honor guard, which was a bit ridiculous, really, considering that the task of protecting a transcendent was not something an awakened like her could do. Soon they reached the command pavilion, which was a larger tent reinforced with some masonry, and walked inside. There Rain almost lost her composure. Damnation! The big meeting, Tamar had mentioned the legacy girl, seemed to be the queen of understatement. The diffused sunshine was pouring through the blue fabric of the tent, flooding its interior with cold light. Bathed in it was everyone. Every saint of the Song army and most of the prominent masters serving the queen. There were a few awakened as well, most of them escorting their officers like Tamar and Rain were. Rain had already been overwhelmed from being in proximity to one saint. But now she was looking at dozens of them. There were other princesses other than Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 as well. She took a shaky breath and barely managed to regain her composure. However, a moment later, that composure was shattered by a sudden explosive thought. I'm not going to meet the queen, am I? Chapter 1856. Champions of Song. 𝙛𝒓𝓵𝓚 did not seem daunted by the astonishing power and status of the people gathered in the command pavilion, which should not have been surprising, really, considering that she was a princess herself. Rain, however, was overwhelmed. There were close to 50 transcendent champions around her, and each of them possessed a presence. Some auras were subtle, while some were forceful. They were all undeniable, though, almost making her feel dizzy. Or drunk. Maybe in any case, it was an intense feeling. She furtively glanced at Tamar. The legacy girl was not really showing it, but Rain could tell that she was affected by the wondrous atmosphere of the tent, as well. They were protected by the calm presence of 𝙛𝒓𝓵𝓚 at least. Without it, their state would have been even worse. Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓚 walked across the spacious room with her usual elegant poise, greeting her sisters and vassal saints gracefully as she went. Somewhat relieved, Rain was finally able to look around. She regretted it almost immediately. Ah, that is simply unfair. Everyone around her was chillingly beautiful. It was as if she was in a lavish museum where every sculpture and painting had come alive. She had seen plenty of stunning people before, and was not so bad herself, but surrounded by the nobility of the song domain. Rain couldn't help but feel utterly plain. Judging by Tamar's wistful expression, she felt the same. Why am I surprised? She was looking at saints after all. Competing with a saint in terms of one's looks was a fool's errand. Consoling herself that way, she tried to assign the names she had heard to the beautiful faces. Rain had heard a lot about the most prominent figures of the domain while living in Ravenheart. Of course, she learned more about them from Tamar in the recent weeks as well. So they were not complete strangers. She knew 𝙛𝒓𝓵𝓚, of course. The commander of the 7th Legion was somewhat obscure, and there was little known about her. She had been the last of the 7 transcendent princesses to become a saint. However, that did not mean that she was weaker or younger than the rest. It was just that Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓵 had spent almost 10 years as a sleeper on the Forgotten Shore. After returning from that ordeal, she attained transcendence in a fraction of time that the others had required. In fact, it often felt like the rest of the Queen's daughters treated her with a lot of respect, especially those who were still Master's Queen's Song had more than 7 daughters. Adopted daughters, of course. It was just that only 7 had become saints so far. The next person who attracted Rain's attention almost made her stumble. It was hard not to notice him, considering that there were relatively few men in the command pavilion. The one she couldn't help but stare at was tall, with broad shoulders and narrow thighs, wearing an austere armor with few adornments. He had a somber look and cold, deep eyes. His face was mature and way too handsome. Most importantly, he had tan skin and strange ashen hair. It was Tamar's dad. Rain blinked a couple of times, then blushed a little and looked away. The man was at least 2 decades older than her, but he was also a saint. She couldn't help but feel a little out of breath, and looked at Tamar with a silent question. The legacy girl frowned, then whispered, "Yes, that is my father." Rain's eyes widened a little. "Damn, Tamar, I didn't tell me that your dad was a total smoke show." Shaking her head, she tried to distract herself by looking at someone else. That as well was a terrible mistake, because the first person who caught her eyes was none other than Beastmaster, a woman so breathtaking and tantalizing that there were countless songs written about her. Even the thin scar that marred her demonically beautiful face did nothing to detract from her beauty. Instead, it only made it more alluring, hypnotic, almost impossible to look away from. Rain knew that Beastmaster had earned that scar somewhere in Antarctica. Awakened did not usually have scars, since their bodies could recover better than those of mundane people, and there were plenty of people with healing aspects around. The fact that a princess of song could not erase such a long scar suggested that the wound that had left it was not ordinary. Nevertheless, Beastmaster wore it like a badge of honor. Rain barely managed to look away and concentrated on a few other people in the command pavilion. Let's see. Silent Stalker, Princess Moonveil, Lonesome Howl, and that must be Revel the Dark Dancer. Those were 4 of the remaining 5 transcendent princesses. The last one was missing, or at least Rain failed to recognize her. Silent Stalker was strangely unassuming. In fact, it was hard to notice her at all. The woman was standing near the wall of the pavilion, leaning on a support beam and half hidden in the shadows. There was a silent aura about her, but her gleaming eyes were focused and attentive. She was wearing a black hunting attire. Moonveil was delicate and beautiful, with a slender build and a soft, pale face. Her hair was white, and her eyes seemed to glimmer with the afterglow of pale moonlight. She wore a modest dress instead of an armor, but Rain could recognize a fellow archer when she saw one. Lonesome Howl was tall, lithe, and full of barely contained bestial energy. Her handsome face was illuminated by a slight grin, and her eyes were full of cocky confidence. She wore leather trousers and a sleeveless vest, leaving her toned tan arms exposed. Lastly, there was Revel, the dark dancer, also known as the Light Slayer. She was the first of the Queen's daughters to have transcended, and therefore somewhat of a senior to the rest. Her hair was raven black, and her eyes were like two obsidian gems. With her dark clothes, alabaster skin, and exquisite beauty, she was undeniably striking. As for her character, Rain couldn't tell what the princess was like. All she could see was that there was depth to her gaze, and a subtle coldness to her features. If Rain had to say anything, though, it was that Light Slayer looked a little forlorn, as if she was missing something that she would never have. What a strange thought. Just as Rain thought that Princess Revel suddenly spoke, her slightly husky voice easily resonating across the pavilion. Let us begin. Chapter 1857. Missing Invitation. Lightslayer was sitting at the head of the table. Bestmaster was to her right, while Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was to her left. Since Rain and Tamar were escorting the latter, they were standing behind her chair. The former, meanwhile, used enthralled nightmare creatures as her escorts. Two ethereal, ghostly figures were drifting in the air behind her, almost invisible in the pale light of the command pavilion. Even knowing that they were subdued by one of the Queen's daughters, Rain couldn't help but feel uneasy in their presence. She was usually in the company of a sinister wraith of her own. Today, however, her teacher had left her alone, no doubt to avoid being sensed by the plethora of saints gathered here. Dark Dancer Revel had come alone. She gazed at the champions of the Song Army, remained silent for a while, and then spoke in her subtle, husky voice. "Brothers and sisters, all of you should know the situation. Godgrave is a cruel place, and we have suffered from its cruelty. In the days and months to come, we will suffer more, and we will suffer greatly. There is no mercy to be found under this ruthless sky, and no salvation from the perils that besiege us." Rain expected that Lightslayer would continue with a but to her surprise, the princess made no attempt to lift the spirits of her comrades. Her rather bleak proclamation simply hung in the air, and the faces of the gathered saints slowly turned somber. Rain and Tamar were just close enough to see Revel sparing a short, almost imperceptible glance at Lady 𝙛𝒏𝓮. After receiving a similarly subtle nod, she smiled coldly. "What most of you might not know is how the enemy is faring on the other side of the Collarbone Plain. Let me inform you the enemy is faring well. They have entered Godgrave and established a fortified encampment without suffering any significant losses. Their fortress is impregnable, and they have no shortage of supplies. They are already moving their forces to carve a path south, aiming to claim a second, or maybe even a third, citadel." She paused for a moment and then added indifferently, "The reason for the enviable progress of the Sword Army is rather simple. It is because they are protected by their sovereign, while we are not. The tyrant, King of Swords, is already here in Godgrave. But my mother is still waiting for us to extend her an invitation." Lightslayer gazed at the saints and finished in an even tone, "So, we will dedicate ourselves to conquering a citadel of our own immediately." There was a wave of whispers followed by a tense silence. In that silence, a deep voice resounded, forcing Rain to look at the far end of the table. "Forgive me for speaking out, my lady." The speaker was a man that looked relatively young, but nevertheless made quite an impression. He was tall and had an incredibly powerful build, with muscles so robust that they strained the fabric of his lavish pangolin coat. His skin had a darker hue, and he emanated a feeling of dire physical might. Rain recognized him easily. The young saint was rather famous these days, albeit not for a good reason. He was Dar of the Maharana clan, who had just returned from conquering the third nightmare. As such, he was the youngest of all human saints, or at least the most recent. A rejected demand to hand him over to clan valor was what had sparked this entire war. Officially, at least of course the hypocritical justification the King of Swords had provided seemed quite flimsy even back then. Now that everyone knew that Dar of the Maharana clan had been in the depths of a nightmare when the assassination attempt on Changing Star happened, it seemed even more preposterous. The mighty saint continued soberly. Our own situation is not entirely stable, yet secure supply chains have yet to be established, and our camp can barely be called a stronghold. The enemy is indeed ahead of us, but what will we achieve by rushing? Won't we just make our disadvantage more dire by plunging headfirst into a battle that we are not quite ready to fight? Rain noticed that the Saint of Sorrow looked at the younger Transcendent with a hint of curiosity, which was the first semblance of emotion that the somber man had shown thus far. She glanced at Tamar and suppressed a smile. It was too easy to see where the younger girl's mannerisms had all come from. In any case, Saint Dar was making a lot of sense. Since he was, Rain almost expected that he would be accused of cowardice. But luckily, none of the people gathered in the command pavilion were fools. They kept quiet, either sharing his opinion or waiting for the daughters of the queen to react. In the ensuing silence, it was Beastmaster who smiled and said in a beguiling tone, "You don't have to worry about the enemy's progress. Leave those worries to your queen. Trust in my mother like you have trusted her thus far, and she shall grant you victory." Although she was not a biological sister to the Dark Dancer, their voices were strangely alike. Saint Dar frowned and wanted to say something, but at that moment the fold covering the entrance to the pavilion moved, and a new figure entered. A petite young woman walked in, wearing a dark robe. There was a hint of innocence on her lovely face, and a strange calmness in her large, glistening eyes. In stark contrast to that innocence, however, were heavy drops of blood falling from her slick hands. Rain tried not to stare. The missing princess, the last of the 7 transcendent daughters of 𝙀𝒏𝓭, had finally arrived. She was Hel, the Death Singer, one of the most mysterious and revered saints of the song domain. Despite how ominous she looked, that with fresh blood smeared all across her hands, the young woman was not that sinister. She was a haruspeks, or rather a harospicina, a diviner who received revelations by inspecting the entrails of sacrificial beasts. The gathering grew quiet when the oracle appeared and slowly made her way to where Lightslayer, Beastmaster, and Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 were seated. Rain frowned a little. Come to think of it, how come I don't know Saint 𝙛𝒏𝓮𝓚's true name? She had to have one. But to Rain's knowledge, no one had ever spoken it aloud. Death Singer, meanwhile, reached the head of the table, leaned down, and whispered something into her sister's ear. Lightslayer smiled. Responding to your question, Saint Dar, there is indeed no much sense in rushing into battle. That is why we will split our forces and rush into 2 battles. Instead, Chapter 1858, Precipice, Princess Hel had not spoken after whispering something in Lightslayer's ear. She took her seat and remained silent, the blood continuing to drip from her hands to the floor. The War Council continued for a while, since there were a lot of minor issues that had to be relayed, considered, and ironed out. Rain listened with rapt attention, knowing that what was being discussed in the command pavilion would directly impact, and maybe even decide, her fate, and in a way it did. It really seemed like the Sword Army was on a sure path to overwhelming the forces of Song. The aggressor that had initiated this vile conflict was far ahead, and widening the gap with each day, which hardly seemed fair. However, the Queen's daughters were strangely calm about the entire situation. Instead of maintaining caution and employing a conservative strategy like one would when dealing with a superior enemy, they chose to act with an unsettling boldness. Eventually the meeting was over, and everyone who had gathered in the command pavilion hurried outside. There was a lot for them to do. Dar of the Maharana clan left with a dark smile on his lips. The Saint of Sorrow spared his daughter a glance, nodded curtly, and walked outside with the same bleak expression. The daughters of 𝙀𝒏𝓭 soon followed. However, Lady 𝙛𝒏𝓮 remained motionless. So did Beastmaster and Lightslayer. Eventually, the 3 sisters were the only ones left in the command pavilion, not counting Rain, Tamar, and the wraiths hovering behind Beastmaster. It seemed like they wanted to discuss something in private. Tamar cleared her throat. "Should we give you privacy, Lady 𝙛𝒏𝓮?" Their commander looked back and smiled. "No need, young Tamar. Just make sure to stay quiet." She didn't specify whether they were meant to stay quiet during the following discussion or about it. In any case, Rain wasn't going to talk. She had already been forced to flee Ravenheart because of knowing too much. Lightslayer looked at Tamar, then reached back and pulled up the hood of her dark mantle. A moment later, her eyes were hidden in deep shadow, and a small sigh escaped from her lips. "Will you two be able to handle what needs to be done?" The three sisters would soon be in command of the split army. Beastmaster would remain in the war camp with a part of 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵 forces. Her task was to finish the construction of the fortress while defending it from the onslaught of nightmare creatures. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵, meanwhile, would lead an expedition force toward the location where one of the citadels of Godgrave was supposedly located. Deathsinger, the diviner, would lead them across the surface of the ancient bone until they reached a broad area above their target. From there, the elites of the expedition force would venture into the hollows and conquer the citadel. The task seemed absolutely lethal, and victory was not certain. However, Lady 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 remained calm and poised, not showing even the smallest hint of hesitation. It was as if there was no question whether she would take the citadel, only how soon and at what cost. If she did prevail, however, Queen 𝙛𝒏 would be able to manifest her domain in Godgrave, and their position would not seem so hopeless anymore. The last sister, Lightslayer, would neither remain in the camp nor join the expedition force. Instead, she would attempt to do something. Rain wasn't quite sure what, because the details had not been shared with anyone. All that the Dark Dancer had said was that she would venture to slow down the enemy's progress. She was not going to command any troops, but she would take a few saints with her. As Rain was wondering what exactly Lightslayer was planning to do, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 answered her question. "It's all right, Revel, we'll be fine. You don't have to worry." The raven-haired beauty looked at her and smiled darkly. "When have I ever worried? Ask anyone. In the 10 years that you were missing, I haven't worried once." Beastmaster laughed. "How callous!" Lady 𝙛𝒏𝓮 shook her head. "If you want to be worried about someone, worry about yourself. Out of the three of us, your task is the most uncertain." Lightslayer looked at her from beneath her hood. "What's uncertain about it? Howl, Silence, and Moon are coming with. So is the Saint of Sorrow. You know that we are prepared." Lady 𝙛𝒏𝓮 lingered for a moment. "Everything else is fine, but the Lord of Shadows is an unknown. We don't know much about him. There are no traces. It is as if he conjured himself out of thin air like a daemon." Her sister smiled darkly. "Then he can disappear into thin air as well." Rain was staring forward, pretending to be a dutiful guard. There was a lot on her mind, though. Appeared out of thin air. Wasn't that how her teacher had appeared a few years ago? She tried not to frown. She did not know a lot about the Lord of Shadows, but he and her teacher were strangely alike. They both commanded shadows. For one, there were other similarities too. She was half convinced that they were the same person even. However, her teacher had been by her side every day for the last 4 years, while the Lord of Shadows had been in Godgrave all that time. Well, at least he had been there for 2 winter solstices in a row, rescuing stray sleepers. Her teacher had never left her side, and they had been together on those solstices as well. So what was the Lord of Shadows? A similar existence to her teacher. A disembodied shadow that possessed great and strange powers, pursuing mysterious goals. Were they perhaps comrades, or at least had come from the same source? I should ask teacher. He would probably answer with some ridiculous nonsense, though. At that moment, Beastmaster shifted, looked at Lady 𝙛𝒏𝓮 and asked somberly, "What about the other? Has the Prince of Nothing sent any news?" Lady 𝙛𝒏𝓮 lingered for a while, then smiled elegantly. Oh yes, for some reason her elegant smile suddenly looked rather sinister. Her pleasant velvet voice resounded softly in the empty command pavilion. "He is about to start." Chapter 1859. Untold far away and beyond reach, a vast expanse of rolling water was glistening under the starlit sky. Black clouds were flowing like tattered banners, torn apart by the violent winds. Colossal waves were rising and falling, each taller than a fortress wall. Countless bolts of lightning were flashing, branching as they struck the restless surface of the water. Illuminated by the veil of lightning that connected its numerous masts to the stars, a titanic ship was waging a war against the storm. The ship was at least 1 kilometer across from port to starboard, but seemed narrow because of its great length. Its ancient hull was made of wood, but had no seams. It was as if the entire vessel had been created by hollowing out a single branch that spanned more than 12 kilometers from end to end. Although, if there was a tree with branches so immense, severing one would not have been an easy feat. Fashioning a ship out of it would not have been a task for mortals either. The Titanic ship was like a city in and of itself. There were dozens of decks, beautiful palaces and tall pagodas built on its surface, and great mysteries hiding in its boundless holds. There were wild groves, rushing streams and deep lakes, and people. This was Nightgarden, the great citadel of the House of Night. Despite the furious force of the storm which would have destroyed any other vessel, the Nightgarden was moving through turbulent waters with daunting, unstoppable ease. The colossal waves were cut apart by its proud bow and broke powerlessly against its indestructible hull. The branching bolts of lightning struck its masts and were absorbed by them, empowering the ancient ship. The terrible abominations that rose from unfathomable depths from time to time to attack the great vessel were consumed by it, becoming parts of its living hull, even in a region of the dream realm as strange and deadly as the storm sea. The people populating the Nightgarden were relatively safe. Tonight, however, human blood was spilled on its deck, flowing like a river. The blood was absorbed by the ancient ship as well. What are you doing?" Close to the bow of the ship, an old man was crawling across the deck, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. His voice was full of pain, confusion, and sorrowful disbelief. There was a younger man following him with unhurried steps, holding a bloodied knife in his hand. There was no emotion on the younger man's face, and no mercy in his eyes. He shrugged. "You didn't have to be stubborn, old man. This could all have been avoided." Behind him, a desperate scream tore apart the howling of the storm, and then stopped abruptly. There were more screams further away, some of them full of fear, some of them full of rage, but with each minute there were less and less of them. The old man gritted his teeth. "You've lost your mind," his killer sighed, then rubbed his face tiredly with a bloodied hand. For a moment he seemed incredibly exhausted, a spark of some unknown emotion finally finding its way into his eyes. "Have I? Ah, I'll admit there might be some merit to your argument." With that, he leaned down, grabbed the old man by the ankle, and dragged him back while raising the knife. But then again, who hasn't? The old man looked at him with horror. His lips trembled. You are not my son." The younger man froze for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. The hint of emotion drained from his eyes, leaving only terrible coldness. I've heard that one before." The knife fell down, like the guillotine's blade. The storm raged on. "Wake up, Sonny." Sonny couldn't help but flinch, overcome by a strong sense of déjà vu. There was a voice in his head telling him to wake up. Thankfully, it was not the voice of the nightmare spell. It was Cassie's voice, albeit at that moment, the two sounded eerily similar. Why is she? He was confused for a moment, but then remembered that not everyone was truly familiar with the strange nature of his existence. His original body in Godgrave was asleep. So Cassie must have assumed that she needed to wake him. His over 2 incarnations, however, very rarely slept, so there was no need for her to bother. What is it? There were a few moments of silence, as if Cassie was confused. Then she responded, a sense of urgency in her voice. "You need to return to the camp." Standing in the great hall of the nameless temple, Sonny frowned. The avatar hiding in Rain's shadow was momentarily disturbed as well. When was the last time Cassie had lost her composure like that? He could barely remember. "What are you talking about?" "I'm in the camp," she answered, almost immediately. "The Lord of Shadow has to return. Something strange is happening." Sonny looked at the gates of the temple. It was a long way from the southern edge of the dead god's breastbone to the eastern reaches of the collarbone. He could make it relatively fast by abusing Shadow Step, but it would still take considerable time and drain his reserves of essence. Still, Cassie would not have called him back without a reason. "What exactly is happening?" There was a moment of silence, and then she answered in a tense voice. "The House of Night is on the move. The king has summoned Nephis and Morgan. I'll tell you more the moment I learn it. So hurry, no wait." Cassie hesitated a little. "There is no time, return to NQSC. I'll pick you up and bring you back to the camp. That will be faster." Sonny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. So they finally decided to act. I wondered when they would. He had a suspicion that the House of Night would not remain on the sidelines of the war, despite their desperate efforts to claim neutrality. A suspicion strong enough that it could very well be called certainty. He had known that something like this would happen ever since that clash with the skinwalker outside Ravenheart. Cassie and Nephis knew as well. In fact, they had accounted for this eventuality in their plans. At the end of the day, it did not really matter to them which side gained an advantage in the war, because, eventually, both sides would have to be destroyed. But Cassie still sounded tense. Why? Suddenly he regretted his caution. Maybe he should have tried to infiltrate the command pavilion of the Song army after all, or pressed Rain to share military secrets with her usually disinterested teacher. There is only one way to find out. Actually, there were many ways to find out. But that was neither here nor there. Frowning deeply, Sonny reached into his soul and pulled on the tether. Chapter 1860. Turn of Fortune. There were plumes of smoke rising above 𝙗𝒚𝓚𝓚, leaning against a dirty wall in the depths of the outskirts. Sonny looked at the towering black pillars silently. A police PTV sped by, flooding the deep darkness of the night with bright lights of the blaring siren. He hid himself deeper in the shadows and crossed his arms. Several locations, most of them close to the city center. Fires were not a rarity in 𝙗𝒚𝓚, but not on that scale, and not in the affluent districts at the heart of the city. What had happened? Was the agreement to leave the war out of the waking world broken already? How far are you? There was a moment of silence. Less than a minute. Soon a luxurious PTV screeched to a halt in front of him. The passenger door opened, and Cassie stepped out of the vehicle, looking a little disheveled. She remained motionless for a few moments, then turned in his direction, winced, and hurriedly smoothed her hair. Sonny emerged from the shadows and walked over. What the hell is happening? For now he was wearing the mask he had fashioned himself. So it was the only opportunity to have an honest conversation with Cassie. Once they reached Godgrave, he would have to don Weaver's mask in order to keep his secrets. Was the compound of Clan Valor attacked? The Dreamgate relay? Storage facilities? She hesitated briefly, then shook her head. It's all the House of Night. Their strongholds across the city have gone up in flames. It's total chaos. Sonny was surprised. They were attacked? A deep frown creased Cassie's delicate brow. For now, it seems like infighting. What? It took him a moment to process the information. The members of the House of Night were fighting among each other. Was there a schism among the leaders of the great clan? Unlike Song and Valor, which were monoliths held together by shared blood and familial bonds, the House of Night had been born from an alliance of a dozen legacy clans, a decision dictated by the meteoric rise of the two great families, to a large extent, so he could entertain the idea of internal strife, resulting in an open conflict during these trying times. However, something did not smell right. Sonny had a few ideas about who could have been behind the whole mess, but he was not certain. Cassie sent the PTV away and then faced him. Her expression was a little strange. There are defectors. He raised an eyebrow behind the mask. Where are they defecting to? The blind seer seemed troubled. Several prominent figures of the House of Night appeared at the gates of Clan Valor's stronghold here in 𝙗𝒚𝓚, bloodied and with their family members in tow. They are asking for an asylum. Now, that was simply bizarre. Sonny felt troubled as well. Where are they now? Cassie offered him her hand. They are passing through the Dreamgate. The king will negotiate with them or interrogate them depending on the situation. Personally, everyone worth anything were summoned back to the camp. The situation might turn more dire than we had anticipated. He sighed, then took her hand and dismissed. Definitely not me. Before summoning Weaver's mask, he looked at Cassie somberly and said, "Let's go see what all the noise is about then." Soon, he was standing on the emerald grass of the Ivory Island. Sonny could see that the camp was much more lively than it should have been. The Sword Army had already ventured to carve a path south, with countless awakened soldiers, masters, and saints leaving the safety of the fortified stronghold. The progress was slow but methodical and steady. If the cloud veil did not break and the jungle was not incinerated, St. Tyrus would part the clouds herself. Blinding sunlight would flood the bone plain and turn the crimson growth, as well as those abominations that were not fast enough to escape into the hollows, to ash. Then, after the cloud veil repaired itself, the army would advance. They would clash with the regrowing jungle and the nightmare creatures being born in its scarlet depths. pushing toward the fissures in the bone that served as the source of the dreadful infestation. The battles were punishing, dire, and often prolonged, but with champions like Nephis and Summer Night spearheading the offensive, the Sword Army was slowly gaining ground. Once they reached the fissures and cut the roots of the jungle in the area, its remnants would be burned, and a fortress would be constructed around the fissure. A containment detachment would be left to garrison the fortress, tasked with preventing the jungle from extending its tendrils to the surface again. By now, there was a disorderly chain of a dozen of these fortresses and numerous smaller forts extending west, almost all the way to the point where the collarbone and the breastbone connected. Considering the current state of the main camp, though most of the saints leading the expedition force had been recalled ahead of the scheduled rotation, Sonny did not know what exactly happened in NQSC, but he was quite confident that the fortune of the Sword Army was about to turn for the worst. Those song sisters have been acting too calm, indeed. Shaking his head, he followed Cassie toward the Valor Keep, which was the name given to the central stronghold of the camp by the soldiers. The two of them entered under its heavy roof, and were immediately guided to a spacious chamber where many saints had already gathered, all wearing somber expressions on their faces. "Lady Cassia, have you received any news? What exactly happened?" Cassie smiled briefly at the dashing rivalin of Aegis Rose, and shook her head apologetically. "I am on my way to see the king. There will be more clarity soon." A knight of valor arrived, then hurriedly led Cassie and Sonny deeper into the stronghold. Soon, they entered a smaller chamber. There were only a few people inside, all of them among the strongest and most important champions of the Sword Army. The King of Swords himself was sitting on an unadorned chair that had been carved out of stone, wearing a cold expression. Morgan was standing behind him, her usual air of polite amusement gone. Nephis was leaning against a wall, her white armor smeared with ash. Sonny spared her a brief glance, then looked away. There were 3 other saints of the Sword Army in the chamber: Skytide, Summer Night, and Sergest of Dagonet. There was one more person as well. A handsome man was kneeling in front of the stone throne, his sunken face marked by pain and fatigue. His presence possessed a mystifying depth to it, as if most of him was hidden from sight. His dark armor, crafted from the skin of some dreadful leviathan, was severely damaged and bloodied. The man had his head lowered so Sonny could not see his eyes. However, his black hair, strangely enough, had slight accents of dark blue. Sonny's expression changed as he recognized his former friend and comrade. Saint Knave of the House of Night Cassie, meanwhile bowed deeply. "I brought him, Your Majesty." Anvil spared her a glance and nodded, just in time. With that, he shifted his gaze to the Nightwalker, remained silent for a few moments, and then asked in a cold, heavy tone, "So, Saint Knave, I've brought you and your people here just as you requested. Now I think it's time that you give me an explanation. There are reports that the armada of the House of Night is on the move. Night Garden itself has set sail. So, tell me, what exactly are your elders scheming?" Knave shivered slightly and lingered for a while, as if gathering courage. Eventually he took a deep breath, straightened, and looked the King of Swords straight in the eyes. When he spoke, his voice sounded firm. "You are mistaken, Supreme Anvil. My elders are not scheming anything. In fact, they are dead." Knave paused for a moment, and then added hoarsely, "They have all been turned. The House of Night is no more." Chapter 1861, Homecoming. Thick fog shrouded the shores of a nebulous sea. Below it, waves continued their eternal assault on the indifferent barrier of land, dreaming of washing it away. They rustled quietly, just like they had rustled for eons, not far away. The water was louder. There, a wide river fell into the sea, a deep inlet created by its estuary. Currently, there was a group of riders moving along the shore. Their steeds were echoes of slain abominations. Their enchanted armor was damp with morning dew. Their vermilion cloaks bore the insignia of clan valor. They were knights and squires who had been left behind to protect the fringes of the sword domain, currently on patrol. As they approached the estuary, the leader of the patrol, a seasoned knight in heavy armor, raised a fist to command the rest to stop. He took a canteen off his belt, drank some water, and then listened to the murmur of waves. Dreadful abominations would come from the depths of the storm sea sometimes and swim upriver, threatening the lands beyond. The weaker ones would be slain in the shallows by patrolmen like them, but if a truly powerful nightmare creature emerged from the depths, they would have to retreat and prepare to fight it at Rivergate, the fortress of 𝒵𝓚𝓵𝓚𝓚. The shores of Stormsea were a strange place. Nights here were much longer than they were deeper inland, and the stars were much brighter. The sun never quite rose above the horizon, drowning the world in ethereal twilight during the day. Time flowed slowly, and life seemed fleeting. In the mornings, white fog veiled the world. The night frowned and gazed into the fog today. The sea sounded strange, summon your weapons. The patrolman did as he said. They echoes turned to face the shore, each baring their fangs. It seemed that a battle was upon them. Some felt tense because most of the sword domain warriors had followed the king to war, hoping to punish the wicked queen of song. Others remained calm, no matter how many warriors had left. The garrison of Rivergate was still strong, and the fortress itself was still impregnable. No matter what horror crawled from the sea, they would deal with it. A few moments later, however, their confidence was shattered. The eyes of the warriors widened and their faces paled. Even the echoes seemed daunted, a few of them shrinking back in response to the fear of their masters. A vast shadow appeared in the fog, towering above the shore like a dark mountain. Then it drew closer, dwarfing the world. The patrolmen had to crane their necks just to guess the scale of the vague shadow. Their captain was petrified. "Wha?" Before he could finish the sentence, the dark mountain was almost upon them, its shape finally revealed from the fog. It was the bow of a Titanic ship, back. They did not have time to react before the world shuddered. The estuary was deep, but not deep enough. The gargantuan vessel rammed the underwater slope of the shore at full speed, splitting it apart. A vast gorge opened in the ground, reaching far inland, and the triumphant waves finally had their dreams fulfilled. The roaring water rushed into the abyssal chasm, causing the river to change course. For a few moments, the bow of the ship flew even higher, and then slowly plummeted down. When it fell, there was another quake. Countless tons of foaming water were displaced and thrown into the sky, and the Titanic vessel slid forward hundreds of meters before finally coming to rest, beached and leaning slightly to the side. The tranquil shore had turned into a scene of utter devastation. The scale of it was so immense that the human mind struggled to come to terms with it. The colossal ship lay on the sand like a dark mountain, rivers of water cascading down from its ancient hull. The barnacles encrusting the lower parts of it were like a map of bygone eras, glistening bleakly in the dim radiance of twilight. The patrolmen had been thrown to the ground by the successive quakes. Still stunned and horrified, they slowly climbed to their feet. Some raised their weapons hesitantly, others tried to mount their monstrous steeds, but all of them were staring at the monumental silhouette of the beached vessel. That was why they all noticed when a human figure appeared on the bow, so high above them that it looked no larger than an ant. The figure stood motionlessly for a few moments, gazing down. Then it took a step forward and fell, landing on the tilted slope of the ship's hull. The figure slid down the ancient wood, gaining terrible speed, then pushed itself off its surface, and plummeted down. He landed into the shallow water with a splash, then straightened gracefully and took a step forward. It was a man clad in dark leather armor. He was tall and slender, with pale skin and raven-black hair. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time strangely beautiful. His eyes were like two pools of liquid silver that reflected the world back on itself. His gaze was cold and chilling, as if a deep, dark ocean was barely contained beneath the thin film of mirror-like silver. Despite the fact that the man was alone, the crowd of patrolmen reeled back, each overcome by sudden dread. He walked across the shallow water, surrounded by swirling mist, and stepped onto the shore. There, the man knelt, reached down and carefully, almost tenderly, picked up a handful of sand. Ignoring the warriors of the sword domain, he looked at it for a while, then slowly made a fist and let the sand slip through his fingers. His lips twisted slightly, forming a dark, bitter, terrifying smile. Standing up, the man turned his gaze to the patrolmen and walked toward them with unhurried steps. They gripped their weapons tighter. The knight who had led the patrol glanced at the Titanic ship, then asked hoarsely, "The Night Garden, who are you? Why are you here?" The man answered in a calm tone, "Me? I am Prince Mordred of Valor, the rightful heir of these lands." The eyes of the knight widened slightly, while Mordred added with a cold smile, and I am here to take what is mine." The patrolmen shuddered. Their leader gritted his teeth. "It's you, you vile creature. The only thing that we will give you is death." Continuing to walk in their direction, Mordred laughed. "I see someone has a very high opinion of himself." His laughter stopped abruptly, and he pierced the night with an eerie, frightening gaze. "But are you sure that you are worthy?" A moment later, more figures appeared on the bow of the night garden. Mordred smiled. "Because I have 13 transcendent bodies on that boat. I am also the sole ruler of the storm sea, the master of the night garden, and the owner of all the citadels of the south. Well, I guess technically the citadels belong to Queen Song, but why care about the technicalities?" The knight paled. His hands trembled as he raised his sword, and a single word escaped from his lips: "Traitor." The smile disappeared from Mordred's face, replaced by infinite coldness. In the next moment, something whistled in the air, and the knight fell to his knees. His head rolled off his neck and fell into the sand, which was painted red by the torrent of steaming blood. Mordred shifted his gaze to the remaining warriors. He remained silent for a few moments, and then smiled pleasantly. "One should not forget his manners, don't you think? Ah, but today is a special occasion. On such a special day, I'm inclined to be forgiving, so the rest of you may go. Go on, run away. Oh, and tell your masters." As the warriors of valor slowly backed away, then turned to run, he watched them escape silently and added with a dark gleam in his mirror-like eyes, "Tell them that I am coming." Mordred closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. "I am coming home." Chapter 1862, Puppet Master. The nature of the war had changed overnight. The sword domain had dominated the conflict from its very first day. Their army was stronger, their progress was faster, they suffered fewer casualties and gained more benefits. As time went on, their advantage seemed poised to inevitably snowball into an overwhelming superiority. Even though the two armies had not clashed directly yet, the warriors of valor were already winning. All it took was a single person to completely reverse the situation. That person was Mordred, the firstborn of the King of Swords, who served the Queen of Worms now, ironically enough. When Sonny first heard Knave's proclamation, his eyes widened behind Weaver's mask. The House of Night, after the Chain of Nightmares, the position of the third great clan was severely weakened. Without a sovereign to rule it, and a dream gate to bring countless settlers to their territory, the House of Night lost the ability to compete against valor and song. Its standing and resources were still immense, but nowhere near the power of the two burgeoning domains. Nevertheless, the House of Night had not given up without a fight. Instead, it seemed as though the threat of losing relevance had galvanized the leaders of the lesser of the three great clans. In recent years, they had been quite active. More than that, their actions were more decisive, daring, and successful than ever before. In just the last 2 years, the House of Night had laid siege to and conquered 7 new citadels in the nebulous reaches of the storm sea. Such a feat had been unheard of before, and did a lot to bolster their faltering renown. Of course, now that Knave had spoken, the true reason for these triumphs was revealed to be quite different from what people believed, and chillingly sinister. It was not that the House of Night had become more daring or potent. It was just that Mordred had stolen the body of one of its leaders, and then, like a plague, he slowly spread through the ranks of the Nightwalkers, unseen and unnoticed. Not only had the rest of the world been none the wiser, even the members of the House of Night itself had not suspected anything, while their rulers were being replaced, one by one. Not even the families of those taken by the Prince of Nothing were able to discover that their parents, children, and siblings had been switched. There had been moments of friction and conflict, of course. There had been tension and a feeling of unease, a subtle sense of alienation from those who had been closest before, an eerie feeling that something was not quite right. But with how fast the world was changing, and how dire the situation of the great clan was, people simply assumed that these rare instances of incongruity were caused by the shifting demands of the turbulent times. Mordred's deceit was too stellar. Only a few had started to suspect that something terrible was happening inside the House of Night, that the people who looked, talked, and acted as their friends and family could have been someone else, that there was something alien hiding behind the familiar faces. Knave had been one of the first to start harboring that harrowing suspicion. He did not describe what he had felt in those days, but 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 could only imagine how eerie, chilling, and nightmarish such an experience would be. No, actually he could not. His mind failed to imagine the appalling scenes of what his former friend must have gone through. At first, 𝙁𝑉 suspected that the House of Night had been infiltrated by the Skinwalker. He made secret inquiries to make sure that there were no nightmare creatures among the leaders of his clan, and proved that theory wrong. His next steps were much more troublesome. He couldn't continue the investigation alone, and did not know whom to trust. Anyone around him could have been the enemy. He did discover a few trustworthy allies in the end, though they tried to ascertain the scale and depths of the encroaching corruption, but it was already too late. They had run out of time. All that they had managed to do was prepare a path of escape for themselves and their families. That was how they ended up in front of the Valor compound in NQSC, asking for asylum. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 sucked in a stifled breath. Honorable to split his soul, and that in turn allowed him to possess multiple vessels at the same time. The vessels he had collected in the last 4 years without ever being discovered were the saints and other key figures of the House of Night. There seemed to be some limit to his ability, at least otherwise he would have taken everyone, not just the most valued champions of the great clan. Awakened warriors and many masters had been spared, as were the mundane members of their families. A few leaders of the clan had avoided becoming his vessels as well. For one reason or another, finally he had revealed himself and took control of the Storm Sea once the Sword Army became entrenched in Godgrave, leading a pincer attack on his father's domain from the south. That was what had caused the recent bloodshed. Mordred was cleaning house, eliminating those whom he had failed to possess. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was both appalled and impressed. He had suspected that Mordred was facilitating secret negotiations with the House of Night on behalf of 𝙗𝒏𝓮𝓚. What he had not expected was that Mordred would simply become the House of Night. Only 3 of the Night Saints, including 𝙁𝑉, had escaped. A few more had been eliminated when Mordred openly attacked. Despite that, at least 13 of them had fallen into his hands, which meant that the forces of Song had the power of more than 60 saints on their side now, while Valor only had slightly more than 40. Worse than that, now that the Sword Domain was being attacked, Anvil would have to split the forces of his army to prevent his son from conquering his kingdom. That would leave those who remained in Godgrave at a dire disadvantage. But that was not all. Mordred had not only taken the saints of the House of Night, he had also taken all the citadels that used to belong to the third great clan, adding them to the domain of the Queen of Worms, thus breaking the balance, vastly enhancing her power. Among them was the Night Garden, meaning that 𝙗𝒏𝓮𝓚 controlled 2 great citadels. Now more than that, Mordred was free to conquer the citadels of the Sword Domain, denying their power to Anvil. Rivergate would probably fall in the matter of days. From there, the Prince of Nothing could easily reach Bastion, or assault other citadels in the heartland of the Dream Realm. The situation was dire. However, before 𝙁𝑉 was even done speaking, Morgan cursed and dashed out of the chamber. Before too long, the walls of the stronghold shook, and a cacophony of screams rose above the war camp. Chapter 1863, Repercussions. 𝙁𝑉 had not finished his tale yet when Anvil finally showed a reaction. Before he sat motionlessly, looking at the kneeling saint with a cold and heavy expression. His steely eyes remained calm. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 expected the king to display some kind of emotion at the mention of his son, but there was no change. Now, however, he finally moved. All Anvil did was give Morgan a glance, but she suddenly cursed and dashed out of the room. For a few moments, the stone chamber was enveloped by silence. 𝙁𝑉 looked at the king tensely, not sure what was going on. Anvil studied him for a bit, before saying evenly, "That is enough. I understand what happened now." 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was leaning on a wall with his arms crossed. He did not turn his head to look at Cassie, but spoke in his mind. "There are no mirrors on the Ivory Island, are there?" Her response came a few moments later. "There are. However, the entire island is protected against that man with special enchantments. The royals themselves set them up. Valor has been preparing to deal with Mordred for a long time, so they have developed many measures." 𝙛𝒓𝓚 was somewhat relieved. However, he knew that those measures could not be universal, since the members of the royal clan had to be personally involved. Inscribing the warding enchantments had to be an expensive and intricate endeavor. "Make sure that those firekeepers that are in the camp remain on the island, then." Those of them who had been with Nephis in the jungle should not try to come back for now either. His original body was already making sure that 𝒃𝓐𝐴 did not leave the marvelous mimic. Sonny knew 𝒵𝓚𝒏 too well, so he had a good idea about what would happen next. And indeed, before too long, they heard a cacophony of screams. The king did not give any of them permission to leave, and Sonny did not want to expose how vast the reach of his shadow sense was, so none of them moved. Only Knave seemed to flinch. "Your Majesty, what is—" However, 𝒃𝓐𝐴 silenced him with a heavy gaze. Finally, there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. That emotion was cold, smoldering wrath. "You don't need to be concerned, Saint Knave. It is just a minor inconvenience." Sonny was not sure if the inconvenience was really that minor. He commended Knave for being able to sense 𝒵𝓚𝒏's machinations when no one else had. However, the Nightwalker was too naive to think that his attempts to assemble allies to resist him would have escaped the Prince of Nothing. There was only one explanation for why Knave had been allowed to survive. It was that one of his trusted allies, or a few, were 𝒵𝓚𝒏's vessels. He had used Knave and other asylum seekers to carry him across the Dream Gate and bring him to the encampment of the Sword Army. The extent of damage he would deal depended on how invested 𝒵𝓚𝒏 was in wreaking havoc in Godgrave. Sonny shifted slightly. This shouldn't be his main goal, and indeed the screams grew silent soon. A minute or two later the doors opened and Morgan walked in. Her hands were wet with blood and she was carrying a severed head in one of them, her expression dark. Knave paled. Why? Morgan spared him a short glance, then looked at her father. It was just one ascended vessel. That man simply felt mischievous, it seems. The damage was minimal. The watchers did not fail, it was just that the screening took too long. Those who remain in the waking world are already being checked as well. She lingered for a few moments, then added stiffly, "He did have a lot to say, though." With that, Morgan dropped the severed head on the floor near Knave. The Nightwalker gritted his teeth, but did not recoil. He studied the dead face silently, a hint of pain evident on his own. Then he bowed his head. "I apologize, Your Majesty. So they have some kind of way to tell which bodies are taken by 𝒵𝓚𝒏. Unsurprising." Sonny felt a little apprehensive, because he did not. Valor must have also possessed a method to, if not destroy 𝒵𝓚𝒏, then at least imprison him. The Prince of Nothing was nearly immortal. At the very least, Sonny knew of no way to extinguish his existence except for defeating him in a soul duel like what Nephis had done to Soul-Stealer. But that boon could very easily become a curse. Those who could not die ran the risk of ending up suffering eternal torment, while beings like 𝒵𝓚𝒏 and Nephis, to a lesser extent, could fear death less than most people. They also had a good reason to fear being caught by enemies much more. Every strength could be exploited to become a weakness. Sitting on the throne, 𝒃𝓐𝒴 sighed and leaned back. He seemed to be contemplating something. Sonny, meanwhile, was considering the implications of 𝒵𝓚𝒏's entering the board, which were honestly quite shocking. He had expected some kind of diabolical stunt from the banished prince, but the bastard still managed to exceed his expectations. The more Sonny thought, the more somber his expression grew. The impact of the war in Godgrave was already bad enough. The Sword Army would be inevitably weakened, making things harder for him, Nephis and Cassie. However, it was still a beneficial development overall. They needed Anvil and 𝒃𝓐𝒴 to grind each other down in a prolonged conflict after all. It wouldn't do for the King of Swords to gain an easy victory early on. What concerned him much more were the repercussions that 𝒵𝓚𝒏's actions would have for those who were not participating in the war. The House of Night had been instrumental in guiding naval convoys across the ocean, for example. Without the Nightwalkers, the connections between the quadrants would become much more tenuous. How was the government going to deliver sleepers to the awakened academy next year? How would resources be shared between the continents? More than that, what was the government going to do now that the demise of the House of Night had demonstrated the kind of fate that awaited those who wished to remain neutral in the war between the two domains? There were more questions like that. He sighed quietly and looked at Anvil. Was the King of Swords contemplating the same problems Sonny was? Somehow he doubted it. Eventually Anvil shifted his gaze and looked at Morgan. Everyone in the chamber held their breaths, feeling that his next words could very well change the flow of history. The King of Swords considered his daughter for a few moments, and then said evenly, "Return to Bastion. Stop him at all costs. Morgan smiled faintly, then bowed. How many saints can I take with me? Anvil simply raised an eyebrow. He is one man. You alone should be enough. Morgan's lips trembled slightly. She straightened and looked at her father with the same faint smile. That man has the company of a dozen taken saints. Am I supposed to stop him, all of him alone? That hardly seems fair. The King of Swords looked away from her and shrugged. If you think that it's unfair, go and find saints of your own. Sonny was listening to their dialogue with a feeling of incongruity. Why was Anvil so nonchalant? Why wasn't he sending more forces back to Bastion with Morgan? Was the progress in Godgrave really that important? Or did he simply not care about losing control of more citadels to Mordred? If so, why? Either the King of Swords had lost his mind, or there was something Sonny was failing to understand. Morgan remained silent for a while, then bowed again. As you command, she straightened, and then suddenly pointed at Knave. Oh, look, I found a saint. Can I take him? Anvil waved his head dismissively. Do with the remnant Nightwalkers as you wish. He turned his heavy gaze back to her, studied her face closely, and then added in a cold tone. Don't lose to that creature again, Morgan. Chapter 1864. Sibling Rivarli after Morgan was dismissed. Taking Knave with her, the king had a few words to say to the rest of them. The theater of war had changed dramatically, so there were a lot of adjustments that had to be made. The King of Swords himself would remain in Godgrave, and so would all the saints of the Sword Army, with the exception of his daughter. It did not seem like having one less transcendent would change a lot of things, but Morgan's loss could not be measured in terms of raw power. She was the principal strategist of the army and the field commander of its expedition force. The vacuum her departure left had to be filled by someone. Anvil took over the strategy matters himself and gave Nephis free rein of the expedition force. Her task was simple but imperative: to invade the Breastbone Reach and conquer the citadel hidden in the hollow below it. Sonny's raiding party was dissolved before even leaving the nameless temple. Instead, he was to join the main body of the army and help Nephis take the citadel. After receiving these orders, they were dismissed. Only Jest of Dagonet stayed behind to counsel his old comrade's son on something none of them were privy to. Anvil would summon the rest of the saints and inform them of the situation after that. Cassie told Rivellin of Aegis Rose to wait for the king's summons on the way out. Leaving the Valor Keep, all three of them, Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie, felt rattled. The shift caused by Mordred's devastation of the House of Night was too tectonic to be fathomed swiftly. Sonny glanced at his two companions, and then said quietly, I won't see you soon. With that, he turned around and walked away. There was a residence assigned to him in the camp, so that was where he went. Not long after that, he met Nephis and Cassie on the edge of the Ivory Island as Master Sunless. Nephis smiled at him faintly and gestured to the great pagoda. Let's talk inside. The Sword Army would be shaken once the news spread, and so would the entire world. Nephis had to leave the camp and take command of the expedition force in a few hours. Sonny would follow her, but Cassie had to stay back. So they did not have a lot of time to talk face to face. As they ascended the stairs, Sonny couldn't help but think about Knave and the remnants of the House of Night. Mordred's culling had been chillingly thorough when it came to the leadership and champions of the now-fallen great clan. Only 3 of its saints remained. The rest were either taken as vessels by the Prince of Nothing or had been killed. The situation among the masters, the core of the clan's power, was a little different. Knave did not have the exact numbers, but more than 2/3 of them were either taken or lost their lives. Those who remained were here in Godgrave now, with a few stragglers still lost somewhere in the waking world. The mundane dependents, family members, and loyal servants of the clan were also in the waking world, temporarily sheltered in the complex built around the Dreamgate. Mordred had not targeted them consciously, and although some had become collateral damage in his bloody coup, most were still alive, just displaced, traumatized, and scared. The envoys of the royal clan would have to make sure that none of them was a hidden vessel of the banished prince. However, that would have to wait, because Valor had to deal with a more pressing issue first. It was the fate of the awakened warriors of the House of Night, who were in the most precarious situation. By now, every citadel in the Stormsea was under Mordred's control. Saints and masters were relatively safe, because there was no timer for when they would have to return to their anchors. The awakened, however, would be transported back to the dream realm the moment they fell asleep or lost consciousness. When that happened, they would either become 𝒵𝓙𝒏𝒏𝒏's hostages or his victims. There were two ways to avoid that end. The first way was to be brought to a new citadel by a saint and anchor themselves at its gateway. The second way was to pass through a dream gate and enter the dream realm physically. The problem was that each of them had to be tested before being allowed in Valor territory so that another hidden vessel of the Prince of Nothing did not infiltrate Godgrave. The process was not fast, so it was not clear if all of them would be able to stave off sleep before that happened. Remembering his own attempts to stay awake after returning from the Forgotten Shore, Sonny did not envy them. In any case, their fates were in the hands of Morgan now. Anvil had given her carte blanche to deal with the remnants of the House of Night as she saw fit, and while the awakened warriors would have to come to Godgrave, she would without a doubt try to bring at least the strongest of the remnants to the newly created Southern Front. They had no choice but to obey her. More than that, Sonny was not sure that they had a reason to refuse. Each of the remaining members of the House of Night was, without a doubt, full of desire to avenge their fallen kin. Morgan would offer them a chance to fight against 𝒵𝓙𝒏𝒏𝒏 and probably sweeten the deal by promising to take care of the mundane members of their families. Why would they say no? They did not have to be coerced. The strongest chains were often those people put on themselves. Sonny would know. Finally, they reached Neff's living quarters at the highest level of the tower. Cassie summoned several memories to prevent anyone from listening in on their conversation. That precaution was actually meant to be broken. This close to a living sovereign and his strongest servants, they had to be extremely cautious about sharing vital information. Therefore, they always assumed that the first layer of protection would be dismantled. Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie played their roles and spoke about the task facing the expedition force. At the same time, they were having another, entirely silent conversation. It was a bit awkward because Cassie had to relay what Sonny and Nephis said, but they had grown used to communicating that way in the recent weeks. Why is he only sending Morgan? Sonny was still confused by Anvil's decision. Nephis shook her head subtly. Actually, that makes sense. Every saint she brings will just become a potential vessel for 𝒵𝓙𝒏𝒏𝒏. Valor has methods to protect a soul from his aspect, but no method is absolute. That master you told me about. Wealthy is proof. He considered the situation soberly, then took a deep breath. Why did he not take all of House of Night? Why was there only one hidden vessel among those whom Knave brought to Godgrave? Soul Stealer had been able to take millions of bodies for himself, but something is stopping 𝒵𝓙𝒏𝒏𝒏 from doing the same. Granted, Soul Stealer had been in a rather bad shape when they saw him. Sonny contemplated for a while. Eventually, his eyes narrowed. There is also the issue of saints. 𝒵𝓙𝒏𝒏𝒏 is in a unique position, much like myself, in that he can control many citadels at once. In my case, the number is limited by the number of shadows I possess. In his case, it should be limited by the number of transcendent bodies he controls. Therefore, Cassie shifted to face him and finished his thought. Unless he takes more saints, he can only control 14 citadels. He can't go on a rampage across the sword domain, demolishing Anvil's base of power, without releasing his hold on the 𝒃𝓐𝒐𝒏. And there are no saints left in the sword domain. Nephis nodded slowly. That is why he only sent Morgan. He does not want to give 𝒵𝓙𝒏𝒏𝒏 fuel to burn his kingdom down. No, rather, it is inconsequential to him how much the kingdom suffers. As long as the domain itself is not severely diminished, Anvil will continue prioritizing Godgrave. At most, what he wants is to protect Bastion. And so, Morgan and 𝒵𝓙𝒏𝒏𝒏 were destined to clash again, this time on the shores of the Mirror Lake, not in the frigid reaches of Antarctica. Sonny did not have a lot of hope for Morgan, but then again, laying siege to a daemon's stronghold was a daunting task, especially if someone like her was defending it. His thoughts turned to all the people he had left behind in Bastion. How were they going to fare in the middle of a clash between the two transcendent siblings? For now, at least, that was out of his control. Sonny sighed, then looked at his companions. So what does all of this mean for us? Chapter 1865, into the fray, they did not have a lot of time to talk, so the discussion was brief. Afterwards, Cassie left to have a separate conversation with Jet. Sonny and Nephis were left alone. Nephis had just returned from the battlefield, and she would have to leave the camp in an hour or two. This time, not just to lend her power to the expedition force, but also to become grime and dried blood, stained her alabaster skin. This was a good sign, actually. It meant that she had not been forced to assume her transcendent form as of late, at least otherwise. Her body would have been pure and pristine, all the dirt burned away by the incandescent flames. Still, now that they had a moment to breathe, Nephis looked at herself, then threw a quick glance at Sunny and left to have a bath. Soon she returned, her silver hair glistening with moisture. She had dismissed the outer layer of her armor, and was now wearing only the thin cloth underlayer which clung slightly to her damp body. Sunny studied Nephis carefully. He could tell that she had called upon the power of her aspect recently and extensively as well. Her condition was not too bad, but there were telltale signs. There was a distant look in her eyes and a hint of coldness written in the graceful lines of her beautiful face. There was an afterglow of immolating flame and a memory of scorching heat in her brilliant presence. Nephis had been suffering the torment of her cruel flaw too much and too often. Sunny sighed, noticing that she was rubbing her shoulders. With a grimace, he raised his hands and smiled. How about a massage? A subtle smile illuminated her face as well. She nodded silently. He moved to her wide bed, while Nephis sat in front of him, leaning on his chest. Sunny placed his fingers on her shoulders, and got to work kneading her tense muscles with masterful ease. From his point of view, he could see the top of her head, the tip of her nose, and the beads of water glistening on her delicate clavicle. Her garment was thin, so he could feel the heat of her body. Her skin was silky and smooth. He put more strength into his fingers, causing her to let out a small whimper, and then a satisfied sigh. He felt her body relax a little. Nephis remained silent for a while, enjoying the massage, and then asked, "How come you're so good at this?" Sunny froze for a moment before continuing to rub her shoulders. He would have really preferred to keep the source of his massage skills a secret, but sadly his own flaw compelled him to answer. He hesitated for a moment. "Well, one of my attributes makes me particularly good at all kinds of handiwork." He paused, then added reluctantly, "Oh, and I have practiced on myself a lot while wandering the dream realm." Ah, how embarrassing. Nephis let out another contented sigh and closed her eyes in pleasure. Perks of having many bodies. Unfair, Sunny chuckled. You're the one who is benefiting from that unfairness in the end, though so should you really be complaining. Nephis smiled faintly. I'm not complaining. Sunny worked on her shoulders for a while, then switched to her back. When he finished, Nephis looked much more relaxed. Her overall condition had improved significantly, as well, and the hint of detached coldness disappeared from her gaze. He embraced her from behind and asked gently, "Hungry?" She nodded. His shadow disappeared for a few moments and then returned holding a tray of food. It was taken directly from the marvelous Mimic's kitchen and smelled delicious thanks to the Dreamgate. The army did not really suffer from the lack of supplies, and he received his fair share from the firekeepers. He also had his own stash and received a less fair share through the backdoor connections established by Ayako, but that was nor here nor there. Sunny let Nephis go and watched her eat with a pleased expression. Eventually, though, he sighed. I really hoped that we would get to spend more time together. Both of them were in Godgrave, but he remained on the Ivory Island most of the time. Nephis, meanwhile, was always on the forefront of the moving battlefield, helping the expedition force carve a path through the monstrous jungle. There was a rotation system in place to let the legions and their commanders rest and recuperate, but hers was a special case. Nephis was too important to the offensive effort, so she only returned to camp once a week at best. Now that Morgan was gone and she was assuming command of the whole expedition force, those rare days would become even fewer and far between. She gave him a confused look, but we do get to spend more time together. What she meant was that this time the Lord of Shadows would be accompanying her to the battlefront, so the two of them did not have to separate technically. Sunny grimaced. That's not the same. The Lord of Shadows was still him, but that incarnation of his was stuck wearing a suit of armor and a mask all the time. The temporary encampment of the expedition force was also not a place where one could get privacy, let alone share tender moments, such as this one. Sunny had not exactly expected that they would get many opportunities to go on dates in Godgrave, but that did nothing to quench his greed. He had barely got the taste of being with Nephis, and he wanted more. He wanted to experience all the profound things that lovers experienced, and all the stupid things too, sadly. War, especially one as dire and dreadful as this one, was a terrible background for romantic encounters. Damnation, what does a man have to do to take his girlfriend out on a date? The answer apparently was to conquer a death zone and kill a couple of sovereigns, noted. Nephis finished her food and looked at him silently for a while. Eventually she said with a hint of a smile in her voice, I am still happy that the Lord of Shadows is coming with me this time. Sunny couldn't help but raise his chin a little. He coughed. Are you? Oh, that guy is not bad. I guess Nephis gave him a nonchalant look and lingered for a few moments. Then she sighed. I wouldn't mind if he was a little bit bad though. Sunny gave her an intense stare. That can be arranged as well. A couple later, Nephis and the Lord of Shadows left the war camp accompanied by the returning saints. In those hours, the Sword Army had been shaken by the appalling news. The treacherous Queen of Worms had eradicated the House of Night and took control of the Storm Sea. Now her forces were mounting an invasion from the south, threatening to annex the defenseless rear territories of the Sword Domain. Many of the soldiers had families and friends there. They were rattled, dismayed, and frightened.
You had leverage because of the assassination incident?
Morgan shrugged nonchalantly. The fact of the matter is that it did happen, and those Song Sisters are quite vindictive. Sparing the indignant saint a smile, she looked back to so.𝙛𝒓𝓷𝒐𝓿𝙚𝓵 and added in a serious tone, "The most important reason, though, is I have something that you desperately need." so.𝙛𝓔𝓏 raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Morgan nodded. She remained silent for a few moments, and then smiled.
"I have the remnants of the House of Night." Instantly there was dead silence in the chamber. Her expression did not change. "They are all in my care, including a considerable number of surviving Ascended. You should have been panicking about that just before I arrived. More than anything else. Don't you need them the most to guide naval convoys across the ocean? Without the Nightwalkers, the infrastructure of the waking world will suffer irreparable damage. And I'm the one who controls them now." Morgan looked at so.𝙛𝓔𝓏, then at the Saint Corps, and finally at the Chancellor. "Considering the nature of my enemy, I don't have much use for them. Sending them to fight that man will only make him stronger. But I do need powerful, transcendent warriors to help me defend my father's domain." There was a long stretch of silence. Morgan remained motionless. Her body relaxed. Her expression did not betray any emotion. Eventually, the Chancellor let out a heavy sigh. "With how many awakened have been taken away by the war? The situation in the waking world is dire as it is. Someone has to defend the population centers against the opening gates and lead our troops. So three of the government saints will lend you their support, Lady Morgan." No more. She studied him for a moment, then nodded with grace and decorum. "Pleasure doing business with you, Chancellor. Time is of the essence. So forgive me if I don't linger to attend the formalities. I'll be taking those 3 saints immediately." The man stared at her darkly for a bit. "The pleasure is all mine, Lady Morgan." Neutrality, indeed, was a myth. If it had not been before, it was now. Chapter 1868, Expedition Force. The encampment of the expedition force was much different from the base camp of the Sword Army. It was busy and immense, too, surrounded by a palisade, and with countless awakened guarding its walls. However, its scale was much smaller, and there were no permanent buildings. The encampment moved with the soldiers, who pushed deeper into the lethal expanse of Godgrave every few days. There were no ivory tower or dream gate either, so nothing obscured the sight of the cloudy sky. The radiant clouds were always there above the soldiers, reminding that fiery death was only a gust of wind away. The stretch of the bone plain between the advancing army and its main camp had been cleared of the predatory jungle. The jungle had been defeated, subjugated, and burned to ashes. The fissures leading to the hollows, the source of the scarlet infestation, were now surrounded by garrisons of human soldiers. Those soldiers served as ruthless eradicators, continuously destroying the tendrils with which the jungle desperately reached toward the surface again and again. Denied the light and warmth, the starving hollows were already changing. The death zone would launch a counterattack on the human invaders one day soon, no doubt, but by that time, the authority of the sovereigns would already spread into the depths of the dead god's bones. Therefore, the dreadful hollows would be subjugated as well. Sunny, Nephis, and the saints of the Sword Army moved swiftly from one extermination outpost to another, reaching the expedition force encampment in a few hours. The same journey would have taken awakened soldiers many days, but they possessed much greater speed. The current location of the camp was close to the edge of the collarbone plain, in the spot where the eastern first rib passed below it. So Sunny could see a sea of vermilion leaves stretching south far below him, connected to something that looked like an ascending mountain range in the distance. That was the Great Breastbone Reach, the goal of the expedition force. The Sword Army could have followed the collarbone west to where it eventually connected to the Reach, but crossing to the first rib and traversing it would save them several days of grueling combat. So, a lengthy lift was currently being constructed on the bone slopes, leading all the way to the jungle below. The jungle itself was aflame, and a wall of smoke was rising from it into the radiant clouds. Godgrave was a sweltering place despite the overcast sky, but here the air was even more sultry. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 could feel beads of sweat rolling down his skin under the stone-like carapace of the onyx mantle. Most of the saints had dismissed the outer layers of their armors, wearing light clothes, but sadly, he could not follow their example. He could enjoy the view of Nephis out of her latest suit of plate armor, though, which was a consolation. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 spared a glance to the burning expanse of the first rib, and then followed her into the encampment. The mood here was much more heavy and subdued than in the base camp. The authority of the King of Swords did not spread this far west, so the soldiers were on their own. There were tents and temporary buildings, but many were simply sitting on the ground, covered in soot and with exhausted gazes. Dents and cracks covered their armor, and many were smeared with dried blood. Those with serious wounds would have been tended to by the healers, but minor scrapes were not worth the waste of essence. At best, they would receive mundane treatment. The injuries and the fatigue slowly accumulated, as did the mental trauma of having to battle the dreadful abominations of the jungle every day. The lack of nighttime, meanwhile, was wreaking havoc on people's sleep and perception of time. Everyone here could not wait for their turn to rotate back to the main camp of the army, where they could rest and recover in relative safety, away from the nightmarish, incessant dread of the scarlet infestation. It does not seem like they know. The news of Mordred's invasion of the sword domain had not reached the expedition force, yet once it did, the mood of the soldiers would plummet ever further. For now, though, they were glad and relieved to see the saints return. Nephis walked across the encampment confidently, responding to the salutes of the soldiers with an occasional nod. Soon they reached the command tent, which was mercifully cooled by a special memory. 𝙤𝒏 and 𝙤𝒏, as well as a few others, were waiting there. 𝙤𝒏 seemed tired, but her stern demeanor remained the same. The high officers of the expedition force had been informed of the shift in the command structure of the army and the reason for why Morgan did not return already. So, Nephis launched into a strategy discussion without a delay. Time waited for no one. Her voice was even and commanding, and there was no hint of weakness in her striking gray eyes. In short, we need to accelerate the schedule. The gathered saints looked at her with doubt. Eventually, Summer Knight spoke in a subdued tone. We are already pushing the soldiers as hard as they can handle. Lady Morgan's absence will undoubtedly take a toll on the overall effectiveness of the army. Is it wise to intensify the offensive at this precarious moment? Should we not slow down for a few days, instead? Nephis spared him an emotionless glance. It would have been a good decision if the circumstances allowed it. However, the situation has changed. We do not have the upper hand in this war anymore, and time is not on our side. Going slow and steady is a luxury that we cannot afford so. We must act swiftly. I'm determined to conquer the first citadel in no more than 3 weeks. The faces of the saints turned somber. Summer Knight studied Nephis for a few moments, then grimaced and looked away. How do you suggest we keep to that timetable, my lady? Nephis looked at the map of Godgrave laying on the table in front of her, then traced a line across the first rib and the northern part of the breastbone reach. We might have lost the power of my sister, but the Lord of Shadows is now with us. I can assure you that his strength is quite astounding. Therefore, there will be no more lulls in the battle against the jungle. She faced the saints and said evenly, we will split the expedition force into 3 war parties. One will be led by me, one by Sir Gilead, and the last one by Lord Shadow. The first party will lead the offensive charge while the other 2 rest. Every 8 hours a fresh force will replace the spent one. By advancing in 3 shifts we will be able to maintain a much faster pace. Additionally, she moved her finger to a particular spot on the map. We will shift the target area of the expedition from the great fissure near the 3rd rib to this minor one, close to the 2nd. The subjugation force will have to travel further through the hollows in order to reach the assumed location of the citadel, but it will save us a good week of fighting against the jungle. There was a wave of whispers among the saints. They seemed to have accepted Neff's plan despite its dire implications. However, another issue was on their minds. Eventually it was 𝙤𝒏 who spoke, not mixing words. We trust you in Summer Knight, my lady. Both of you have proven your competence and valor on countless occasions. However, Lord Shadow is a stranger to us. More than that, he is a mercenary. Why put him in charge of the 3rd war party? Nephis met 𝙤𝒏's cold gaze calmly. Her answer was simple, because none of you can defeat him in a fight. Any more questions? The saints looked at each other silently after a while. They shook their heads. Saint Jest of Dagonet gave 𝙛𝒓 a curious gaze. The old man smiled amicably and asked in a light tone, "Are you really that great?" Sonny stared at him from behind Weaver's mask, then shook his head. "Who, me? I don't even know how to hold a sword. The pointy end should be aimed at the enemy, right? Or wait, was it the other way around?" st.𝒏𝓗 gave him a long look. Goodness gracious. Finally, someone with a sense of humor. Chapter 1869, War Machine. A few hours later, the great war machine of the sword domain was set in motion. The encampment surged as a myriad of soldiers were called upon by the foreboding rumble of the war drums. Dozens of legions were gathered into march formations and ventured outside the stronghold walls, making the ground shake. The tents were taken down, the temporary buildings disassembled, even the tall palisade itself was being dismantled. The sharpened stakes would be transported with the army and raised to form it anew at the next campsite. Awakened warriors were moving in a strangely orderly chaos. Countless echoes were on the move as well, some pulling heavy wagons, some to accompany their masters into battle. The enormous scale and somber spectacle of it all were nothing short of daunting. Feeling the booming sound of the drums reverberate in his bones, Sonny could not help but let his heart respond to the low, stirring beat. The blood flowed faster in his veins, growing hotter, and yet a sudden chill brushed against his skin. He had witnessed the start of the subjugation campaign from the Ivory Island, but he had not observed the expedition force in action until now. It was a grand, grim, and unforgettable scene. Damnation! Sonny was no stranger to war, and had participated in his fair share of massive military engagements. But even the most large-scale battle in Antarctica could not compare to the subjugation offensive of the Sword Army in terms of impact, awe, and sheer scale. Meanwhile, he was meant to be in charge of a third of this grandiose combat force. Sonny was one of the most seasoned fighters of humanity and had rich experience commanding troops as well. Still, he spared a few moments to appreciate how bizarre and unsuitable the fact that he had been entrusted with this duty was. But then again, a war like this one had never happened before. So there wasn't really anyone fit for this responsibility out there, not in the Sword Army, and not among the enemy champions. He was no worse than the best of the best. If there was one glaring flaw Sonny possessed, though, it was that he was not as well integrated into the expedition force as Nephis and Summer Night were. Luckily, he was in charge of the third war party, which meant that he had 16 hours to observe the other two in action and familiarize himself with the warriors he would be leading into battle. The geography itself presented him with a great view of the expanding battlefield. Far below, the jungle covering the surface of the first rib had already been reduced to ash and was now spreading anew from the fissures in the ancient bone. One could see with the naked eye an onslaught of vermilion growth devouring the white surface of the lowlands. The scarlet infestation was spreading from several sources, expanding swiftly in every direction. Here and there the stains of vibrant red grew large enough to merge, forming vast stretches of the recovering jungle. Before the jungle could really entrench itself, however, the first war party descended upon it like a tide. From a distance, the clash between the human invaders and the native horrors of Godgrave seemed immense in scale, but slow and tame. Sonny knew better, however. He had expanded his shadow sense far and wide, so he could feel how fierce and terrifyingly violent the battle was. The war party consisted of tens of thousands of awakened warriors, hundreds of masters, and a dozen saints. They were stretched along a wide battlefront, advancing steadily to the closest of the fissures. It was hard to deploy Awakened as a cohesive formation, since every soldier possessed a unique aspect. In a combat force of that size, they were divided into units based on the general characteristics of their abilities. Those with physical enhancement powers formed the vanguard. Warriors capable of ranged attacks were grouped together, and so on. The formation was, by necessity, loose and flexible. There were no solid shield walls or tight spear-wielding phalanxes, since a rigid structure would prevent the warriors from fully expressing their aspects. Such a manner of deploying troops was optimal, but put a lot of strain on the middle-rank officers, who had to possess both a keen mind and a deep understanding of tactics in order to manage their span of the overall formation with enough finesse. Impressive. Fortunately for Sonny, the Sword Army was extremely disciplined and highly capable. Its core, after all, was composed of the seasoned veterans of the Valor Crusades, the famed subjugation campaign that had spanned several decades, bringing many regions of the Dream Realm into human hands. The knights and squires of valor, as well as many retainers of the vassal clans, were more than familiar with this kind of warfare, albeit maybe not quite on such a scale. Even though the number of awakened and masters had exploded since the Chain of Nightmares, and the seasoned warriors were a minority now, the legions were assembled specifically in a way that put veterans in charge of inexperienced recruits, thus instilling the whole army with the same competency. The result spoke for itself. The jungle was being slowly but inevitably pushed back and incinerated. After observing the battle for a little while, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 concluded that he could become an effective commander of such a force in theory. Of course, he would need a few months to truly learn the ropes. 16 hours were woefully insufficient to achieve any kind of acceptable result, so there was no point in trying. Luckily, he did not really need to. The middle-rank officers were already more than capable enough to manage the soldiers and keep the formation from falling apart. His role was different. He had to create the conditions for the war party to face the dread of the scarlet infestation from the most advantageous position far below. There were flashpoints of fearsome violence ahead of the steadily advancing formation. These flashpoints were centered around the saints and the elite forces supporting them. They were the ones who eliminated the most dangerous foes, faced the most dire threats, and made sure that the war party only fought against perils that it could handle. The bloodiest and most fearsome flashpoint was where Nephis and the Firekeepers fought. White flames were rolling like waves, and entire swathes of the jungle were obliterated, the corpses of the abominations teeming in the scarlet undergrowth turning to ash. Nephis moved strategically from one crisis to another, solving them before the danger could befall the main formation. The pace she set was truly unforgiving. She had to face and destroy lethal horrors and insidious hazards without reprieve, one after another. The dire onslaught of them was both constant and appalling, and even with her great power, she could barely meet the deadly demands of the battlefield. That was why she also directed the rest of the saints accompanying the war party, sending them to handle those threats that she herself could not reach in time, like a nimble conductor. As long as Nephis did her part well, there was no need for her to personally involve herself with the main formation. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 frowned behind the mask. He could do that as well. The problem was that the intensity of the battle was truly chilling, and while Nephis was holding fast for now, she still had 7 hours to go before Summer Night and the second war party replaced her tired troops. And this was only the first day of many. The bloodshed would not pause until they crossed the first rib, ascended the breastbone reach, and pushed the jungle far enough south to reach the designated fissure. By 𝙛𝒓𝓚's calculations, each war party would have to lead the charge at least a dozen times, or much more likely north of 20. Would the soldiers endure the hellish marathon? What about the saints? There was another issue as well. Nephis had the Firekeepers to support her and assist the other saints in her party, a core force of seasoned elites who helped her stay in control of the battlefield. Sir Gilead had a similar group of elites supporting him as well. The most seasoned and skilled veterans among the Knights of Valor would follow him into battle. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 did not have a force like that, though. Instead, he had Saint, Fiend, and Serpent. Chapter 1870, Career Advancement. Eventually, it was 𝙛𝒚's turn to enter battle. By then, the expedition force had already pushed the jungle many kilometers away from the slopes of the Collarbone Plain. A temporary camp was established near the system of massive lifts that the army had used to descend to the lowlands, and the soldiers from the first war party were fast asleep despite the suffocating heat. Their tired bodies covered in sweat flakes of ash were swirling in the air. By then 𝙛𝒚 had replaced Weaver's mask with definitely not me, shaping the lesser memory to resemble the divine one. After some hesitation, he also commanded it to change the color of his hair to white. It was a bit nostalgic. The reason for the sudden masquerade was entirely pragmatic, though. After observing Nephis and Gilead lead their parties into battle, he realized that it was important to not only kill the nightmare creatures, but also to be seen killing them by the soldiers. The very sight of their commander fighting could instill the warriors with strength, provided that the commander was a menacing presence on the battlefield. Both Nephis and Summer Night were highly visible wherever they went. Nephis had her white armor, silver hair, and blinding radiance. Sir Gilead was simply made of light when he assumed his transcendent form. 𝙛𝒚, however, was like a mass of darkness when he fought. Considering his dire mobility, the soldiers would barely be able to tell where he was. Therefore he used the enchantment that definitely not me had inherited from Autumn Leaf to change the color of his hair. Hopefully that was going to alleviate the problem somewhat. Sonny had also discussed the upcoming battle with the saints assigned to his war party. There were 8 of them, all hailing from the vassal clans of valor. He had no prior impression of most of them, except for st.𝓃𝓚𝓚 of Aegis Rose, who was either the father of the young Master Tristan, whom Sonny had beaten in a duel once. st.𝓃𝓃𝓚, also known as Shield Wall, possessed an aspect that excelled in defense and terrain control. Both were useful qualities in a battle such as this. So Sonny had high hopes for him. He had almost expected that the proud legacy saints would be reluctant to obey a stranger with no background like as himself, but they accepted his authority silently. The words spoken by Nephis seemed to have had the desired effect. All transcendents were warriors tempered by countless life-or-death battles, and those who had met death respected strength above all else. They were also professionals and knew the importance of discipline for a military force. In battle, there was no time to second-guess your orders and question your superior to survive. One had to trust their commanders and hope that those above them knew what they were doing. Luckily, Sonny was well-versed in all things having to do with slaughter. The war party set forward long before the agreed-upon time, marched across the scorching surface of the bone, and assembled into a battle formation behind the combat line. Sonny was giving his last instructions to his saints. "I'll remind you one last time. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. There will be another battle tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that until we either reach the second rib or all die miserable deaths. In fact, the fighting will become much fiercer once we ascend the reach, since the great hollow inside it is much larger and populated by much more harrowing things." He stared at them from behind his dark mask. "Don't be a hero. Preserve your bodies, conserve your essence. Above all else, safeguard your life. You might think that it is a noble deed to sacrifice yourself to save 1,000 soldiers, but without your strength, 10,000 will die the next day. A living coward is more useful to me than a courageous corpse." st.𝓃𝓃𝓚 gave him a measured look, then sighed and shook his head. "It's of no use, Lord Shadow. We are of the sword domain, which means that most of us have siblings, spouses, children, and friends out there among the soldiers. It is a reasonable thing to sacrifice a few to save many. But if there is someone you treasure among those few, all reason goes out of the window. It is not a question of courage or cowardice, really just selfish interest." Sonny stared at him coldly. "Keep your selfish interests to yourself, then, as a saint of the sword domain. I expect you to prioritize the needs of the army above your own. If you fail your duty and jeopardize the mission out of misguided sentimentality, I might just kill you, as well as your siblings, spouses, children, and friends myself." st.𝓃𝓃𝓚 seemed a little indignant. The gallant man ground his teeth silently, then gave him a stiff nod. "None of us will jeopardize the mission, Lord Shadow." Sonny looked away. Good. Now prepare. He had to follow his own advice as well. Not the part about staying alive and keeping a cool head, but the part about rationing his essence and treating the battle as a marathon. Luckily Serpent was with him, and would be able to replenish plenty of his essence as they went. However, Sonny still had to be conservative with what he did and how intensely he fought. In practical terms, this meant that he would not be summoning the Shadow Shell unless he absolutely needed to, and could not rely too much on Shadow Manifestation. Which was fine. Shadow Manifestation was mostly useful to deal with large amounts of weaker enemies, and he had an entire war party to do just that. Sonny took a deep breath and looked at the furious battle raging ahead. "Go." The saints rushed forward. Retreat was always the trickiest maneuver to perform without letting it descend into a massacre, but the sword army was trained well enough to perform it flawlessly. One Sonny and his saints entered the fray. A war horn wailed across the jungle, and the exhausted soldiers of the second war party slowly disengaged, moving back and passing through the ranks of the third party like water through a sieve. But Sonny did not see any of that. Gaining terrible speed, he sent a pulse of essence into his muscles and pushed himself off the ground, soaring into an astonishing leap. He shot over the battle formation of the second war party, the line of echoes moving in front of it, and a wide stretch of the scarlet jungle beyond, landing with a thunderous boom on the crawling carpet of red moss. Immediately, there was movement all around him, the jungle coming alive to consume and digest the invaders.
𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 reached into the shadows and pulled a black 𝙀𝒏𝓐𝐴 out of them, raising it into a high stance. Suddenly, it struck him that the humbly named war party was, in fact, larger than the entire first evacuation army, at least as far as the number of awakened warriors went, and much more powerful. And he was in charge of the whole thing. If that is not a career advancement, then I don't know what is. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 extended his shadow sense far and wide, then took a step forward. Let's do a good job. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 allowed his shadow sense to expand like a tide, enveloping the entire battlefield. The battle line established by the previous two war parties stretched across many kilometers, so an avalanche of information instantly poured into his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. There were tens of thousands of soldiers, each using a unique aspect, awakened masters and saints. There were countless abominations as well, ranging from lumbering monstrosities to vast swarms of tiny vermin. There was the jungle itself too, moving, growing, hungering. The clash of it all made a myriad of shadows dance in a staggering mayhem of motion, making 𝙛𝒓𝓮 draw a heavy breath. Luckily, he had long learned how to deal with his transcendent senses. Staying in the outskirts of NQSC had been a harsh lesson, but an effective one. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 knew how to cast the net of his perception wide, but only pay attention to important details. After all, people were not usually overwhelmed by looking at a busy image. They simply saw what they needed to see and filtered out the rest. A few heartbeats later, he was aware of what was happening across the entire battlefield. It did put a strain on his mind, but in return, the level of awareness 𝙛𝒓𝓮 now possessed was unmatched, a priceless quality for a military commander. The second war party was retreating. The third party was advancing. Summer Knight and his saints were disentangling themselves from the enemy and leading their retinues back. In turn, 𝙛𝒏𝓮 and his transcendent champions were supposed to cover their retreat. Good, good, 𝙛𝒏𝓮 smiled behind the mask. Life had been so complicated lately, but battle was simple. It was kill or be killed, with nothing between. The jungle was boiling with abominable life all around him. Even though it had only recently crawled back to the surface from the hollows, the scarlet foliage was already thick, and all kinds of creatures were rushing in his direction. His war party had its work cut out for it, but these infantile horrors were not for him to deal with. Some distance away, spread out in the jungle, the saints were already engaging with the enemy. 𝙛𝒏𝓮 took another step forward, and his shadows suddenly split, separating into three inky silhouettes. Then, the inky darkness surged. A graceful stone knight rose from one shadow, two ruby flames igniting coldly behind the visor of her helmet. She raised her round shield and calmly struck its rim twice with the blade of her black sword. A towering fiend forged from black silver rose from another, his carapace littered with blade-like spikes. Each of his claws was like a razor-sharp dagger, and infernal flames were burning with hungry malice in his demonic eyes. Finally, a great serpent slithered from the third shadow, its body like an endless onyx wall. The serpent twisted its neck, which was like a black tower, and its enormous head rose above the jungle, observing the sea of scarlet moss and dense foliage from far above. A moment later, the three shadows rose from the ground, fusing with Saint Fiend and Serpent. Immediately there was a change. Saint's armor shone with dark radiance, and wisps of dark smoke seemed to rise from beneath it. The flames burning in Fiend's eyes grew more intense, but were painted a darker and more sinister hue. Serpent, meanwhile, seemed to grow even more solid, the gem-like surface of his onyx scales seemingly absorbing light. 𝙛𝒏𝓮 gestured with his black 𝙀𝒏𝓐𝓚. Go. Saint silently moved toward the left side of the battlefront. Serpent slithered toward the right side like a torrent of darkness. Fiend remained in place, exhaling two jets of red flame from his nostrils in the coming battle. He would be the centerpiece of the entire offense. 𝙛𝒏𝓮, meanwhile, dissolved into shadows. He had no particular spot in mind for himself. Instead, being aware of the entire battlefield and capable of teleportation, he would be moving from one peril to another and assisting the other saints. 8 hours of relentless combat was a little bit too much, even for him. It would have been fine if that was the end, but the push to the breastbone reach had only just started. The next couple of weeks would be a hellish trial, one more for his collection of vile ordeals. There, he sensed it through the shadows,
an especially dire presence barreling through the scarlet undergrowth toward the loose formation of the war party, not too far away from him. The abominations of Godgrave were strange creatures. They were born weak, but became incredibly powerful and ferocious in a matter of days, or sometimes even hours, by battling and devouring each other. The most fierce, ruthless, and lucky of them became strong enough to descend into the hollows, away from the annihilating radiance of the sky, and compete with the dreadful abominations dwelling there for a spot in the nurturing twilight. The hollows were so dangerous because there was no natural limit to the lifespan of the nightmare creatures there, only their own savage instincts and hunting abilities. The jungle on the first rib had been burned away recently with the help of 𝙛𝒓𝓃𝓚𝓚, so most of the abominations facing the expedition force were still comparatively weak. However, there were exceptional cases even among them. The most dire danger, though, were the old nightmare creatures that had lost the competition for food and resources in the hollows. Driven by hunger and desperation, they sometimes climbed back to the surface to satiate their hunger by preying on the weaker abominations. Their situation might have been desperate, but their power and experience could not be underestimated. The awakened soldiers had no hope of standing in the way of these old monsters, so they had to be eliminated at all costs. The creature 𝙛𝒓𝓃𝓚 had senses was one of these seasoned predators. Emerging from the shadows, he barred the path of the vile creature. One look at it, and 𝙛𝒓𝓃's expression turned somber. A great monster. The great monster was gaunt and weakened, its body covered in festering wounds. Its power seemed to be greatly diminished, and honestly, it looked on the verge of toppling to the ground, dead. The hollows must not have been kind to this dreadful creature in recent years, or maybe even decades, but a dying beast was often the most dangerous. There was a feverish gleam in the bloodshot eyes of the abomination, and a hint of predatory cunning in its demented gaze. 𝙛𝒓𝓃 himself, meanwhile, was not in his best state. His three shadows were out there accompanying saint, fiend, and serpent, so he was devoid of any augmentations. All he had was his raw strength as a transcendent terror, and his skill and, of course, my will. He was the shadow of death, after all. If he willed something to die, his determination had to be worth something. Then, die. The great beast resembled an enormous, emaciated tiger with black fur and red stripes. No, the red markings on his gaunt body only looked like stripes. In truth, they were festering wounds that revealed vibrant red flesh, and the sprouts of tall, blood-red grass growing from the rotting meat. There were motes of crimson light drifting above the grass, made pale by the radiance of the cloud veil. Those motes were living beings, tiny fireflies that fed on the monster's blood and propagated in his infested flesh. 𝙛𝒓𝓃 felt a wave of revulsion wash over him when he recognized the vile nature of the beautiful shimmer. The great tiger must have looked breathtaking once in the dim twilight of the hollows. But now it had been reduced to this ghastly and hideous state. At the same time, 𝙛𝒃 felt a pang of regret. He wanted to learn the creature's name. But sadly, the nightmare spell was silent. Once he killed the enemy, its familiar voice would not whisper into his ear, revealing a hint of the great monster's story. He had never seriously considered it, but it was really a shame to kill enemies without learning anything about them. At least their shadows remained in his so.𝙛𝓓𝓚 as silent reminders that they masters had existed once. He almost called upon Cassie to ask her to take a look at the great monster, but then abandoned that thought. She must have been busy with her own important tasks. Now that Mordred was on the verge of ravaging the sword domain, Clan Valor would lean heavily on their seneschal and best diviner. Even though Cassie could not see the future anymore, her aspect was still capable of revealing the secrets of the present and the past to her. So he did not want to bother Cassie unless the enemy he had to deal with was at least a devil. With those, knowing about their unholy powers in advance could mean the difference between life and death. A great monster, meanwhile, was nothing more than a dreadfully powerful, rabid animal. The world might bend to its will, but that will could not be too sophisticated. This one in particular was severely weakened on top of that. Fiend. Making sure that the great monster's bloodshot eyes caught the sight of him, 𝙛𝒃 raised the 𝙁𝒑𝒆 and dashed forward. He was weaker and slower than the abomination, but that did not matter, because he could sense the movements of the monster's shadow and dive into its corrupted mind. Using shadow dance, he could somewhat guess where the tiger would strike and when. A moment before the giant paw of the mighty tiger shattered his armor and broke his body, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 turned into a shadow and slid under the terrible claws. A moment later, he assumed his corporeal form again and delivered a swift strike to the chest of the enormous creature. His ōdachi did not deal a lot of damage, but it did cut deep. He had aimed for one of the open wounds on the body of the abomination, bypassing the adamantine barrier of its tough hide. His goal was not to deliver the black tiger a serious wound. Instead, he just wanted to bring it pain, and bring it he did. The great monster let out a tortured, demented roar. A split second later, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was already dashing back. He had gotten too close to the emaciated creature, and especially to the beautiful motes of red light drifting in the air around it. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was wary of the tiger, but he was much more wary of the crimson fireflies. In fact, he wanted to avoid being near them as if they were a plague. He landed on the moss a few dozen meters away from the abomination, and raised his ōdachi again, attracting its attention before. The great monster was looking at him as if 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was food, but now there was pure hatred in its frenzied gaze. "Good, come on, come get me." The giant tiger lunged forward this time. Instead of advancing to meet it, 𝙛𝒓𝓮 retreated instead. He fled across the scarlet jungle, evading a barrage of lethal attacks. The tiger was like a hurricane of blood-red darkness, devastating everything in its path. The white surface of the ancient bones resisted its dire might and its sharp claws, but everything else was obliterated: the moss, the vines, the young trees, and even the weaker nightmare creatures. Only 𝙛𝒏 remained unscathed, leading the great monster away from the war party. On the way they passed Ryvelin of Aegis Rose. The gallant saint was engaged in a battle against a corrupted tyrant and its newborn minions, single-handedly holding the entire swarm back. He was not dealing the tyrant any damage, but he was also preventing it from reaching the soldiers. Noticing the rolling wave of destruction and the terrifying silhouette of the giant tiger at the heart of it, as well as the white hair of the Lord of Shadows dancing in the wind, Saint Ryvelin froze for a short moment, his eyes widened a little. A great nightmare creature. He's fighting it alone. Then he had no time to be distracted anymore. However, just then, a cold voice reached him from a distance. The Lord of Shadows was eerily calm, considering his dire situation. "Hold tight, shield wall. I'll come to assist you in a little while." Then the terrible monster and his slippery prey moved out of sight. 𝙛𝒏𝓮 was sweating under the onyx mantle. Actually, it was quite incredible that armor granted him an unreasonably high resistance to the elements, and he was a saint on top of that. Despite that, the suffocating heat of Godgrave made him sweat more than he had in the last 4 years. It was as if the incandescent abyss above and the heat emanated by its ruthless radiance did not care about the natural course of things. Ah, how annoying. 𝙛𝒏𝓮 dashed back to avoid another furious attack of the black tiger. The abomination shot past him, landed on the moss, and spun around like a deadly whirlwind. Its tail whipped in the air, toppling dozens of twisted trees. At that moment, however, 𝙛𝒏𝓮 slipped. He seemed to lose balance as his legs slid awkwardly, and at the same time, blades of scarlet grass crawled up the polished onyx of his greave, rooting him in place. He tried to free himself, but fruitlessly. It seemed that, for the moment, he was trapped. The great monster lunged at the helpless prey. "Just where I wanted you," with the creature's side. Fiend tore into the flesh of the great monster, with all his 4 hands easily slicing through its adamantine hide with dagger-like, glowing red claws. The black tiger let out an agonized wail as he was ruthlessly butchered. 𝙛𝒏𝓮 would have had to work harder to achieve the same result, but in theory, he was capable enough to cut down the great monster himself. However, those crimson fireflies were giving him a very, very bad feeling. He was not only worried about himself, but also about the soldiers that would pass the carcass as the offensive continued. Therefore, he had lured the abomination toward fiend 𝙛𝒏𝓮's personal supreme devil, meanwhile opened his terrifying maw. More infernal glow spilled from it, and then he breathed out a powerful stream of sinister red flame. The hellish fire enveloped the convulsing tiger, vaporizing its blood, incinerating its flesh, turning the sprouts of crimson grass to ash, and most importantly of all, annihilating the swarm of beautiful fireflies. 𝙛𝒏𝓮 stopped pretending to be trapped and easily tore his leg free.
Sensing a trickle of shadow fragments pour into his soul, he smiled darkly. That's better. Chapter 1873. Shadow Commander, of course, the battle did not end with the death of the appalling great monster. It was only just beginning. Sonny remained calm and collected as he extended his senses across the vast battlefield, submerging himself into its violent immensity and determined his next prey. In moments like these, he had to be strategic. Every step had to be deliberate. Every action had to be precisely calculated. He had to be effective, but above that, he had to be efficient, both in his own actions and in how he used the people and tools at his disposal. Otherwise, the battle formation would not be able to contend against the overwhelming force of the enemy sooner or later. The authority vested in him was great, but the threat facing the war party was greater. If he wanted his army to prevail, he had to be surgical in how he moved around the battlefield and had to command his champions with both finesse and foresight. Luckily, Sonny already possessed a decisive advantage when compared to other generals. His detailed, comprehensive, and instantaneous awareness of everything that was happening on the battlefield. While not as blatant as his other powers, his shadow sense was a miraculous ability. It was perhaps the one power that made him seem like a demigod the most. I'm a general now. Sonny left the smoldering remains of the great monster behind and rushed to his next appointment. It was to help Shield Wall deal with the corrupted tyrant that the Saint was struggling against, which would take a few minutes. At most after that, the battle turned into a blur. He moved across the battlefield like a shadow emerging from the darkness to clash with the most dangerous foes spawned by the scarlet infestation. Ghastly beasts, vast swarms of abominable vermin that flowed like a tide, grotesque plants that sprawled across hundreds of meters, waiting for prey to walk into their hungry maws or grabbing them with thorny vines. After a while, Sonny felt his curiosity wane. He could not even be bothered to remember the endless parade of deadly horrors he had to destroy, let alone wonder what they were called. All he wanted was to cut them down as swiftly and safely as possible, then move on to the next crisis. As time went on, Sonny was drawn into the cadence of the battle. He should have grown tired, moving slower and with more caution, but instead he had only become more ruthless, deadly, and domineering. His black Odachi was like a harbinger of death and devastation. Wherever the figure in onyx armor appeared, severed corpses fell to the ground, and blood flowed like a river, quenching the boundless thirst of the scarlet moss. He felt as if rust was falling off his joints, tendons, and mind. It had been a long time since he had an opportunity to temper himself in this kind of combat, dire, daunting, and relentless. Most importantly of all, he was fighting alone, devoid of the support of his shadows and any augmentation. Sonny had grown used to relying on his overwhelming strength in the last few years. His strength was usually enhanced manyfold by the shadows. Saint and Fiend were always fighting by his side, and more often than not he faced his enemies while embraced by the soothing darkness of a shadow shell. It was such a change of pace to face death armed with nothing but his sword, his skill and his cunning once again. Such a battle was a dire challenge, but not an unwelcome one, rather. It was strangely nostalgic. Sonny was almost enjoying himself, or rather, he would have if not for the fact that there was no space in his mind for any unnecessary emotion or thought. His mind was on the verge of overloading as it was. In this state of extreme and endless mental strain, everything became sharper, clearer, and more vivid. The past and the future disappeared, leaving only the present to exist. People often called it a state of flow. However, Sonny did not agree with such a definition. The word flow suggested something calm and tranquil, like smooth water, but what he felt was harsh and violent, full of a furious desire for destruction, like raging flame. Let's burn. Then the world around him was burning anyway. As the war party advanced forward, the soldiers set the scarlet infestation aflame. There was no other way to destroy it. No matter how many nightmare creatures the soldiers killed, no matter how many trees and slithering vines they cut down. The jungle itself was a ghastly predator. Every blade of grass and tuft of moss was either deadly itself or was potentially hiding a lethal threat. Therefore, each legion had at least one centuria composed of awakened with a high affinity to fire. Their job was to cleanse the white-boned surface from the scarlet infestation. After the worst of the fighting was done, the war party clashed with the nightmare creatures, cut them down, then set the jungle aflame, and advanced once the scarlet taint was reduced to embers and ash. The air was suffused with unbearable heat. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 and the saints, however, were fighting ahead of the battle formation. Therefore they often found themselves surrounded by smoke and fire, fighting the most dreadful abominations amidst the burning jungle. The world was like a dark, fiery hell, if hell was sprawled on the bones of a dead god and wanted to consume them. Despite that, the 8 saints under 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚's command remained undaunted. He had to give credit where credit was due. These men and women were made from sterner stuff, even though even a transcendent was not safe in the dreadful hell of Godgrave, and all of them were struggling to contend with the dire perils of the Scarlet Jungle. None flinched in the face of danger. Instead, they held fast and tenaciously overcame one nightmarish challenge after another, showcasing stalwart excellence. Each was a force to be reckoned with. Better yet, each was unique, possessing powerful aspects, mighty transcendent forms, and fearsome battle arts, especially the minority of them who had become saints before the chain of nightmares and had therefore spent much more time coming into their power. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was not arrogant enough to tackle every obstacle personally. He knew that he had to pace himself, but more importantly, he knew to use the best available tool to solve a problem. Just like in the case of the great monster he had slain at the start of the battle, the fact that he could defeat an enemy did not mean that he was the best person to do so. His aspect was inherently flexible, but depending on the situation, someone else could very well be a more optimal choice to deal with it. Like Fiend had been in the clash with the Black Tiger. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was not a lone warrior today. He was a commander. Therefore he used the tools at his disposal, the saints, with calculated finesse and frugal efficiency, time, effort, and human lives. Those were the resources he could not waste, and had to make sure that as little of them as possible was expended. Of course, the most effective tools at his disposal were his Shadow's Couch Chapter 1874. Lord's Lieutenant 𝙛𝒓𝓚 did not shy away from using the power of his subordinate saints, but there was a limit to how effectively he could handle them. After all, they were spread across the long front line. Even though he could move with startling speed, he still had to reach a saint and explain what he wanted them to do, which took time. His shadows, however, answered his mental command, and knew exactly what he wanted from them without the need to use words. In addition to that, each of them was also more fearsome than any of the saints under 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚's command. Therefore they acted as the 3 pillars of the entire offensive, moving ahead of the soldiers to defend them from the more powerful foes. Unlike 𝙛𝒓𝓚, who moved constantly from one threat to another, his shadows mostly remained in rigid positions relative to the battle formation of the war party, and drew the threats to themselves. Instead, 𝙛𝒚 defended the left wing of the battle formation. The graceful stone knight fought with methodical and ruthless precision, but left utter devastation in her wake. Her black blade was elegant and chillingly lethal, using the least amount of effort and motion to deliver fatal wounds to the nightmare creatures attacking her in a constant flood. Her shield, on the other hand, was barbarous and savage. When it was not blocking an onslaught of devastating blows, it was crushing and mangling the bodies of abominations like a wrecking ball made of pure darkness. Its black surface was slick with blood, and its rim had a few dents in it. However, her shield did not yield, just like 𝙛𝒚 did not yield. Her movements seemed unhurried, but somehow the tide of abominations that would have drowned anyone else never seemed to overwhelm her. She moved through it with indifferent grace, and severed bodies fell to the ground everywhere she went. Blood flowed, severed limbs and mutilated corpses littered the smoldering moss, and frenzied roars shattered pitifully against her cold, indifferent silence. 𝙛𝒏 defended the right wing of the battle formation. Its presence was not the most striking, but it was the most eerie. 𝙛𝒓𝓚's sole companion rarely stayed in one shape for a long time, switching between them to respond to the situation in the most fitting way. Sometimes, a giant onyx snake slithered through the burning jungle, swallowing weaker abominations or coiling its great body around the towering monstrosities to suffocate them in its crushing embrace. Sometimes, a fleeting human silhouette would appear, moving through the darkness to face unknown dangers. Sometimes, the shape of a hideous nightmare creature would reveal itself in the smoke, tearing other abominations apart. There was only one trait that all of these beings shared. Their figures were inky black and surrounded by shadows. 𝙛𝒏 was not as perfectly suited for mayhem and carnage of battle as saint and fiend were, perhaps, but it easily made up for any deficiencies with endless flexibility. More importantly than that, Serpent served a vital purpose with each enemy it killed. A little bit of Sunny's essence was restored. Therefore, Serpent's value was not limited to the nightmare creatures it defeated. It contributed to each kill Sunny made as well. And lastly, there was Fiend. At the moment, Fiend was the most powerful of the shadows. As a supreme devil, his power was vast and dreadful, and for that reason he played the main role in today's battle. Fiend defended the center of the war party and was the tip of the wedge formed by Saint, Serpent, and the 8 transcendent champions. His position was deeper in the jungle than that of everyone else, and therefore he drew the most enemies to himself. And when the enemies found him, he ripped them to shreds in the most gruesome and frightening fashion. Towering at 5 meters in height, with a body made of polished black silver and infernal flames, he was like a dreadful demon who had crawled from the depths of hell. The edges of his dagger-like claws were suffused with an incandescent red glow, cutting flesh and bones like butter. The blood of the creatures he killed boiled and evaporated before touching the ground. Fiend was savage and brutal, reveling in bloodshed as he tore his enemies apart with bare hands, which he had 4 of, but that did not mean that there was no sophistication to his seemingly frenzied slaughter. It was, in fact, a chillingly calculated and shrewd affair, merely masquerading as mindless barbarity. He not only retained the devious cunning and diabolical intelligence of his original self, but had also been taught by Saint. It was just that Fiend had no need for weapons, so the style she had taught him was predominantly centered around hand-to-hand combat. When his claws and spikes littering his powerful steel body were not enough, Fiend unleashed his infernal flames, breathing out long jets of crimson fire. Countless abominations died in agony, incinerated by it, or were scorched so badly that slicing them open presented no problem to the ravenous shadow. And even then, he was holding back. Due to the nature of his task, Fiend had to plant himself in the middle of the burning jungle and lure the enemies to him, so he was not using Shadow Step at all. With it, he would have been even more deadly. There was another trait that made Fiend especially terrifying, though. This one was utterly invisible, but had an undeniable effect on the flow of the battle. It was his will. As a supreme creature, Fiend's will had an effect on the world. Perhaps not as drastic as that of the great nightmare creatures due to his young age and personality, but still quite real. More than that, Sunny strongly suspected that Fiend's lucky attributes somehow fused with the influence of his will, which was why even more things went according to how the bastard wanted them to go. Perhaps that was the reason why so many of the most powerful foes emerging from the jungle ended up targeting the ravenous shadow instead of going directly for the battle formation. Of course, Sunny did not know whether that happened because Fiend really wanted to perform his duty well, or because he simply wanted to eat them. The battle raged on, the jungle burned, and the war party slowly advanced forward, pushing the scarlet infestation further and further back. The harrowing orgy of violence seemed to have no end, boiling and seething under the cloudy expanse of the radiant sky. Chapter 1875. End of shift. The soldiers of the third party had been anxious before the battle, of course they were. Godgrave was like a feverish nightmare, and most of them had already witnessed the chilling horrors of the Scarlet Jungle. Now, with Princess Morgan gone and the sword domain itself in jeopardy, an air of doubt and uncertainty hung over the army. However, the main reason for their anxiety was the identity of their commander. The Lord of Shadows had a fearsome reputation and looked frightful, enough to inspire confidence in his martial prowess. He had survived alone in Godgrave for many years after all. Surely, a man like him was perfectly suited to be placed in charge of a war party. But those were just rumors and second-hand knowledge. In truth, none of the soldiers truly knew him or had seen him fight, except for the firekeepers serving Lady Changing Star. No one had. He was a stranger, and therefore it was hard to trust in his ability to lead them into battle. When the battle did start, however, the doubts of the soldiers were alleviated in the most striking way. A sense of silent astonishment came to replace them. The third war party had a perfect view of the moment when the Lord of Shadows leaped over the battle formation and dove into the depths of the jungle without showing any kind of fear or hesitation. An infuriated roar resounded from the spot where he had landed, and dozens of trees toppled, hinting that a scene of terrible carnage was happening out there, not too far ahead. After that, they only caught glimpses of him.
The figure, encased in an intricate suit of onyx armor, seemed to be everywhere. It was as if he was in several places at the same time. The soldiers did not know how their commander managed to move across the vast length of the battlefield with such speed, but he always appeared where he was needed the most. His white hair danced in the air, and his black ōdachi struck true without fail, bringing down the most dreadful nightmare creatures down to the ground. It was as if he was a messenger of death, reaping the lives of their enemies with cold and emotionless ruthlessness. The soldiers were busy fighting their own foes to pay what was happening ahead much attention at first. An endless tide of abominations rushed at them from the scarlet jungle. There were not enough words in the human language to describe the appalling hideousness of them all, and no time to discern the horrid details to their appearance. Instead of gawking at the nightmare creatures, the warriors of the Sword Army strained their bodies and minds to the absolute limit in order to survive. Clouds of arrows fell into the moving carpet of abominations. Aspect powers rained from above, tearing hideous bodies apart. Thousands of awakened warriors clashed with the enemy in melee, desperately trying to block the avalanche of claws and fangs with their shields, while slaying the creatures with their enchanted blades. Masters served as the cornerstones of the battle line, rallying the awakened around them. The officers bellowed orders, adjusting the formation and rotating fresh centuriae to the front. A terrible cacophony of screams, screeching wails, and roars enveloped the battlefield. The war machine was churning, grinding humans and nightmare creatures alike to dust. Once a wave of enemies was eradicated, the jungle was set aflame. Ash danced in the air, and unbearable heat washed over the sweating soldiers like a suffocating cloud. Pushing away the corpses of the dead abominations, they marched forward in pursuit of the flame, all the while the gray sky above shone with diffused but blinding radiance. The soldiers knew that 𝙛𝒓𝓵𝓷𝒐𝓿𝓚 of the White Feather Clan was present to protect them from the incandescent white abyss, and yet it was still a terrifying feeling to know that only a brittle veil of clouds stood between them and certain death. The soldiers were only able to maintain composure because what they were witnessing overwhelmed their sense of fear. Fear was a finite emotion. After all, once a certain threshold of terror was reached, it lost all meaning. Nevertheless, after a while, the fighters of the war party noticed that something strange was going on. Their dire and horrific assault on the Scarlet Jungle was going too smoothly. They had already experienced fighting against the jungle while traversing the Collarbone Plain, so they knew what to expect. The battle was terribly strenuous and ghastly, yes. People were dying, either killed by the frenzied nightmare creatures or by the scarlet infestation itself. And yet too few of them were losing their lives. The reason there were extremely powerful nightmare creatures hiding in the jungle, even if its current incarnation was only a day or two old. There were indescribable hazards as well. However, the only abominations that attacked the war party were those that could be dealt with by awakened and ascended. It wasn't long until the soldiers realized why. It was because of the Lord of Shadows. Their unfamiliar, cold, and sinister commander was much more competent than what they had ever expected him to be. Slowly, the war party came to realize why Lady Nephis had put the hermit saint of Godgrave in charge. He was like a force of nature, a walking calamity for those who found themselves on the wrong side of his merciless blade. As the battle raged on, the soldiers witnessed more of what he did, as well. Their eyes widened, and their spirits slowly surged. The Lord of Shadows was swift, decisive, and incredibly lethal. In fact, he was deadlier than any saint was supposed to be. His sword knew no mercy and did not care about whom it cut down, be it tyrants, terrors, or even the mythical great nightmare creatures, just one of whom could potentially devastate an entire continent in the waking world. He did not seem to be using any special powers either, except for his uncanny ability to dissolve into the shadows and move across the battlefield in an instant. All he had was his personal strength, his skill with the sword, and his devious will. That alone was enough to bring even the most powerful abominations to their knees. If there was one thing that made the Lord of Shadows appear as a demigod, it was that he seemed nearly omniscient. No enemy could get past him, and no peril could escape his attention. It was that miraculous ability to perceive everything, everywhere, all at once, that allowed him to defend the battle formation flawlessly. Not only was the Lord of Shadows fearsome, but he was also inescapable. More than that, he possessed keen intelligence and profound foresight.
that allowed him to rule the battlefield like a ruthless tyrant, coldly and methodically eradicating the threats facing the war party. And then there were the three dreadful echoes following his will: the graceful knight, the steel devil, the serpentine shadow. Each of them was powerful enough to contend with a saint, and the most valiant of saints at that, with them serving as the pillars of the offensive and their master conducting the battle with his dark blade. The third war party was in high spirits. The soldiers steeled their hearts and hardened their resolves, slaughtering the nightmare creatures and cleansing the surface of the ancient bone from the scarlet infestation. Their exhaustion mounted, but their commander was still out there in front of them, fighting in the burning jungle without showing any sign of fatigue or hesitation. His fearsome mask remained emotionless. His black blade never lost its edge. His onyx armor was unbroken, and not a drop of his blood fell into the scarlet moss. By the end of the 8 hours the war party had been supposed to battle the jungle. A choir of exhilarated cries rose above the rows of soldiers. The 8 saints that had followed the enigmatic Lord of Shadows into battle were both rattled and elated. The battle was a gruesome ordeal, but they had expected that much. What they did not expect was to learn just how powerful their sinister commander had turned out to be. The Lord of Shadows was a singular existence because, unlike the rest of them, he was not a vassal of the King of Swords. He was a mercenary saint that Lady Nephis had somehow convinced to pledge his blade to the sword domain's cause. Therefore, she knew him best. So, nobody had doubted her promise that they would not be able to defeat him in a fight. Nevertheless, it was a startling shock to witness the transcendent 𝙔𝓚𝓚𝓵 in action. Not only was he immensely powerful and chillingly lethal, he was actually an existence of the same caliber as the other 2 field commanders of the expedition force, Changing Star herself and Summer Night, the most renowned paladin of the great clan Valor. The saints had thought that the expedition force had 2 pillars, but now they knew that there were 3. By the time the shrill wail of the war horn signaled them to retreat, the way they looked at the Lord of Shadows had changed completely. Sunny was a little bit amused by their change of attitude. I used to live in this damned place alone of my own free will. What else did they expect? That I'm a weakling? Hearing the war horn, he let out a tired sigh and prepared to pull back. He could sense Nephis enter the range of his perception, followed by the fire keepers. Once she and the other saints of the first war party advanced, Sunny commanded his shadows to retreat and followed suit. Soon he found himself behind the battle line, surrounded by his 8 transcendent subordinates. Now that their shift was over, Sunny suddenly felt the weight of fatigue crash into him like a mountain. He was tired, dehydrated, and covered in sweat. It was to the point that he did not know what he wanted to do more: summon the endless spring to quench his thirst, or summon it to wash himself. In hindsight, Antarctica wasn't that bad. At least it wasn't so damn hot there. Dismissing his shadows to let them mend the scrapes they had received in the nurturing darkness of his soul, Sunny gazed at the exhausted saints and raised an eyebrow behind the mask. "What are you waiting for? Retreat to camp. We only have 16 hours to recover before the second round starts." Rivalin of Aegis Rose sighed. "You really know how to raise morale, don't you, Lord Shadow?" His usually gallant voice sounded a little bitter. Sunny stared at him coldly. "Why, yes, I do. I doubt you'll like my methods, though." Shield Wall almost seemed to shiver, then looked away with a cough. Not paying him any more attention, Sunny headed in the direction of the distant camp. His armored boots scraped against white bone. The stretch of the first rib they were crossing had been enveloped by the scarlet jungle before his war party cleansed it. There was ash in the air, and piles of burned abomination corpses were smoldering here and there. Once the battlefront moved further away, someone would arrive to harvest soul shards from them. But for now, the carcasses simply carpeted the ground, helping one realize just how terrible the battle had been. Sunny sighed. It is only the first day. Soon they reached the line of tired soldiers. The warriors were covered in soot and dead tired, but their sunken eyes were shining brightly for some reason. The war party was in the process of assembling into a march formation, but when Sunny and the saints approached, everyone paused for a few moments. He felt thousands of gazes wash over him like a tide, and then a deafening cheer rose above the sea of soldiers. Surrounded by a crowd of cheering soldiers, Sunny felt a cold chill run down his spine, and a sudden sense of dread grasp his heart with icy claws. He almost stumbled. It was because he recognized their chant. Glory, glory, glory. Sonny's face was hidden behind a mask, so no one could see his expression. The shadows populating the battlefield moved, as he halted and gazed at the soldiers silently. He remained motionless for a few long moments, and then continued walking. Move out. His voice was colder than the frozen depths of hell. The cheer exploded in volume briefly and then died out. The tired warriors followed their general across the corpse-littered battlefield back to camp. Ah, how bothersome. Sonny did not have much to do once the war party returned to the base of the dead god's collarbone. Mercifully, he did not have to handle the minutiae of managing an army out of battle. He simply wanted to dismiss his mask and armor to clean himself and drink some water. But considering the nature of the Lord of Shadows, that was harder to accomplish than it should have been. In the end, he wasted some essence to step away from the camp, through the shadows, refresh himself, and then come back. His soldiers had eaten and were now asleep, some in the tents, some simply on the ground. Most had dismissed the outer layers of their armors because of the heat, so there was a lot of skin in sight. It was a stark contrast to what he was used to from Antarctica, where everyone had always tried to put on as many layers of clothing on themselves as possible. Sonny studied the scene of the camp silently, then shook his head. I hate jungles. Since the Lord of Shadows did not have to sleep, he walked to the lifts and climbed some way up the slope of the collarbone to observe the distant battle. To his surprise, there was another figure sitting on the edge of the wooden platform, doing the same. It was a strikingly handsome man with a valiant profile and a thoughtful gaze. His lake-blue eyes were calm, and his glistening hair was moving slightly in the wind. Sonny almost failed to recognize Summer Night out of his lustrous armor, but that angelic beauty was hard to forget. 𝙛𝒓𝓃𝓚. He sat down nearby, looking in the direction where 𝙛𝒓𝓃 was currently reducing the scarlet jungle to ash. Summer Night glanced at him, then turned back. Lord Shadow. The valiant saint remained silent for a moment before saying in a neutral tone, I observed your battle. Your reputation is well earned. Sonny smiled crookedly behind the mask. You're not so bad yourself. He paused for a moment and then added evenly, Not as good as me, though. 𝙛𝒓𝓃𝓚 chuckled. He raised a beaten alloy canteen, drank some water, and then looked at Sonny with a subtle smile. We'll know who's better once we cross swords. However, I hope we'll never find out. It could have been a sincere wish, a mild joke, or a veiled threat. Summer Night took his oaths very seriously, and since he had sworn allegiance to the King of Swords, his loyalty was beyond reproach. He might have had some reservations about the selfish mercenary saint. These were the kinds of people Sonny would have to fight one day, if things went wrong. Glancing at the camp where his subordinate saints were resting, he wondered how many of them he might have to kill in the future. In the end, Sonny let out a sigh. I hope so too. Sonny glanced at the valiant man, 𝙛𝒓𝓃𝓚, from behind his mask. Honestly, Summer Night was not that bad. Back in the Nightmare Desert, he took Morgan away and left the rest of them behind. But before that, he had given away his most precious memories to 𝙛𝒓𝓃, hoping to help her conquer the third nightmare. He had been reluctant to abandon her and her companions, but his duty had demanded for Morgan to be saved at all costs. Sonny didn't know what to think of the man. On one hand, Summer Night was quite likable, even admirable, in many ways. He was a benevolent warrior who valued loyalty above all else. On the other hand, that devotion of his made Sonny feel uneasy. He had a personal issue with the concept, and more than that, loyalty was usually seen as a noble virtue, but considering that the subject of Gilead's loyalty was the King of Swords, was it really? What did it say about Summer Night that he had chosen to serve a lord like that faithfully? Sonny often found himself wanting to think about 𝙛𝒓𝓃𝓚 in the same manner he thought about Horus, the zealous servant of the ruler of the Bright Castle. However, he never quite managed to draw a parallel between the two. No matter how many times he tried, they just felt too different from each other. So he was conflicted. As Sonny was considering the matter, 𝙛𝒓𝓃𝓚 looked at him once more. Can you ask you a question, Lord? Shadow. Sonny shrugged indifferently. You certainly can. Summer Night turned his gaze back to the battlefield. I heard that you had refused the invitation of Clan Song. However, you did not refuse Lady 𝙛𝒂𝓃 and came to fight under the banner of the sword domain with her. I must admit that I am curious as to why. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 traced his gaze and saw a white flash illuminate the world far in the distance. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 was unleashing her flames somewhere out there, on the battlefield. He grinned behind the mask. His voice was emotionless when he spoke. "I thought that if it's changing star, she would win." Sir Gilead smiled and drank more water. "She does have a habit of making impossible things possible, just like her father." 𝙛𝒓𝓚 raised an eyebrow. "Broken sword, you knew him." Summer Night chuckled. "No, I wish I did, though. He died shortly after I became a sleeper, but before that, he was somewhat of an idol of mine." A sad smile appeared on his face. "I only grew to admire him more, after hearing stories told by those who had met him. Many of the older retainers of Clan Valor had a good relationship with Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven. After all, they were comrades of the Patriarch's son, Smile of Heaven in particular, since she and Lord Anvil practically grew up together." He sighed. "It's a shame what happened to them in the end, but they would be happy, I think, to see how beautifully their daughter has grown up." 𝙛𝒓𝓚 looked at him with doubt. Did Gilead not know how Broken Sword died and that Anvil was one of his killers? Well, to be fair, even 𝙛𝒚 himself did not know that. He was only sure that the sovereigns had engineered Broken Sword's death because they tried to eliminate 𝙛𝒓𝓚 later without that first clue, finding the rest was close to impossible. It wasn't strange that Summer Night would not know anything about it. After all, he would have indeed been a teenager when the betrayal happened, just like St. Tyrus. There was something else about what he had said, though. 𝙛𝒚 felt a little curious. Practically grew up together. Sir Gilead seemed confused by the question for a moment, then nodded. Yes, there weren't really great clans back then, but a few families were certainly more renowned and powerful than the rest. Lord Valor and Immortal Flame were patriarchs of two such families, so their children were quite close, since His Majesty and Smile of Heaven were more or less the same age. They were childhood friends, he smiled. Sir Jest has many stories about the mischief the two of them got up to. Of course, listening to his stories is not for the faint of heart. Be warned, Lord Shadow. 𝙛𝒚 remained silent for a while. "I see, thanks for the warning." It made sense that Anvil and Smile of Heaven had known each other since childhood. Their families were two of the most prominent families of that time after all. Their parents had been the most distinguished champions of the first generation, and would have fought side by side many times. The future great clans had been a small and tight-knit circle. Still, 𝙛𝒚 had not considered that fact before. In truth, he rarely thought about the sovereigns as real people, if at all. It was strange to imagine that they had been children once. No matter how reasonable such a conclusion was, in light of the strange revelation, what 𝙛𝒓𝓚 had suffered as a child seemed even more vile. Not only had the sovereigns killed their comrade and tried to hunt down his descendant, but in the case of Anvil, he had even conspired to kill his childhood friend's husband and eliminate her daughter. Of course, Smile of Heaven had been gone by then. Still, it seemed like an extreme shift in attitude. Just what the hell had happened to them? It also made sense that St. Jest would have known the future King of Swords since childhood. He had been a member of the cohort led by the founder of Clan Valor. After all, therefore he would have known Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven as well. Maybe he even knew something about how Broken Sword had died and how Anvil attained supremacy. 𝙛𝒚's expression turned a little grim behind the mask. He and Cassie were determined to investigate the sovereigns to learn their flaws. Getting to the bottom of the Immortal Flame clan's fall was not directly tied to that investigation. But then again, it very well could be. There were very few people who knew enough to be a useful source of information for them, and even fewer of those people were within their reach. St. Jest was one such person. However, 𝙛𝒚 doubted that the amicable older gentleman would be inclined to share what he knew with them. How troublesome. He suppressed a sigh and looked at Summer Night. Should I try to pull more information out of him? No, it was probably not a good idea, at least not now. Even if he did not really show it, Sir Gilead was already doubting the Lord of Shadows, which was reasonable. A man who put so much value in loyalty had to have reservations about a person who seemingly only cared about self-interest. So, 𝙛𝒚 could not appear too eager to learn the secrets of the King of Swords. Gilead's convictions might have been naive, but the man himself was no fool. He was carefully scrutinizing his every word, no doubt evaluating how dependable the Lord of Shadows really was.
For now, Sunny's motives for joining the Sword Army were indeed seen as unclear and therefore questionable. Not only that, but he had not even pledged his allegiance to Clan Valor itself. Instead, he made a pact with Changing Star as an individual. Should Sunny make his motives seem a little more transparent and a bit less suspicious? Why not? He smiled. You said that Lady Nephis has grown up beautifully, yes? Summer Knight raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused by the sudden question. I did. Sunny stared at him for a few moments. Do you think about Changing Star's beauty often? His already cold tone grew even chillier at the end. Gilead blinked a couple of times. Do you? Sunny responded evenly. Quite a bit. Summer Knight stared at him in bewilderment for a few moments, then looked away and coughed. That, huh? I see. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Lord Shadow, but Lady Nephis already has a young gentleman in her heart. Sunny grinned behind the mask. So what? I hear that he's a pampered fool of a Master Pleasant to look at, but nothing much beyond that. A useless person. Sir Gilead coughed again. I don't think. Look at the time. My war party will have to enter battle soon, actually. I was supposed to perform a few inspections, if you'll excuse me, Lord Shadow. With that, the valiant saint rose, gave Sunny a polite bow, and jumped down from the platform. His movements weren't hurried at all. Sunny watched him leave with a satisfied smile. Well then, that went well. After that, the motives of the Lord of Shadows should seem quite clear, albeit perhaps just as questionable as before. After Summer Knight left, Sunny remained on the platform, observing the battle that raged in the distance. The battle was entering an especially fearsome stage due to the fact that the expedition force was nearing one of the cracks in the surface of the first rib. It was from there that the scarlet infestation was spreading, and therefore the perils facing the soldiers were more dire in the vicinity of the dark chasm. Being that close to the hollows also meant that there would be more old abominations that had crawled to the surface from the dim twilight below, which put much more pressure on the saints leading the war party and its commander in particular. Even from afar, Sunny could tell that Nephis had finally been forced to assume her transcendent form. He sighed, knowing that it would take a toll on her. If I made more progress, she would not have had to. At the same time, if he had made less progress, then the burdensome task of besieging the fissure might have become Summer Knight's responsibility. In any case, there was no point in considering such issues and regretting the past. Sunny hesitated for a while, then briefly summoned his runes. Shadow fragments, 1 series 876,000. Another sigh escaped from his lips. It was pitiful. He had barely gained 200 fragments in the last 4 or 5 months. A far cry from the rapid progress he had enjoyed before Transcendence. At this rate, it will take me a decade to become a Titan. The expedition force only advanced after St. Tyrus broke the cloud veil to incinerate the thriving jungle, then closed it once again. That allowed the soldiers to only face the initial stages of the scarlet infestation and battle nightmare creatures that had not reached maturity yet, which made advancing forward easier. It also meant that no matter how dangerous those immature abominations were, slaying them did not grant Sunny many shadow fragments. The situation would change once the war entered the next stage, spreading across the entire surface of Godgrave and delving into the hollows. But for now, he couldn't help but feel a bitter sense of disappointment. He wasn't saturating his cores that much, he wasn't receiving any memories or echoes either. It was all so unrewarding. Which was not to say that Sunny was not receiving any benefits from participating in the war. His transcendent battle art was progressing steadily. He had already established its main principles a long time ago. No, he only needed to slowly temper himself in countless battles to perfect it and forge it into his very bones, which he had been doing since the Sword Army ascended to the collarbone of the dead deity. That was the opportunity that the war had granted him. Overall, the process was going well. His essence technique was already all but flawless. His battle style had been rebuilt from the ground up to incorporate his unique advantages into its root principles, the ability to sense shadows and see what was happening behind his back, the tenacious nature of his blood and bones, the power to change the weight of his body and limbs at will, shadow step, various forms of shadow manifestation. All of these powers, when incorporated into a combat technique comprehensively, changed it on a fundamental level. Sunny simply needed practice and experimentation to iron out the last kinks and truly master the art he had designed,
The relentless battlefield of Godgrave was a perfect arena to achieve just that. There was only one element of his transcendent battle art that he could not practice freely yet. It was the seamless cooperation between multiple avatars that he had envisioned after becoming a saint. After all, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 was hiding that ability of his from everyone except his closest allies. Well, there was another element as well, the last element, which had to do with spirit and will. He simply did not know how to approach it and elevate his transcendent battle art to a supreme one, so there was no progress on that front, him still growing stronger. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 was dissatisfied because of the lack of palpable rewards, but that did not mean that his growth entered a period of stagnation. If anything, his power was growing deeper, as he was shoring up his foundation in preparation for the final vital leap. Still, he did not feel like it was enough. Glancing at the radiant gray sky, 𝙛𝒓𝓮 grimaced. I need to accelerate the weaving side of the plan. He was still working toward creating the soul-bound sword for Nephis. Once that was done, though, he would be able to create a few memories for himself. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 did not need a weapon or a suit of armor. If there was one thing he desperately lacked, it was suitable charms. Both 𝙛𝒓𝓮 himself and Saint possessed the power to enhance the enchantments of a chosen charm, but sadly, these powers were remaining unused at the moment, and while 𝙛𝒓𝓮 himself did not need an enchanted weapon, the same could not be said about Saint. Forging a sword and a shield for his first shadow was also something he planned on achieving before the war reached culmination. He also had to create another handy bracelet for Rain. The memory alone would be useless for her, since 𝙛𝒓𝓮 had no idea about what traits his sister possessed. But if he could get Cassie to read her runes, the missing information could be filled in. There was a lot for Master Sunless to do, while the Lord of Shadows was waging war against the Scarlet Jungle. Even Rain's teacher was busy with trying to keep her alive now that the 7th Legion was braving the surface of the Collarbone Plain without the help of someone like St. Tyrus. At that, shaking his head, 𝙛𝒓𝓮 rose to his feet and threw a last glance into the distance. Even if he did perfect his battle art and succeeded in creating soul-bound memories, the main obstacle facing him and Nephis still seemed as impossible to overcome as it had been before. They had not found any clues about how to attain supremacy yet. Calm down. The war has only started. Consoling himself with that thought, 𝙛𝒓𝓮 took a step back and dissolved into the shadows. Chapter 1879 Bone Crack. The second war party left the camp, but the first one did not return. That was because Nephis had conquered the fissure, and for a while the expedition force was busier than usual. While Summer Night and his soldiers clashed with the sprawling jungle, the entire encampment was dismantled and moved forward, chasing the vanguard to the edges of the abyssal chasm. The great fissure used to look like a jagged wound on the surface of the sun-bleached bone, its terrifying depths full of impenetrable darkness. That darkness was gone now, replaced by a boiling mass of black smoke and brilliant flame. A billowing pillar of smoke was rising into the overcast sky, falling into the stormy clouds. The great bridge of vines connecting the hollows to the surface was on fire, but it was stubbornly clinging to life. New sprouts of scarlet growth were shooting out of the smoke, trying to crawl their way onto the surface of the white bone. There was a chain of sweaty soldiers positioned along the edges of the fissure, burning the monstrous saplings down before they took hold. Looking at the vermilion tendrils slithering out of the crack, 𝙛𝒓𝓮 couldn't help but think that they looked like fibers of bloody muscle tissue. Perhaps that was what the Scarlet Jungle truly was, the flesh and tendons of the colossal skeleton that were desperately trying to regrow and envelop its bones once again, but were burned away by the merciless sky before the dead god could rise from its deathbed each time, over and over again, for eons. What a disturbing thought. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 arrived near the fissure at the head of the marching column. The camp of the expedition force was relocating here both to make building an extermination outpost around the chasm easier and to lessen the return time for the troops battling the jungle. The first war party, which had recently finished its shift, did not have to return at all this time. He left the soldiers behind and walked to the very edge of the fissure, where a lonely figure could be seen, looking at the billowing flames. Nephis had dismissed her transcendent form in the outer layers of her armor, enduring the suffocating heat in light clothes. Her fair skin was smeared in ash and soot, with beads of sweat glistening on it like tiny jewels. He glanced into the infernal depths of the burning chasm and then turned to face her. 𝙛𝒓𝓮 remained silent for a moment. Did you melt down your armor again? Nephis looked at him with no emotion in her cold gray eyes. Eventually, however, a subtle smile twisted her lips. Wouldn't you like to know? She chuckled, then shook her head. No, I was careful. I can't keep requesting new suits of armor from the enchanters of Clan Valor. They are already quite cross with me, to be honest. In this camp, wearing this mask, Sunny could not make Nephis delicious food and comfort her, chasing away the emotionless coldness dwelling in her eyes with the warmth of human touch and connection. However, he could at least show her that there was someone she could lean on here. Master Sunless could do the former, but only the Lord of Shadows could do the latter. So, wearing the mask was not all bad in the end. He sighed, then said with a hint of envy in his voice, "Well, you are fighting great nightmare creatures every day. I'm sure you will receive a durable memory armor sooner or later." Nephis looked doubtful, maybe, but haven't you noticed? Now that we are fighting more powerful abominations, the rate at which the spell bestows us memories seems to have reduced considerably. I'm not even talking about echoes. I'm not sure I've even seen a supreme echo before. Except for that silver devil of yours, Sunny was surprised. Really? I haven't noticed. He had killed some great abominations before being erased from the tapestry of fate, the vile thieving bird's spawn, Daron of the Twilight Sea. He had received a memory both times. But then again, Sunny used to be fated. Chance and probability had always been in a mess around him before. Nephis nodded. I slowly realized it over the past 4 years, and these days in Godgrave only confirmed that suspicion. Well, it makes sense. It must take more of whatever it is that the spell uses to create memories and echoes to fashion them out of truly powerful abominations. One supreme memory must be worth 10,000 awakened ones, so it is being frugal. There were 1,000,000 awakened in the world, but only 3 sovereigns. So, her conclusion made sense. Sunny still felt bitter about not being able to receive bountiful rewards from the spell, but his bitterness had been alleviated a bit. Come to think of it, it's good news for us. Otherwise, with more than a decade to prepare, the sovereigns would have been drowning in supreme memories and echoes. Maybe even sacred ones. They could still possess those, but at least not a vast arsenal of them. It also made Sunny much more valuable, since his knowledge of weaving was deep enough to craft supreme memories, provided he had suitable materials and a few supreme soul shards. Looking into the billowing flames, Nephis asked suddenly, "Do you remember what you felt when you received your first memory?" Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. "My first memory? Well, if I remember correctly, I was full of indignation, because it was so useless." He paused for a moment, then added with a smile, "But after a while I came to appreciate it. In fact, I value it more with each year that passes. It might not be powerful or useful, but it is a memento of the things that I left in the past. Being able to remember is a precious thing sometimes." Sunny glanced at Nephis, asked, "What about you? What did you feel when you received your first memory?" She blinked a couple of times me. Honestly, I was in no state to feel anything when I received it, since it happened at the very end of my nightmare. But later, when I had time to examine it, I guess I felt humiliated because of how glad I was to receive a boon from the spell. Nephis sighed. That memory served me well, though I wielded it for many years across the Forgotten Shore, the Nightmare Desert, and the Underworld. It never betrayed me. These days, it is too weak for me to use, but I still cherish it a lot. Sunny remembered the memory Nephis was talking about the Dream Blade very well. After all, that sword had saved his life many times. It had also tasted his blood, mangled his flesh, and caused him terrible pain in the Crimson Spire. Considering Neph's historic accomplishments, that awakened memory of the 6th tier had had a spectacular career before retirement. He chuckled. "I guess we are both quite sentimental." Nephis looked at him with a surprised expression. Her sincere confusion was quite endearing. "Me? Sentimental?" Sunny smiled. "I did not specify which sentiments make us sentimental, though bloodlust is also a sentiment, for example." Neph's expression changed slightly. "Wow. The first thing that came to your mind has to do with lust." He froze, trying to think of an answer. "That damned flaw." Far away, in the main camp of the Sword Army, Master Sunless stopped what he was doing as well, and stared into the distance with a contemplative look. His eyes narrowed, as if he was considering something. After a while, he mumbled quietly, "Dreamblade, huh? That is promising, I think." Chapter 1880, Hell March. The expedition force continued to push into the depths of Godgrave. The first rib had a bending shape, so for the first week, they were facing a literal uphill battle. Sometimes the treacherous slope under their feet was so steep that the fallen soldiers rolled down the bloody ground, crashing into the second row of the battle formation. The unforgiving pace of the offensive was only made more cruel by the difficult terrain and the battering heat. With each passing day, the scarlet infestation was growing, the jungle was turning more nightmarish, and the abominations populating it were becoming more powerful. However, the soldiers were also growing stronger. Those of them who had yet to saturate their cores were absorbing the scavenged soul shards, and many were receiving powerful memories during the long days of slaughter. All were gaining valuable experience and growing more used to the dreadful peril of Godgrave. The main reason why the progress of the expedition force was so swift, though, and why the casualties among the soldiers were not nearly as terrible as they could have been, were the three leaders of the expedition: Changing Star, Summer Night, and the Lord of Shadows. Changing Star was like a ruinous herald of annihilation. The battlefield transformed into a radiant, fiery hell when she entered it. Her cleansing flame, her incandescent sword, and her brilliant resolve were both a solace and an inspiration to the warriors of the Sword Army. Those who saw her fight found strength that they had not known they possessed and raised their swords to follow her without hesitation. More than that, the memories of those who fought by her side would be imbued with a newfound power, and all but the most fatal wounds her followers received were quickly healed by her soothing flame. The first war party was the fiercest and pushed the jungle back the furthest. Summer Night was no less radiant, woven from light. He was like a beacon that dispelled the darkness of the abominable jungle. Seemingly knowing no fear or hesitation, he barred the path of the most harrowing nightmare creatures and cut them down both nobly and valiantly, showing the soldiers what a true knight was meant to be with his own example. His personal power might not have been as devastating as that of Lady Nephis, but his valor and martial prowess were beyond reproach. He was the most seasoned commander among the three, and led his fellow saints with the greatest measure of understanding of how to use their powers. Even though there were more transcendents in his war party than in the other two, their coordination was just as seamless, if not more so. The second war party was the most steady and stable, moving forward at a measured pace. And lastly, there was the Lord of Shadows. The mysterious saint of Godgrave was like a dark revelation for the soldiers of the Sword Army. No one had expected him to be this deadly, this ruthless, and this insidious as he rampaged on the battlefield, shifting from shadow to shadow and slaughtering the nightmare creatures of the Scarlet Jungle. His silent ferocity was both chilling and astounding, making his soldiers feel a sense of wary awe. He did not seem to possess a great affinity for combat as far as his aspect went, but seemed like a personification of death despite that simply due to his lethal skill, devious intelligence, and merciless killing intent. With his three powerful echoes and unfathomable awareness of every peril facing the battle formation, the sinister saint was in no way inferior to the most renowned champions of the sword domain. The third war party was not the fastest, but it suffered the fewest casualties during the gruesome march. The expedition force slowly conquered the eastern first rib, moving from one fissure to another and cutting off the sources of the scarlet infestation one by one. By the time the great elevation of the breastbone reach drew near, a small team of the strongest saints split off from the main force to escort Skytide of the White Feather Clan to its slopes. The cloud veil parted, revealing the boundless white abyss beyond. Torrents of blinding light poured down, and the soldiers of the expedition force witnessed the unforgettable spectacle of the vast expanse of the reach being devoured by flames in terrified silence. They were far enough away from the breach in the clouds to be safe from the white abyss, but not far enough to be spared the fear of watching half of the world burn. After that, the progress of the expedition force slowed down considerably and grew much more perilous. That was because Saint Tyrus had finally exhausted her essence after protecting the soldiers for more than a week. Without the aegis of her power, nothing could save them from the merciless heavens anymore. They suffered the first breach 3 days later, while scaling the slopes of the dead god's breastbone. It was a short one, only lasting a few hours. But many soldiers still lost their lives and became ash. their bodies scattered by the wind. If there was one small consolation, it was that the abominable jungle and the vile creatures populating it burned with them. The cloud veil broke one more time before st.𝓚𝓚 regained her powers to the same result. The expedition force pushed south, slowly carving a path across the vast expanse of the enormous breastbone. The soldiers were tired. The 16 hours of rest they received between having to go to battle were nowhere near enough for them to regain their vitality. The battles themselves were long and harrowing, reaping too many lives each time. The tide of nightmare creatures seemed endless, and the suffocating heat was hard to endure. Worst of all, the geography of the breastbone reach prevented them from permanently cleansing its surface from the scarlet infestation, at least now that they were pursuing a different objective. Even if an extermination outpost was established around a fissure, the jungle would sooner or later spread to it from another direction. Therefore, the expedition force moved south without leaving itself a path of retreat. A few days after they moved on, the infestation reclaimed the cleansed portions of the bone plain, enclosing the human army from all sides. It would only be banished from these lands permanently if the citadel in the hollows was conquered and the authority of the King of Swords spread to the breastbone reach. Advancing forward was getting harder with each day, and yet after 3 weeks of the nightmarish marathon, the battered army finally reached its target. In front of them, an enormous crack split the white surface of the ancient bone, and in the darkness below, unknown horrors awaited from here. The best warriors of the expedition force would attempt to brave the hollows to reach and conquer the citadel that lay in the dark depths. Chapter 1881, Leaving the Camp. For the last few days of the dreadful march across the bones of the dead deity, Godgrave had been different from before. That was because the stormy clouds that always obscured the sky, suffused with blinding radiance, had finally given birth to an actual storm. Strong winds assaulted the bone plain, and a torrential downpour fell like a flood. The scarlet jungle had turned marron in the desaturated twilight, pressed down by the heavy rain. The dark chasm of the great fissure was drinking the torrents of water like a hungry maw. Standing at its edge, 14 saints were looking down with somber expressions. The expedition force had just claimed the area around the vast crack that split the plain. The soldiers were busy building a fortified encampment. This time, they would be remaining in one place for some time, besieged from all sides by the hungry jungle, so it had to resemble a fortress. All awakened warriors and masters were remaining on the surface. So were Summer Night, and about half of the transcendent champions that had participated in the expedition. Their task was to defend the camp and make sure that the soldiers survived. The 14 saints facing the fissure were those who would be venturing into the hollows to conquer the citadel. Nephis and Sunny were among them. So were Saint Jest of Dagonet, Rivalin of Aegis Rose, and Roan of White Feather as well. The rest were all exalted warriors that Sunny had come to know over the past few weeks. Not too long ago, this many transcendent champions would have been seen as a dire force, capable of rivaling a great clan. Here in Godgrave, however, they were grim and uneasy, looking into the dark fissure with wary eyes. Saint Jest suddenly let out a soft chuckle. I just know there's a good joke somewhere here. Let's see, there's a deep, dark crack in front of us, and we're supposed to enter it. Entering, crack. Damn, what can it be? It's on the tip of my tongue. The rest of the saints stared at him with silent reproach. Eventually, a beautiful woman with auburn hair, the matriarch of one of Valor's vassal clans, said evenly, "Please abstain from trying to joke, Sir Jest." The older man glanced at her dully, then looked away with a dejected mumble. "Really now, you were much more fun as a little girl." The beautiful saint did not respond, but her glare intensified. After that, Rivalin of Aegis Rose broke the silence by addressing Sunny in his usual gallant manner. "Lord Shadow, you know the hollows better than any of us. What should we expect?" The obnoxiously dashing man had not changed at all since the first day of the expedition. The rest of them looked ragged and worn down, covered in sweat and soot, but he was clean and freshly shaven, with not a scratch on his resplendent golden armor. Even though his hair was messy and wet because of the rain, it somehow managed to look purposefully styled that way. The relationship between him and Sunny had somewhat changed, though Saint Rivalin was much more friendly and respectful toward the Lord of Shadows now, while Sunny couldn't really dislike the pompous legacy anymore, for a very silly reason. It was Rivalin's transcendent form. When Sunny first saw it, he was a bit mesmerized. 𝙁𝒴𝓚 transformed into a towering beast with 4 stubby legs and hide so tough that it looked as if he was covered with plates of heavy armor. A single massive horn protruded from the beast's nose, longer than a ship's ram. It was the legendary rhino. As it turned out, Sunny had a soft spot for rhinos, for obvious reasons. He had never expected to see one in the flesh, but now that he did, disliking 𝙁𝒴𝓚 was harder than before. He stared at the dashing man coldly. The sight of his mask was quite unnerving, so 𝙁𝒴𝓚's gallant smile grew a little forced. Sunny sighed. Imagine the surface of Godgrave, but 10 times worse. The jungle never burns away, so it is much thicker. The nightmare creatures are older and more powerful. 14 of us are strong enough to handle great abominations, but down there in the hollows there are cursed beings as well. Those we cannot provoke. So you will follow me quietly, and I will make sure that we don't wander into their hunting grounds. 𝙁𝒴𝓚 nodded grimly. At that moment Roan took a step closer to the edge of the fissure, then turned and looked at Nephis with a smile. Then, Lady Nephis, shall we? With that, 2 powerful wings appeared behind him. As the 2 saints in the team who were capable of flight, Roan and Nephis were supposed to descend into the hollows first, along with Sunny, who could turn into a crow. Roan's transformation had surprised Sunny as well. He had always assumed that the easygoing man would turn into a noble griffin, but in hindsight there was no reason to think that. The griffin Echo Roan used to ride on the chained isles, as it turned out, was a gift from his wife. It was not an ordinary echo either, but rather her aspect legacy. By now the noble beast had reached transcendence and served as a protector of their daughter, awakened Tella. St. Roan himself, meanwhile, could turn into a mighty winged lion. The giant creature was just as handsome as his human form was, with gorgeous white fur and enormous amber eyes. And since Sunny had designed the belated apology with the purpose of being able to accommodate a saint's transformation, the giant lion's body was usually encased in intricate armor. St. Tyrus and Roan must have been quite a sight, soaring high in the sky together. Nephis summoned her own wings and nodded. Let's go. With that she jumped over the edge and plunged into the darkness. Sunny and Roan followed, and soon they saw the great hollows sprawling beneath them. Chapter 1882. Entering the Hollows. The hollows had undergone a striking transformation, looking very different from how they usually did. There was still a vast and hollow expanse hidden inside the breastbone of the dead deity, drowning in darkness and overgrown with vermilion jungle. Monstrous trees and ferns towered like towers, the thick canopy of scarlet leaves fusing into a tumultuous red sea. Great pillars of light were falling from the immense dome of white bone here and there, plunging some areas of the jungle into a dim twilight. However, there was a rainstorm raging on the surface today, so the light was not the only thing pouring through the cracks in the bone. Grandiose waterfalls flowed down into the jungle, as well, plunging into the vermilion canopy as they connected the floor of the hollow to its dome akin to foaming pillars. The jungle seemed to have come alive, quenching its boundless thirst. However, there was more water than it could swallow. Vast lakes and deep raging rivers had formed throughout hollows, turning them into a world of powerful currents. Some of the furious rivers were wider and more abundant than most rivers in the sword domain. In fact, when the hollows were flooded, a network of them connected the interior of the titanic skeleton like a great waterway. If one dared to sail the currents, they could slip through the cracks in the walls of the breastbone, be carried by water down one of the ribs, and dive into the colossal sea that collected in the endless spine of the dead god. Luckily, that was not Sunny's goal today. He preferred to stay away from water on usual days, and he definitely did not want to have anything to do with the dark subterranean ocean resting in the gargantuan skeleton's spine. Roan and Nephis were the first to reach ground. They landed on the shore of the deep lake that had formed below the fissure and dismissed their wings, preparing for battle. Sunny joined them a few moments later. Assuming his human form, he commanded Serpent into the shape of an Odachi and unleashed his shadow sense, scanning the chaotic world around him. There were nightmare creatures nearby, hiding in the jungle. Some were drinking water, some were ravaging each other, some were brutally devouring struggling prey. There were nightmare creatures in the water as well. A few of them were already moving toward the surface, attracted by the smell of human souls. He pointed to the lake. Get ready.
The three of them had already dealt with a score of reptilian horrors by the time the rest of the saints arrived from above, using memories to slow down their descent. The strike force regrouped on the shore of the lake and prepared to move forward. Looking around, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵 let out a heavy sigh, and I thought that the humidity above was terrible. "No, wait!" His expression suddenly turned tense. The rest of them looked at him with alarm. "What is it, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚?" The old man remained silent for a few moments, then said hesitantly, entering crack, humidity, bone. "There had to be a joke here somewhere, right?" "Right," the same woman who had rebuked him earlier glowered. "𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚?" The old man grinned. "I bet Lord Shadow knows what I mean." Sonny felt happy that his face was hidden behind a mask. He was starting to understand how the old man had received his peculiar true name. "I think I miss Effie." Suppressing the desire to shake his head, he turned south and took in the movements of the shadows in the surrounding jungle. Initially, the expedition force had been meant to push all the way to the third rib and enter the hollows very close to the supposed location of the citadel. However, Nephis had changed the plan to save time. Now, they were much further north, near the second rib, which meant that the saints had to cover a lot of distance to reach their goal. It was not going to be easy. Sonny was quite confident in the power of the transcendent team. He and Nephis alone were enough to deal with the great abominations that dwelled in the hollows. As long as they proceeded carefully, with a dozen saints accompanying them, reaching the citadel should not pose a problem. The cursed nightmare creatures, however, were entirely different. Luckily, most of them were easy to avoid. With how far his shadow sense reached, Sonny could usually discover where the true horrors of Godgrave dwelled, mostly because cursed abominations were so powerful that their mere existence exerted pressure on the world. However, there was always an exception to the rule. More than that, he was worried that these dreadful beings would abandon their usual hunting grounds, lured by the presence of so many powerful human souls. So there was a choice to be made. The strike team could move toward their goal with utmost speed by assuming their transcendent forms, or they could take it slow and proceed forward as humans, spending several days to brave the jungle. Both options presented their own risks, and the final decision was entrusted to him since he was supposed to be the guide. Sonny hesitated. He was tempted to go with the fastest approach because staying in the hollows a minute longer than necessary was a gamble, however. After 3 weeks of the never-ending battle, even the saints were exhausted. Worse than that, they were all running low on essence, and not everyone was like him, who could sustain his transcendent form indefinitely, or at least most of it, since keeping all of his incarnations manifested still consumed his essence. Most saints burned a considerable amount of it to maintain a transformation, though. They weren't so drained that reaching the citadel was impossible, but if they did go as fast as possible, everyone would be nearly spent by the time they reached it. And Sonny had a feeling that slaying the guardian of the gateway would demand more than a little effort, even from a team as powerful as this one. So going slowly and spending a few days restoring their reserves seemed like a more prudent decision. Let's go with this plan, then. In any case, their advance could only be called slow when compared to the speed of their transcendent forms. It was not like saints actually lacked speed as humans. Beckoning for the team to follow, Sonny chose a path and broke into a moderate sprint. Soon, the lake on the shore disappeared behind the scarlet foliage and the jungle enveloped them like a hungry veil. Chapter 1883, in his element. It took them 4 days to reach the designated area, which was a bit longer than Sonny had expected. His estimations had not accounted for the torrential flood that drowned the hollows, turning the vast subterranean jungle into a darkly beautiful land of abundant rivers, deep lakes, and overgrown vermilion islands. Great pillars of pale light poured from above here and there, illuminating the wet foliage and the glistening surface of flowing water. The flooding had caused the entire ecosystem of the hollows to come alive. Many weaker nightmare creatures were forced to flee their dens and lairs because of the flooding, migrating to elevated ground in search of safety. There were fearsome predators lurking in the water, having waited a long time for the chance to hunt and gorge themselves once again. However, the migrating abominations were easy prey for the stronger horrors who ruled the highlands, and many ended up devoured anyway. The hollows were always a cruel place, but for these last few days, they had become a scene of unimaginable carnage. Rivers of blood were being spilled under the shroud of scarlet leaves, and terrible wails resounded from the darkness without end. The 14 saints made their way south, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 guided them through the jungle with utmost caution, but it was impossible to stay safe in this vibrant hell. Every now and then, they had to wet their blades with blood. The abominations that attacked them were powerful, fierce, numerous, and, worst of all, devilishly cunning. They were all old predators who had survived the unforgiving cruelty of the world above, and then spent countless years fighting for the right to exist in the twilight below. Still, the carriers of the nightmare spell were much more terrifying beasts. None of the 14 saints was weak, and together, they were a force that even the dreadful dwellers of the hollows had to be wary of. The conquest force killed countless corrupted nightmare creatures, and more than a few great ones as well, moving south with constant speed. As long as they did not encounter a cursed abomination, the saints were more than capable of contending with the perils of the ancient jungle. It was not all bad either. Although the journey was full of peril and danger, the transcendent champions were slowly restoring their reserves of essence. That was especially true for 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚. The surface of Godgrave was eternally bathed in bright sunlight, but here in the hollows, deep darkness reigned, surrounded by shadows. He was in his source element, and could therefore absorb spirit essence from the air. They did not sleep for the first 3 days, but then cleared a small ruin, and camped there to rest and prepare themselves for the assault on the citadel. By then, the storm had passed, and the great waterfalls flowing into the hollows from the surface had run dry. The air was humid and hazy, permeated by sweltering heat. The resting saints had dismissed the outer layers of their armor, making 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 feel quite a bit of envy. He was regretful at the fact that Serpent wasn't a titan yet. Otherwise, he could have given it a command to assume the form of the winter beast and solve the heat problem once and for all. At least 𝙛𝒏 was mature enough now not to get flustered at the sight of so many gorgeous people wearing the minimum amount of clothing needed to preserve the dignity of their flawless bodies. Or rather, there was only one body he was interested in here. To his mild surprise, the mood among the saints was not tense at all. Instead, most were at ease, joking and laughing quietly as they shared food and water. A dire battle awaited them tomorrow, but these were the best warriors of the sword domain. They had braved harrowing nightmares and the perils of the dream realm to attain transcendence, so facing death was nothing new to them. Sir Jest was in the middle of telling a story, gesturing with his cane to illustrate the most important points. When I contracted the nightmare spell, my mother thought that I was simply being lazy and didn't want to go to school. Going to school was a big privilege back then, so needless to say she was angry. That was how I ended up with a sore butt just before the first nightmare. My mom might not have been an awakened, but she really knew how to give a good beating. He chuckled with a wistful expression. Well, anyway, when I returned from the nightmare and told people about battling demons in a magical world and possessing supernatural powers, they were very impressed. So impressed, in fact, that they sent me to a mental asylum. That's where I was when the nightmare creatures went on a rampage across the world. Mind you, kids, nobody even knew what nightmare creatures were back, let alone how to kill one. In fact, we weren't calling them nightmare creatures yet. Instead, people still called them the infected out of habit. The beautiful saint who had been the least tolerant of the old man's jokes, Saint 𝙁𝓚𝓚, was looking at him with a hint of admiration. Uncle Jest, wait, but shouldn't the nightmare creatures have appeared before the first sleepers? How come nobody believed you? Her question was innocent enough, but it prompted Sir Rivalin to ask another. And there should have been millions of people inexplicably falling asleep back then. Why would your mother think that you were simply being lazy? Roan added with a smile. Didn't they send you to a mental asylum long before you became a sleeper, though? That is what you told the last time. Saint Jest looked at them in outrage. What do you even know, brats? Stop ruining my story. 𝙛𝒏𝓮𝓚 smiled behind the mask. He would have loved to stay and listen to the stories about the first generation, no matter how unreliable the narrator was, but he had to concentrate on scouting the path to the citadel. So he left the saints to rest and wandered outside, sending 2 of his shadows south. Unlike the other members of the conquest force, he was tense both because the creature guarding the citadel was truly terrifying, and because of another reason. I've made a mistake. Back when Mordred invaded the sword domain, 𝙛𝒏𝓮𝓚 had been too hasty. He answered Cassie's call and arrived at the main camp of the sword army, not knowing that his orders would change. Instead of raiding Song's supply lines, he was here in the hollows, preparing to help Anvil expand his domain.
The problem was that the Lord of Shadows was here in all his glory. All four shadows that comprised this persona of his were here present, which meant that there was none left in the nameless temple. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵 and Deathsinger were currently in the process of conquering a citadel of their own far west. Beastmaster was protecting the stronghold of the Song army and slowly cleansing the western reach of the Collarbone Plain. Lightslayer had never shown herself after the War Council, so he had no idea where she was. The Queen of Worms was aware that the Lord of Shadows had allied himself to Valor. It wasn't hard to deduce that he would be used to disrupt their supply lines. Was Revel leading a small force of elite warriors to repel the supposed raid party, or had she planned to assault the nameless temple itself? If so, it could be troublesome. Sunny's citadel was not defenseless, even if he wasn't there personally. Nightmare was protecting it. More importantly, it had the Guardian, the invisible being that no mere saint could sense, let alone destroy. And Sunny himself was much closer to the southern edge of the breastbone reach now than he had been before. He could return to the nameless temple relatively quickly, if need be. Better yet, he could travel to the waking world and step back into the great hall of the nameless temple in mere minutes. But still, Sunny was uneasy. I'll send a shadow back right after we conquer the citadel, just in case. Losing the nameless temple was not an option, so he had to be careful. Frowning behind the mask, he turned his gaze south. Tomorrow they would face the Guardian of the old ruin and challenge it in a battle. And after that, the nature of the war in Godgrave would irrevocably change. Chapter 1884, Scarlet Garden. They set out in the morning, which wasn't any different from the day in Godgrave. The jungle, which had been teeming with nightmare creatures before, gradually became quiet and eerily empty as they moved further south, making the saints tense with its sudden tranquility. Even the plants, which were as predatory as the beasts in the Scarlet Jungle, remained still. That was because the conquest force was entering the land which belonged to the master of the old ruin, the creature they were meant to defeat. As they moved, St. Jest happened to catch up with Sunny, who was leading the party. The old man was using his cane to swat away branches and vines, looking annoyed because of the heat and humidity. That Guardian? We're supposed to kill. What kind of creature was it again? Sunny turned his head briefly, giving St. Jest an impassive look. I do not know. Although I explored the hollows casually, I never failed to avoid getting too close to this place. All I can say is that the Guardian of the Citadel is a great nightmare creature of a higher class, a terror, perhaps. Maybe even a titan. The old man chewed his lips. A great terror, really. Gods, the world is changing. It used to be that the existence of such beings was merely a theory. In fact, I remember mocking a bunch of academics viciously for suggesting that something this unreasonable exists. And here I am on my way to battle one. Who's the fool now, huh? Sunny smiled behind the mask. I'd say that we are all fools for choosing to face such a creature voluntarily. He paused for a moment, then added in his usual cold tone, Still, what's wrong with being a fool? St. Jest gave him a surprised look, then laughed. Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. What a poignant sentiment now. We just need to work on your delivery. Soon enough, the canopy of the jungle parted, and they found themselves on the shore of a vast lake. Dozens of rivers joined to form it, and even though the storm had already passed, the lake was still full and deep. At the center of the lake, a tall structure rose from the water. It looked both like a beautiful temple and a grand castle, however. That castle was unlike any other that Sunny had seen. Its walls were made out of pale wood instead of stone, not out of boards or logs, though. Instead, it was as if countless white trees had grown and fused into a seamless whole to form the shape of a towering structure. The entirety of it was one great keep that resembled a pagoda, with layers of tiled roofs, deep eaves, and triangular gables. The crimson tiles of the sloped roofs were worn and faded, but they must have been vividly scarlet once, just like the canopy of the jungle. The white temple was overgrown with vermilion moss, with vines and tree branches protruding from the gaping holes in its broken roofs and empty windows. As such, it almost looked like a vertical garden that rested in the middle of the lake. Sunny studied it with unease, but also with a sense of curiosity. He wondered what purpose that beautiful structure had served once, before the civilization that thrived in the hollows once was destroyed. Was it a sacred place where people came to worship?
a stronghold to protect them from the perils of the shattered world, a logistical hub where the ships sailing to the far reaches of the hollows came to trade. Considering how many rivers connected to the lake, the latter would make sense. Or maybe all three of his theories were true, and the Garden Temple served many purposes while it was tended to by the ancient people in any case. Sonny was pretty sure that Godgrave had been a part of Sun God's realm once. As such, the civilization of the Hollows would have been infected by the nightmare spell, and destroyed as a consequence, just like the civilization of the Twilight Sea. He had witnessed some of what these people had been capable of in the ruins of condemnation. Although they had not possessed the technology and war machines of the waking world, the war god's realm, they were in many ways no less advanced than them, even superior in some regards. Judging by the ingenious sorcery used to create the Asuras, such a civilization had fallen, and now nightmare creatures ruled over its ruins. Whatever sacredness the garden castle had once contained was gone, replaced by vile corruption. And the abomination whose lair it had become would be a terrible one, without a doubt. Sonny sighed and extended his shadow sense forward. Something was hiding there, behind the pale wooden walls. He could feel the eerie threat of it, but not much else. Damnation, he would have really preferred if it hadn't rained, and they could reach the citadel by walking. He was tired of diving into perilous lakes. The saints prepared for battle. Before too long, 𝙤𝒏𝓮𝓚 assumed his transcendent form. A beautiful lion with white fur and amber eyes suddenly appeared on the shore of the lake, the vital spots on his mighty body protected in an intricate armor. Turning his enormous head, the giant beast lowered one wind and allowed the rest of them to climb onto his wide back. The only exceptions were Nephis, who summoned her wings, and Sonny, who turned into a crow. The white lion let out a low, reverberating growl and pushed himself off the ground. A small hurricane was stirred by his wings, and he soared into the air, flying above the dark waters of the lake in the direction of the citadel. Sonny and Nephis followed. To his surprise, they reached the distant temple safely. The lake remained still, as if there were no swarms of dreadful abominations hiding in its depths. In fact, Sonny could not sense any movement in the water at all, and yet he could swear that it smelled faintly of blood. It almost felt like someone was watching him as well. They landed on the steps that led to the gates of the ruined citadel. The saints jumped to the ground, and Roan dismissed his transformation. Nephis took the lead and ventured forward with tense caution, holding her sword at the ready. No one spoke, afraid to inform the enemy of their arrival. They had just passed the gate and entered the echoing interior of the garden temple, when Sonny finally sensed it. Not a shadow, but a movement of all the shadows, as if a source of light was barreling toward them with terrible speed. Then there was a flash, and an arrow that seemed to be woven of moonlight brushed past Nephis, piercing the chest of one of the saints. Chapter 1885, Fortune Favors. The Bold. The arrow was aimed at Neph's head, but despite how fast it flew, she still managed to dodge it. The arrowhead left a long cut on her cheek, then pierced the chest of a saint who stood behind her. Shot from elevation. That was the first thought that crossed Sonny's mind, who had subconsciously traced the arrow's trajectory. Then, for a few moments, everything moved too fast for him to think. The wounded saint let out a stifled yelp and started to fall, blood splattering on the wooden floor. His armor should have been robust enough to, if not deflect, then at least dissipate the force of the arrow, so that it did not pierce too deeply. However, somehow the moonlight arrow seemed to ignore the durability of the enchanted metal and the resilience of transcendent flesh, killing him on the spot. Just like that, a saint died. Ambush. Before anyone else could react, Sonny called upon the shadows and summoned an impenetrable wall in front of them. Almost instantly, two more ethereal arrows struck it, the impacts producing thunderous bangs. That wall of shadows quaked and cracked. Nephis was already moving. Strangely enough, she wasn't lunging into the darkness to shorten the distance between her and the hidden archer. Instead, she was spinning around, searching for something beyond the gates of the castle. The thin cut on her cheek was yet to fill with blood, glowing softly with ethereal pale light. Shield wall, her sword was pointing to the outside. A split second after Sonny's wall materialized, 𝙤𝒏𝓚𝓚 had already answered her call. The air behind them shimmered, and an invisible force field manifested itself in the gateway of the citadel. Its faint contours resembled a grid of ghostly, interlocked shields. But before the shields closed, 2 more arrows, these ones made out of wood and steel, not moonlight, slid into the swiftly narrowing gaps, striking 2 more saints in the back. One struck the thin gap between the edge of a man's breastplate and his helmet, piercing his neck. The other hit the crack between the front half of a cuirass and the back half, slithering its way through the victim's ribs. The level of accuracy needed to perform such shots was unimaginable. The first saint was killed instantly, but the second survived despite the heavy injury. Still, he was temporarily rendered powerless. Unless a potent healer spent time treating his wound, he would not be participating in the battle. Finally, the 2 bodies fell to the floor. The moonlight arrow dimmed and dissolved into nothingness, leaving a haunting afterglow in its wake. The cut on Nef's cheek swelled with blood. The conquest team, reduced to 12 members in an instant, was now protected from all sides by the barrier of shadows and st.𝒓𝓚𝓚𝓚's invisible aegis. For a moment, nothing happened. They possessed a devastating amount of power, but surrounded and not knowing where to aim it, the champions of the sword domain found themselves in an awkward position. 𝙛𝒓𝓚𝓚 was holding the serpentine 𝙁𝒑𝓚𝓚, ready to act. Nephis was standing still, a deep scowl on her face. There was something off about her, but he could not immediately tell what. st.𝒓𝓚𝓚𝓚, the stern woman who had chastised Audiobook of Dagonet for his jokes, had knocked an arrow on the string of her bow. The old man himself had twisted the handle of his cane, revealing it to be a hidden sword. Golden arcs of electricity were dancing around Rowan's ironclad figure, illuminating his handsome, somber face. Vermilion of Aegis rose, was kneeling near the wounded saint, protecting the man with his shield. Why can't I sense anything? 𝙛𝒓𝓚 felt grim apprehension at his failure to detect the enemies in advance. By now it was clear that what had attacked them was no nightmare creature. No, they were humans. Transcendent champions of song. His eyes widened slightly and a crooked smile twisted his lips behind the mask. How daring! Everyone expected the leaders of the Song army, which had been losing the war at first, to concentrate all their forces on conquering the citadel, on the western edge of the dead god's collarbone. After all, it was quite close to their camp. And they had, however it seemed, that they had gone after the citadel in the northern reach of the titanic skeleton's breastbone as well, sending a small team to infiltrate it in secret and ambush the sword army's conquest force. A bold strategy, especially considering how hard it would have been for a handful of saints to reach this far into the hollows without the support of an army. But did they really hope to survive a battle against Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan and the Lord of Shadows? Boldness did not always pay off. 𝙛𝒚 would have expected Nephis to heal the wounded saint, but instead she raised her sword and said evenly, "Reveal yourself." For a moment, he was stunned by the childishness of her demand. Why would the enemy laying in the ambush reveal their well-hidden position and give up the advantage? He would certainly never respond to her call. However, perhaps he did not understand something about the world, because in the next moment, he finally sensed the shadows moving again, as something massive flew at them from the darkness of the ancient temple. An enormous creature soared above the wooden floor and then plummeted down, crashing into the wall of shadows with a deafening boom. The barrier finally crumbled, and 𝙛𝒚 saw the shape of the dead thing as it sprawled motionlessly on the floor. It was a towering, vaguely humanoid abomination, wrapped in a billowing dark robe. Elements of intricate silver armor covered its long arms and slender torso, and 6 pairs of beautiful gray wings extended from its back, laying on the floor in a broken, bloodied mess. It must have been great and harrowing once, but now it was dead. The winged giant had not leaped at the barrier of shadows. It was simply tossed at it by someone's powerful hand, discarded like a sack of dead flesh. 𝙛𝒚's expression darkened. This is the guardian of the citadel. There were no moonlight arrows flying at them from somewhere above. Instead, there was the sound of steps. Then, a slender silhouette walked out of the darkness, piercing the 12 saints with a cold and arrogant look. She was a breathtaking woman with raven black hair and eyes that seemed to be cut from pure obsidian. Her slender body was encased in a suit of dark leather armor, and she wielded a curved sword akin to a 𝙁𝒑𝓚, its pommel mapped in a black silk cord. With her alabaster skin, exquisite beauty, and cold expression, she was undeniably stunning. But more than that, her presence was vast and oppressive,
like the lightless expanse of a boundless, dark ocean. The woman met Nef's gaze and spoke loudly. "I am Revel, the Light Slayer." Then her alluring lips twisted slightly into a semblance of a dark, joyless smile. She pointed her sword forward and said, her voice full of aloof coldness, "Welcome to the Song Domain." And as the words left her mouth, the corpse of the Great Terror suddenly stirred. The bodies of the 2 slain saints stirred as well, reaching toward their former comrades with murderous, dead hands. Chapter 1886, Dark Dancer. Damn it, Lightslayer had already taken the Citadel, and therefore 𝙔𝓮𝓚𝓵 domain had already descended on Godgrave. There were a couple more conclusions Sunny made in the split moment before Revel's words resounded in the darkness of the ancient castle, and the corpses came alive. But there was not much time to contemplate. Since Revel was here, then the first arrow must have been shot by Moonveil. The 2 from behind had to be Silent Stalker. Who else was here? 3 saints, no matter whether they were the Queen's daughters, were not enough to take on the conquest force of the Sword Army, even with the element of surprise on their side. Unless 𝙔𝓮𝓚 was here personally, he struggled to understand what their plan was. And she couldn't be here in person for the simple reason that only 2 of the 14 saints had died. Not all of them. The corpses of the 2 slain champions came alive, lunging at their former comrades. They did not accomplish much, though as soon as they had stirred, Nef's sword beheaded one, while the other was gruesomely dismembered by St. Jest's cane sword. It happened in a heartbeat, so swift that Sunny did not even notice the thin blade move. The corpse of the Great Terror was blasted back by a blinding bolt of lightning that Roan seemed to have sent flying from his sword. The creature was delayed but not destroyed. The rest of the sword saints all exploded with motion, dispersing as they summoned the power of their aspects or assumed their transcendent forms. Suddenly, the area in front of the castle gates felt very overcrowded. Sunny noticed St. Rivalin in his heavily armored rhino form, ramming into the wooden gates of the ancient stronghold and barreling straight through them, on his way to challenge Silent Stalker. St. Heli's transcendent form was that of a towering, graceful centaur, pushing herself into a leap with 4 hooves. She simultaneously let an arrow loose. He did not waste much time watching, though. His target was Revel before Thurley's arrow could strike. Sunny already stepped through the shadows while lashing out with his 𝙁𝑒𝑐𝓐. There was a heavy feeling in his chest. If his last conclusion was correct, then this would be his only chance to end the battle easily. Sadly, Lightslayer was too swift and too skilled. Dancing away with an easy step, he deflected his blow with her sharp dew, despite the sudden and unpredictable nature of his attack. He also dodged Heli's arrow with the same motion. "The Lord of Shadows, I presume." Her husky voice remained calm. Sunny cursed inwardly. In the next moment, a deafening howl seemed to shatter the world, and a bestial silhouette leaped from somewhere above, landing between the saints of the Sword Domain. A light smile twisted Revel's lips. "You're mine." With that, a tide of pure darkness suddenly drowned everything around them. True, elemental darkness. It suffocated Sunny's shadow sense, turned him blind, and at the same time cut him off from his source element. A split second later, he felt space itself become twisted around him, and suddenly the clangor of battle grew distant. It was as if he was transported somewhere else in the castle, separating him from the rest of the conquest force. He didn't know whether that was some memory Revel used, a power of another song saint, or a component of the Lake Citadel. However, he knew that wherever he was, there was someone else there with him, true darkness. True darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. With how unique and varied aspects were, Sunny knew that he would run into an awakened with affinity to it sooner or later. He also guessed what was happening after failing to sense the ambush and see Revel until she stepped in front of the saints of the Sword Domain. Why did it have to be one of 𝙔𝓮𝓚's daughters of all people? What did darkness even have to do with the lineage of Beast God, which the princesses of Song all seemed to share despite not being related to the queen by blood? Luckily, he wasn't defenseless against elemental darkness either. Sunny released his 𝙁𝑒𝑐𝓐 and let it fall to the ground. Before it did, Serpent abandoned the soul weapon form and turned into a nightmare creature that resembled an enormous firefly, one of the corrupted abominations Sunny had killed a long time ago, in the burned forest. Darkness might have been the natural enemy of shadows, but it feared light. Serpent's body ignited with brilliant radiance, chasing the darkness away. Instantly, 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 could see that he was standing in the middle of a vast overgrown hall. Roots and scarlet vines grew through the cracked walls, the bulging floor, and the broken ceiling, making it seem like the thick of the jungle. 𝙁𝓚𝓚 was standing a few meters away, looking at him with the same aloof expression. Her darkness had retreated, but it was not vanquished. Instead, it flowed around them like a dark cloud, suffocating the light produced by 𝙁𝓚𝓚. For now, there seemed to be a fragile balance between the two elements, with neither being able to destroy the other. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 smiled behind his mask as saint and fiend rose from his shadows. "You didn't really think that would work, did you?" Revel studied Saint for a few moments, then nodded. "No, I didn't." With that, two figures suddenly stepped out from behind her. 𝙛𝒓𝓚's heart grew cold. Standing on both sides of Revel, the 𝙁𝓚𝓚, the first of 𝙀𝒨𝒻's daughters to reach transcendence, were two perfect copies of her. They were both beautiful, clad in dark leather armor with raven-black hair and obsidian eyes, dark, cold, and breathtaking. Suddenly there were three of Revel in front of him, or one Revel and her two incarnations. It was as if 𝙛𝒓𝓚 was looking at his own reflection. His eyes widened slightly. Reflection. In the next moment, the reflections unleashed two tides of darkness of their own, and suddenly the light was overpowered. On the stone steps outside the ancient citadel, several saints were battling the elusive silent stalker. Beyond the gates, the rest of them were entangled in a ferocious fight against three bestial monsters. One of them was Lonesome Howl, another of 𝙀𝒨𝒻's daughters. The other two were Mordred's reflections. The corpse of the dead Great Terror was also there, damaged but unrelenting. Deeper in the hall, Saint Jest of 𝐷𝒴𝒨𝒚 was facing a towering gargoyle. The creature's noble face, which seemed to be carved from gray stone, bore a distant and somber expression. The old man grinned. "The Saint of Sorrow, huh?" The gargoyle lowered its head slightly. Saint Jest shook his head dejectedly. "Goodness, that girl Ravensong just had to send the dullest man in the world to fight against me. How mean." And somewhere else, on the highest floor of the majestic castle, Nephis was surrounded by three delicate young women. Each of them had enchanting features, white hair, and beautiful eyes that seemed to glimmer with the afterglow of pale moonlight. Neph's cheek was still cut, the left side of her face painted. There were not one but three sources of true darkness around the graceful stone knight, the 𝙁𝓚𝓚, and two reflections who had mirrored her aspect. Therefore, Saint's heart was overflowing with power. Her body was nourished by the darkness, growing stronger, faster, and more enduring. Most importantly of all, she wasn't blinded by the darkness. Instead, her perception had only become sharper. That was why 𝙛𝒓𝓚 had abandoned his usual ways. In most battles, he himself played the role of the main blade of the shadow cohort, while the shadows supported him. It was his task to deliver the fatal blow. But in the sea of elemental darkness, Saint was the best and only option. The rest of them were not only an inferior choice, but also a liability. So 𝙛𝒚 had chosen to remove himself from the battle, betting everything on Saint. The taciturn knight was already empowered by the darkness. Now, three of his shadows had bestowed their blessings upon her, and lastly, 𝙛𝒚 did something that he had never done before. Turning into a shadow, he wrapped himself around her stone-like body, hoping to add the fourth blessing to the other three. Surprisingly, it worked. 𝙛𝒚 felt himself fusing with Saint, like his shadows had done in the past. It was a strange and indescribable feeling, not unpleasant though. Rather, it felt natural and even a little euphoric, as if he was doing something that he had always been meant to do. Not that he could have before becoming a saint. Even now, 𝙛𝒚 did not know if something like that would have been possible if he attempted the fusion with his original body instead of a shadow incarnation. Suddenly, he found himself split between two conscious states. One of them was that of himself. He was aware of his existence and identity, and although he could not quite sense the bounds of his intangible form, he knew that it was there. If he wished, he could move away from Saint, regaining his independence. The other state, however, he would have gasped if he possessed a mouth to do so. 𝙛𝒚 had become one with the graceful stone knight. He was not in control of her body, but he shared her perception of the world. He could feel the coolness of the intricate onyx armor, where it touched his stone-like skin, the subdued depth of the great power dwelling in his flawless body, the warmth of the divine flame that burned in his chest like an eternal engine, the flow of ruby dust in his veins.
He could also hear everything Saint heard, which was more than even a transcendent human could, and see everything she saw. His field of vision was somewhat obstructed by the narrow slit of the visor of his helmet, but still surprisingly wide. Everything seemed different from how Sonny remembered it, not only because Saint's eyes were not at all like his, but also because she was much taller than any human, and her point of view was much higher. Sonny could also feel the more esoteric parts of her perception, the mass of darkness that dwelled in his heart, the flow of it around him, and other things there which had no names in the human language. It was probably what Cassie experienced when she used her ascended ability and shared all senses with another being. Saint was much more similar to a human than Sonny would have expected. However, at the same time, the structure of her body and her senses were entirely alien, and would have made him dizzy if not for the fact that Sonny had already become accustomed to inhuman perspectives through shadow dance and his extensive use of shadow shell. Only this way, he was submerged into the alien point of view much deeper, further, and more comprehensively than ever before. It was quite a revelation. In any case, it was exhilarating. Sonny's own body was a well-oiled machine tempered in countless battles to be a perfect vessel for him, a pinnacle of athletic achievement. It was responsive, strong, nimble, enduring, properly conditioned, and most of all, transcendent. However, Saint's physicality was something different. She was a masterpiece created by the demon of choice. After all, her being was more solid, monolithic, and purposeful. It was a work of art as much as it was a living thing. And now, its power was further enhanced, both by the darkness and by the shadows. Sonny could also sense faint echoes of Saint's unshakable will. He could feel it, her calmness, her cold confidence, her pride, a hint of recognition she felt while facing Revel, because Revel was a beast's spawn, and Saint had battled others of her kin in the great war of old. How strange. Sonny could not read Saint's thoughts, but he did understand something about her. It was that the memories of her past life were not entirely gone. However, they weren't entirely there either, not quite erased, by dim and faint, like a distant dream, a dream that someone else had dreamt, perhaps, before she was a shadow. It was a mercy, no doubt, considering that most of those memories were tainted by the madness of corruption. As a shadow, Saint gripped the hilt of the soul serpent. The black odachi rippled and shifted its form, turning into a heavy, straight sword. Then a stream of darkness flowed from under her gauntlet, enveloping the sharp blade and fusing with the Stygian steel. She turned her head and faced her two enemies, Princess Revel of the Great, Clan Song and the abominable creature that mirrored her existence. Then Saint stared them down with cold indifference, calmly raised her sword, and struck it twice against the rim of her shield. Sharing her senses, Sonny trembled with excitement. I think I understand why she does it now. Honestly, it felt rather cool now that Sonny could see through Saint's eyes. The ravaged hall of the ancient citadel was revealed to him once again. It had changed drastically in a short span of time. The outer wall was partially missing, torn open by fiend's charge. Splinters and debris littered the cracked floor. The scarlet vines and the roots of the trees that had protruded from the ceiling were decimated, filling the air with a sweet fragrance while they bled viscous and undoubtedly toxic sap. Everything was drowning in darkness. Before, Sonny had always seen darkness like a billowing cloud of nothingness, an impenetrable black barrier that was uniform and featureless, obscuring the world from his senses. However, now, he saw it in a new light, or rather, the opposite of light. To Saint's eyes, darkness was rich and full of nuance. It flowed all around them, its fluid torrents creating beautiful patterns in the air, moving, ebbing, changing, almost like a living creature. The dark splendor of that scene was subtle and breathtaking. Sadly, Sonny had no time to enjoy the beauty of darkness, because Lightslayer was not wasting even a moment to his surprise. Revel herself was like a part of the elemental darkness she had unleashed. When she moved, her body seemed to become one with the flow of it, dissolving into ethereal dark liquid before coalescing back into a tangible form. Because of that, she could travel to any point in the hall with such tremendous speed that it almost seemed instantaneous. The reflection, which mirrored her appearance perfectly, was the same, a movement aspect ability, or a partial transformation. Sonny did not know. A split second later, Saint was attacked from both sides. Revel was far too strong and powerful for a transcendent beast.
which meant that at least one of the abilities granted her a physical augmentation, quite similar to 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵 own Mantle of Darkness. Although it was hard to judge, 𝙛𝒓𝓚 suspected that the extent of that augmentation was greater than even Effie's own potent physical enhancement. Effie's dormant ability was universal, though, while Revel seemed to only work within the bounds of true darkness. So there was some kind of balance to her unreasonably powerful aspect. At least, of course, another of her abilities allowed her to summon a flood of elemental darkness to anywhere she was. That was quite a problem. Revel attacked from the left, while the reflection attacked from the right. Both strikes were insidious, devastating, and potent. However, 𝙛𝒓𝓚 was undeterred, blocking one blow with her shield and deflecting another with her sword. She easily avoided the sharp blades and took a small step while shifting her weight. Simultaneously, she bent the elbow of her sword arm and rotated her wrist, binding Revel's sword and pulling her closer. Although 𝙛𝒚 faced two powerful enemies alone, her own augmented power was no less fearsome than theirs. On top of that, she was much taller than both of them and possessed much greater mass. As for her skill, she wasn't called a battle master without reason. Battle master attribute description: born on the battlefield, the Onyx Saint is proficient in all forms of combat. Her actions, while small and frugal, allowed her to create a little distance between herself and the reflection, while simultaneously drawing closer to Revel. With their swords still entangled in a bind, she ruthlessly struck with the rim of her shield, aiming to crack open Revel's skull. Lightslayer was forced to disengage, dissolving into a torrent of fluid darkness. She instantly moved several meters back. At the same time, the reflection used the opportunity to deliver a blow to 𝙛𝒚𝓚's momentarily unprotected side. But the graceful knight was already bringing her shield back, pushing the enemy's blade down with its rim. The sharp dew scraped fruitlessly against the side of her greave. The whole clash took less than a heartbeat. And in the next dozen seconds, countless clashes like that happened in an unceasing succession, turning the dark hall of the ancient castle into a scene of chilling destruction. The thunderous sounds of clashing steel fused into a deafening litany. Powerful shockwaves spread in all directions, decimating what little tendrils of the scarlet infestation there were left. The ceiling crumbled and the floor collapsed. The citadel had obviously been built from mystical materials. Considering that it withstood the passage of time and countless disasters that must have befallen it in the hollows. And yet it could not withstand the violent forces unleashed by the battle. Sonny was in awe. He had never had a chance to experience someone else's battle skill, so clearly, so vividly, and so intimately. And it wasn't just anyone's skill, at that. It was the sublime technique of 𝙛𝒚𝓚 herself, who was one of the most fearsome warriors he had ever met, measured, calculated, and insidiously lethal, solid, grounded, and explosively destructive. It was both a joy and a privilege to be exposed to such excellence without any barriers, to not only observe how 𝙛𝒚 fought, but also feel and experience it as if her body was his own, as was her will. Granted, the actual situation was quite dire. 𝙛𝒚 plummeted through the broken floor and landed heavily on the wooden surface of the level below, which cracked slightly under her prodigious weight. Splinters and debris rained down, and darkness flowed from above, swiftly drowning everything around her. Intricate onyx armor was battered, its surface covered by cracks in a few places. There was some ruby dust scattered across the polished surface as well. She had received several wounds. Luckily, her wounds were able to heal faster when surrounded by true darkness, and since Revel and her reflections had generously provided copious amounts of the rare element, those shallow cuts were already healed. Her two enemies followed, coalescing from the torrents of darkness and immediately resuming their assault. Neither side had a decisive advantage while 𝙛𝒚𝓚 was being pressed by Revel and the reflection. She was like an indomitable wall of stone-like metal. Their attacks shattered against her shield and armor, while her own blade was a lethal threat. Sadly, 𝙛𝒚 wasn't able to harm either of her adversaries in turn. For the moment, the furious battle had reached a fragile stalemate. A few moments later, both Lightslayer and the reflection disengaged, their raven-black hair flying in the wind. Revel paused for a moment and looked at 𝙛𝒚, a harsh expression settling on her beautiful face. The Princess of Song remained silent for a second, then said in a low tone, "A creature of darkness, just where did that man find you?" Sonny did not have to answer, and 𝙛𝒚 wasn't going to either. She stared down at Revel with her usual indifference, then raised her sword slightly, preparing to attack. However, at that moment, it seemed as if Lightslayer had come to a decision. She smiled coldly, and in the next moment the surrounding darkness enveloped her like a mantle. At the same time, the entire citadel suddenly shook, and a deafening sound of splintering wood reached them from somewhere high above earlier. On the highest floor of the ancient citadel, Nephis was standing in the middle of a blooming garden. All around her, heavy branches leaned under the weight of scarlet flowers, and a sweet fragrance permeated the air. 3 women surrounded her. One of them was Moonveil, the Princess of Song. The other 2 were most likely reflections created by Mordred. The estranged son of the King of Swords. Drops of blood were falling from the cut on her cheek. Nephis looked at her fingers, which were smeared in blood, with a frown. They prepared well. The current situation was troubling enough. But what dismayed her more was how thoroughly the daughters of 𝙀𝒏𝓭𝓚 seemed to be informed about Godgrave and the movements of the Sword Army. Venturing into the hollows should not have been an easy task. Otherwise, she would not have needed an army of awakened soldiers to carve a path through the scarlet jungle. She could have simply led a team of saints on a clandestine excursion, but she had not. That was because, while saints could brave the perils of the hollows, they could not do it for long. Sooner or later, they would meet something that they could not defeat or escape from, and even if they didn't, their essence would run out, leaving them stranded in the heart of the ancient jungle. Then, they would die. Even with a guide like the Lord of Shadows, her own forces had only dared to descend into the hollows after reaching the vicinity of the second rib, and that was already a much more dangerous plan than the initial one. Knowing where exactly the citadels were located was supposed to be an advantage of the sword domain. However, Lightslayer and her sisters had reached this citadel first, and without an army, gods only knew how they had managed that. But they had, was it because of the beast lineage, or something else entirely? Worse than that, they seemed to know too much about the champions of the sword army. Song definitely had spies among the warriors of valor, but were they that capable? Or was it all due to 𝙁𝒏𝓭𝓚, the blood oracle? After all, although the future could not be glimpsed anymore, the same could not be said about the present, or was it all the fault of the Prince of Nothing? Had he done more than just fight his way to the nameless temple when visiting the Lord of Shadows before the war? Nephis did not know, but she did know that the sword army, her army, had failed to outmaneuver the enemy. Now her saints were being slaughtered down below. The Lord of Shadows was fighting Dark Dancer Revel, whose powers seemed to directly counter his, and she herself was cornered by Moonveil, somehow robbed of her powers. Sunny, the image of him bleeding on Revel's sword, flashed in Neph's mind. He did not really bleed, but still the corner of her mouth curved downward, and her gaze grew cold. She looked at Moonveil and said in an even tone, "Your power is to negate the aspects of others." The Princess of Song just smiled silently. What a potent ability! Nephis strained against the imperceptible barrier that prevented her from summoning her flames, but it was all for naught. It was as if her aspect did not exist at all, or rather was subdued. She did feel a sense of resistance, but the force of suppression was too great to overcome. Even her memories seemed to be weakened. Perhaps that was why the moonlight arrow had pierced the armor of 𝙁𝒏𝓭𝓚 so easily. Perhaps if Moonveil was alone, Nephis could have broken through. Her aspect was of the divine rank, after all, and she was of divine lineage. Her soul was that of a Titan. But the power of 2 reflections seemed to have been added to the 𝙁𝒔𝓚s, making it nearly indestructible. Lightslayer's power directly countered that of the Lord of Shadows. The Saint of Sorrow could prevent 𝙁𝒏𝓭𝓚 from playing with the minds of 𝙀𝒏𝓭𝓚's daughters, and Nephis herself was countered by Moonveil, or rather Moonveil was a natural counter to any awakened. That delicate woman, with her slender build and soft features, was probably the most dreadful foe any awakened could face. There had to be some limitations to her power. Certainly, otherwise, she would not have transported Nephis away from the rest of the saints. She would have simply negated all their powers, turning them defenseless. Nephis looked at her bloodied fingers once again. The arrow. She had only discovered that her aspect was sealed after the moonlight arrow cut her cheek, and some of its radiance seemed to linger in the cut. Nephis remained motionless for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Moonveil.
You said that the name Black Moon suits you better. The Princess of Song smiled softly. Indeed, Nephis took a deep sigh and circulated her essence. Her aspect was sealed, but her essence could still move. Therefore, the situation was not too dire. It could still be salvaged, because she had noticed that Moonveil Black Moon was not using any of her aspect's abilities either. So suppressing someone else's powers must have come at the cost of suppressing her own, which meant that Nephis was still a transcendent titan, facing 3 transcendent beasts. Although her body was still that of a human, she was stronger and faster than most other saints. She would not lose to anyone in a conquest of pure physicality and skill. No, those reflections could have been mirroring a transcendent being, but she could feel that they were much more powerful than Moonveil herself. Supreme beasts, then. It was still not impossible for her to win. And even if it had been impossible, she would win somehow anyway, because defeat was not an option. Thank you for telling me, Black Moon. Saying that, Nephis dashed toward the daughter of 𝙀𝓵𝓮 without wasting another breath, and as she did, she burned her essence and spoke the names, channeling them into a crude phrase. In that phrase, the name of Black Moon was woven together with the name of destruction. Moonveil was armed with a saber. When Nephis attacked, her own sword, the Kinslayer, fell on it like a bolt of silver lightning. She had activated one of its enchantments, infusing the somber blade with elemental damage and, at the same time, called upon the Nameless Sun and the Testament of Malice. The former gifted the mirror sword with the ability to damage souls, while the latter augmented its edge with a corrosive quality not too potent, but cumulative. Nephis had activated the enchantments of her armor as well. Those were mostly defensive in nature, supporting her body in its lunge. The more enchantments she used, the more of her essence would be drained. But without the demanding expenditure of her divine aspect, essence was the only thing that Nephis had at her disposal. There was no point in trying to conserve it. All her memories were augmented by the crown of dawn, which she had worn since the Forgotten Shore. And yet the suppressive force of Moonveil and her reflections was so powerful that the memories still felt weak and impotent. It was as if her armor was made of paper, and her sword was made from rusty steel. The Kinslayer still held, but Nephis had a feeling that she would have to request another suit of armor from the enchanters of Clan Valor after the battle was over. Sadly, they could not craft her a new body, despite Moonveil's soft appearance. She was a skilled fighter. Nephis would not have expected anything less from a princess of song. Additionally, her delicate body seemed to possess fierce, bestial strength. She deflected the Kinslayer easily, shifting her weight and placing her saber at an angle that would both channel and dissipate the force of the impact. Moonveil's expression was calm. However, it changed the instant the two blades met. Nephis had barely started to construct the phrase, but it was already starting to shape the world. The blade of the saber was chipped deeply and almost shattered, while Moonveil's bones almost snapped. The queen's daughter reeled back with a stifled hiss and looked at her opponent with a stunned expression. Nephis had no time to enjoy her shock. The two reflections were already upon her. There was a swarm of sparks swirling around her arm. The memory she was trying to summon only took a few short seconds to manifest. However, in a battle like this one, a few seconds could become an eternity. The world exploded into a whirlwind of violence. Nephis was strong and swift, but fighting against 3 enemies was a losing affair. Neither Moonveil nor the reflections were weak, and they had the priceless advantage of being able to attack her simultaneously from all directions, working together to mangle her body and end her life. All Nephis had was her swordsmanship, but that was what she knew best. Everything seemed to disappear into the melodious song of steel. Her mind was cleansed of all unnecessary thoughts, entering a state of absolute transcendent concentration. A million observations, conclusions, and calculations were being conceived in it at the same time. Nephis knew her every muscle, every tendon, every bone, every nerve. Her essence flowed and raged, enhancing her body just at the right time, and in just the right amount. The length of her sword, the tensile strength of its silvery blade, the multitude of forces affecting what each impact did and how it was resolved. The movements of her enemies, and those of her own, all of it was like a complicated dance that followed a beautiful logic, and one who understood that logic could set the pace and cadence of the dance. Above it all was another, much more labyrinthine layer, the layer of skill and intent. Nephis understood them well, too. Granted, her insight was inferior to what Cassie was capable of, and Sunny seemed to be as well, but it was enough to read what the enemy would do most of the time. So she held on. Her sword was like a flowing stream of silver metal, moving so fast that it almost seemed to turn into a sphere around her. Her every step, every move were flawlessly calculated and optimal, allowing her to defend against the three enemies at the same time. She blocked, deflected, and evaded a suffocating onslaught of blows, preventing Moonveil from making her bleed, for now. It was strange to fight without using her aspect. Nephis had almost forgotten what it was like to only rely on her trained body and her skill as a swordsman. True, she called upon her powers as scarcely as she could, always attempting to win without resorting to her aspect, but the circumstances rarely allowed it, and even if she managed to hold out, the knowledge that her flames were hers to command was always there. She had expected that having to fight without them, and even without the possibility of summoning them, would be limiting and suffocating, but in fact it was liberating. It was almost euphoric, because for the first time in a long, long time she was free of pain. Such a simple thing, but it changed the feeling of this battle completely. Nephis should have been tense, somber, and on the verge of despair. She should have been clawing at the chance to turn the situation around. She should have been missing her powers bitterly, but instead she was relieved. The relief washed over her like a tide, and the simple delight of giving herself completely to the sword put a faint smile on her face. Her smile seemed to surprise Moonveil. The Princess of Song hesitated for a moment, then asked between two graceful slashes of her saber, "Why are you smiling, changing star?" Nephis blocked an attack from one of the reflections, caught another blow on her vambrace, and staggered back, feeling a stream of blood flowing into her palm. Her smile did not waver. It's just refreshing to be powerless for once. With that she released the hilt of her sword with one hand and outstretched her bloodied palm outward. At that moment the swirling sparks finally manifested into a memory. That memory was a torch of black wood, a mass of ghostly blue flame burning in a silver cage on its top. The blue flames reflected in the placid depth of her calm gray eyes. Chapter 1893. Child of Darkness. The garden temple standing in the middle of the dark lake shuddered, and for a moment the dim twilight of the hollows was illuminated by a brilliant blaze of cold light. Powerful torrents of ghostly blue flame shot from the overgrown windows on the higher floor of the castle, extending dozens of meters in all directions, like rays of a fiery star. The vines and branches covering the embrasures were instantly reduced to ash. For a split second, the world seemed frozen. Then a net of brilliant cracks revealed itself on the ancient walls, and the entire top of the castle disappeared in the annihilating radiance of a violent explosion. A vast flower of blue flame blossomed above the dark lake. A cloud of burning splinters was shot outward like shrapnel, and a deafening thunder rolled across the surging water like a roar. The immense spire of the castle tilted slowly, collapsing into the flames, and then plummeted down from a great height. As the billowing mass of flames rose into the air, the trees and vines permeating the devastated upper floors of the citadel caught fire. The fire enveloped them hungrily, already spreading down. Far below, Saint stood her ground as the entire structure of the castle quaked. In front of her, Lightslayer was enveloped by a whirlpool of darkness. Her lithe body was obscured by the dark torrent, as if she had become one with it. And then, something moved in the darkness. The darkness took shape, and suddenly Saint had to raise her head to look her enemy in the eye. Revel had retained most of her human features. It was just that her beauty had become even more breathtaking. Her height had increased as well, reaching almost 4 meters. Her raven hair seemed to have grown longer, and 2 obsidian horns were protruding from her head, curving slightly. 2 black bat-like wings grew from her back, each crowned with a sharp obsidian spike. With her flawless alabaster skin and tenebrous eyes, she was like a beautiful demon of darkness, or a fallen angel, perhaps. A moment later, her hypnotic gaze flashed with sudden intensity, and she lunged forward. Her curved sword had increased in size as well, turning into a semblance of an 𝙁𝒃𝓷𝒐𝓿, or whatever the equivalent of an 𝙁𝒃𝓷𝒐𝓿 for a sword was. Her reflection was already enveloped in a whirlpool of darkness as well. Saint silently dashed forward to meet the attack.
Revel's sword collided with her shield, almost causing her arm to buckle. The taciturn knight stubbornly withstood the terrifying force of the impact, but it was still dreadful enough to send her staggering back a couple of steps. However, at the same moment, one of Revel's wings shot forward like a scorpion's tail, and the sharp obsidian spile or a talon perhaps flashed above the rim of the round shield, piercing Saint's armor and her chest. It wasn't easy to break the onyx armor of the underworld, but Lightslayer's wing did so easily. The wing retreated as fast as it had struck, preventing Saint from slashing it with her sword, but the other one was already descending to sting her from the other side. A stream of ruby dust flowed from the gruesome wound on her chest, painting the onyx armor red. Saint calmly moved her shield to deflect the obsidian talon. The blow pushed her back once again, and a split second later, Revel spread her first wing as it retreated, slashing at the shadow with its edge. The edge of her wing was sharper than a sword. Saint blocked it with her sword, but a deep scratch was left on her gauntlet. Revel's sword was already flying to slide into the visor of her helmet. Her ability to use her weapon and her wings to create a seamless flood of dreadful attacks was both strange and mesmerizing, elegant like a dance and lethal like death's own embrace. Each movement flowed effortlessly into another, creating a dark and morbid spectacle. Behind them, the reflection had already finished its transformation. The demonic creatures attacked Saint simultaneously, unleashing an onslaught of attacks so terrifying that any other transcendent devil would have been annihilated in a moment. But the graceful stone knight facing them was not just any devil. She was one of the stone saints, children of the underworld, empowered by the blessing of shadows. She was far too fearsome to be easily defeated. More than that, while Revel's aspect countered that of her master, Saint herself thrived in the elemental darkness called forth by the Princess of Song. The dark hall was soon ruined by a hurricane of onyx and steel, the three powerful creatures fighting a lethal battle under the collapsed ceiling of the ancient chamber moved with astonishing speed. The fury of their fight so tremendous that the mystical wood around them groaned and trembled, and the darkness itself seemed to cower in fright. Saint remained as cold and indifferent as always, her ruby eyes shining with crimson flames. Her battered shield had resisted countless blows, and her dark blade had tasted the blood of the enemy on a few occasions. Sadly, all the wounds she had managed to deliver Revel and her reflection were shallow and insignificant. Her own armor, meanwhile, was terribly shredded by now, breached in a dozen places and smeared in ruby dust. However, surrounded by true darkness, Saint simply would not succumb to the terrible wounds. Instead, they were healing at startling speed. The gash on her chest had already closed, and the rest of them were not far behind. Still, she could not continue in this manner for much longer. Albeit slowly, her enemies were gaining the upper hand. The longer this battle continued, the weaker she would grow, and the greater their advantage would become. The hall was slowly filling with the smell of smoke. Making a decision, Saint strained her tattered body and momentarily pushed both creatures of darkness back. None of them moved for a short moment, gathering the strength for the next attack. Saint stared at the beautiful demoness, Revel, silently, and then dropped her battered shield to the ground. Her weapon rippled and elongated, turning into a heavy greatsword. It was as if she was abandoning all pretense of defense in favor of uncompromising offense, in favor of an indomitable will to see her enemies dead no matter the cost. The crimson flames burning behind her, cracked visor shone with cold light. Chapter 1894. Mutually assured salvation. Sonny had been a silent companion for Saint, losing himself in the sensations of the furious battle. Revel was strong, too strong even. In hindsight, he might have become somewhat arrogant after attaining transcendence, which caused him to underestimate the champions of song. Why wouldn't the first saint among the Queen's daughters be exceptionally strong? Sure, Revel had always been unassuming, avoiding the spotlight and public attention. There were no tales about her deeds or news about her achievements in recent years. In fact, Sonny did not think that he had ever seen a recording of her appearing in broad daylight. And yet, he should have been more wary of the 7 transcendent sisters, who had been raised by a sovereign and inherited the lineage of Beast God. Sonny was still confident that he could defeat each of them in battle, just like he was confident that he could defeat Morgan, if not for the fact that Revel wielded power over elemental darkness as a weapon and was aided by Mordred, that devious bastard. How was he still causing problems for 𝙛𝒓𝓚 all the way from the shores of the storm sea? Luckily, 𝙛𝒓 countered 𝙔𝒬𝓗's aspect, just like it countered 𝙛𝒓𝓚's own. So he wasn't too worried until she discarded her shield and shifted her stance. At that moment, 𝙛𝒓 finally sensed a hint of alarm. He remembered that stance. It was a sign that she was abandoning her usual conservative technique in favor of a savage and chillingly lethal one, which was utterly ruthless both to her enemies and to herself. The darkness was permeated by the smell of smoke. The roar of the explosion they had heard earlier must have been caused by Nephis. She had not detonated her soul cores. It seemed otherwise. The entire citadel would have been reduced to a pile of rubble. So the explosion must have been caused by her aspect, the sorcery of names, or both. It was a sign that she was still alive and fighting, at least. However, 𝙛𝒓 was struggling to understand what could have stalled her for so long. He had expected her to deal with the enemy sooner rather than later. It was all up to 𝙛𝒓 stay. Safe. His shadow took a step forward, then unexpectedly kicked her round shield with terrible force. The battered shield shot from the cracked floor like a discus, colliding with the reflection and sending it reeling back. The graceful stone knight was already lunging at 𝙔𝒬𝓚. 𝙛𝒓 ignored the obsidian talons and allowed them to pierce her armor freely. One dislodged her pauldron and tore open her shoulder. The other brushed against the side of her helmet, shattering it into pieces. Her hair fluttered in the wind and her inhumanly beautiful face was revealed, expressionless and smeared in ruby dust. In the next moment, her dark greatsword collided with 𝙔𝒬𝓚's blade, threw it aside, and cleaved into her wing. Lightslayer's body was protected by leather armor, but her wings were not, augmented by the elemental darkness. The black sword practically severed one of them, forcing Lightslayer to let out a pained groan. Pure darkness flowed from the severed wing instead of blood, but 𝙛𝒓 was not done. No, she was only beginning, not encumbered by the need to defend herself anymore. She had become a harbinger of death. Even if it was mutually assured destruction, her enemies were the ones being destroyed first, which put them in a difficult situation. 𝙛𝒓 stirred, starting to understand what 𝙛𝒓 was doing. She slammed the crossguard of her sword into 𝙔𝒬𝓚's chest, pushing her back, then spun to deflect the attack of the reflection. Their weapons clashed, producing a shockwave, and 𝙛𝒓 traded another wound with the enemy. She tilted her head to avoid being dealt a fatal blow, and the obsidian talons sank into her shoulder instead. Her ruby eyes flashed with cold contempt. Removing one hand from the hilt of the sword, she grabbed the talon, trapping it in her stone-like flesh to prevent the wing from retreating, and drove the tip of the sword through the reflection's abdomen. At that moment, 𝙔𝒬𝓚 attacked from behind. For a few moments, the three of them were entangled in a bloody struggle, then disengaged, all bearing terrible wounds. 𝙛𝒓 had been mangled more gruesomely than her enemies, but they had not escaped unscathed either. 𝙛𝒓 felt a sense of bitter rage at how hurt his taciturn shadow was, but at the same time, he wanted to laugh because he had finally understood 𝙛𝒓's intention. In truth, she wasn't trying to sacrifice herself to kill the enemy. He would not have allowed her to anyway. Instead, she was betting her life on the fact that the enemy would not allow her to do so either. 𝙛𝒓 was fighting 𝙔𝒬𝓚 and her reflection, but 𝙔𝒬𝓚 was only fighting a mere servant of the Lord of Shadows. If she let herself be heavily wounded, or worse yet, killed, the Lord of Shadows would win. In other words, 𝙛𝒓 could pursue the strategy of mutually assured destruction to defeat the enemy, but 𝙔𝒬𝓚 could not, because all she would be destroying was a minion of the enemy, not the enemy himself. 𝐼𝒈 Devious had his noble, prideful 𝙛𝒓 picked up a few treacherous tricks after following him for all these years. In any case, the battle reached a forced stalemate. The beautiful demon of darkness, 𝙔𝒬𝓚, stared at the battered shadow with a grim expression. After a few moments, she uttered through gritted teeth, "Damn it!" Her mesmerizing voice sounded like the song of the lightless abyss, but 𝙛𝒓 was more interested in the emotion hidden in that one short word. It was anger. What are you going to do now? 𝙛𝒓 wasn't sure what 𝙔𝒬𝓚 would do, but he already knew what his next action would be and had to act fast. So he allowed himself to be separated from 𝙛𝒓 and quietly flowed down her arm onto the blade of the soul serpent. Chapter 1895. Body of Steel. 𝙛𝒓 broke his fusion with 𝙛𝒓 and glided onto the blade of the soul serpent, wrapping himself around the blade of the serpentine greatsword. Robbed of his support, the taciturn knight swayed slightly, however, Considering how severely injured she was, that sudden sign of weakness did not look out of place. Revan did not notice anything, assuming that the inhumanly beautiful creature was simply wounded too terribly. 𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚 fused with Serpent and was dazed for a split second. Being one with Saint had already been a strange enough feeling, however. Becoming a sword was an entirely alien experience. 𝙛𝒓𝓚 had no blood, no eyes, no limbs. His body was rigid and uncompromising, forged for a single purpose: to cut, cleave, and carve, severing living beings from the concept of life held in the firm hand of his wielder. He was where he was meant to belong. His edge was sharp, his purpose was clear. His resolve was absolute. The difference between everything 𝙛𝒓𝓚 was familiar with, and this adamant existence was so immense that his mind simply failed to fathom it. He wasn't even sure what part of him came from Serpent, and what part of him came from the sword. There were countless nuances he was failing to comprehend, countless layers of himself he could feel, but not understand. However, even these few short moments were a revelation. While augmenting Saint, 𝙛𝒓𝓚 had already guessed that fusing with his shadows could guide him to the next step of shadow dance. But now that he had become one with Serpent in its soul weapon form, he made another guess. His shadows could augment memories too, so wouldn't his weaving undergo a tremendous improvement if he studied the memories by fusing with them as well? Was that the catalyst he had been missing in his quest to forge a soul-bound sword? These prospects were both fascinating and tantalizing. Sadly, there was no time to consider them fully, because he was still in the middle of a dire battle, and that battle was about to reach its climax. The short moment of inaction was coming to an end. Revel and the Reflection were preparing to move despite their wounds. From what 𝙛𝒓𝓚 could tell, Lightslayer had made up her mind and chosen a solution to the problem posed by Saint. She was going to sacrifice the Reflection to destroy the servant of the Lord of Shadows, and then deal with the Master herself. At least that was what 𝙛𝒚 would have done, so he had to prevent that from happening. He regretted not having teeth, because right now would have been a perfect time to grit them. What would a sword with a set of teeth even look like? The sudden thought brushed against his mind, uninvited. It was better not to imagine. Saint, now. He gave her a mental command. Before Revel and the Reflection moved, Saint shifted slightly. Her shattered armor groaned and ruby dust spilled into the flowing darkness. She raised both hands above her head, as if preparing to deliver a powerful downward slash. However, instead of it, the graceful shadow leaned forward and hurled the dark greatsword at Revel with all her transcendent strength. It was truly a foolish move, really. Not only could Lightslayer easily dodge or deflect the makeshift projectile, but Saint was also leaving herself unarmed and defenseless. A dire mistake in a fight that she was already losing. It was just that. As Revel moved her 𝙛𝒚𝓮𝓚 pseudo to swat the dark greatsword to the side, 𝙛𝒚𝓚 gave another command. Instantly the sword rippled and changed shape, expanding into a vaguely human silhouette. That silhouette then swelled, turning into a monstrous figure, as it landed heavily on the wooden floor and lunged at the Princess of Song. He had ordered Serpent to assume a new form. 𝙛𝒚𝓚 had considered carefully which of the silent shadows dwelling in his soul he would choose. Initially, his mind turned to the most obvious one, the Black Knight of the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. His old nemesis, the Black Knight, had been a fearsome and dreadful foe. Best of all, he had commanded true darkness, possessing several potent abilities tied to it. It was by slaying the ruthless guardian of the cathedral that Saint evolved for the first time. Now that they were surrounded by the same element, Serpent could borrow the affinity to it from the Black Knight's shadow by assuming the form of the mass of darkness wearing a set of cursed armor. However, once 𝙛𝒚𝓚 contemplated the choice more, he realized that it was a poor one. The Black Knight had seemed formidable once, true, but he was merely a fallen devil. What had been a deadly foe once was now a trivial threat to someone like 𝙛𝒚𝓚, and to Revel as well. Truthfully, none of the forms Serpent could assume could pose a threat to the Princess of Song, at least not anymore. If they had been the ones to ambush the forces of Song, the shape of the terror of L049, Sibyl of the Fallen Grace, could have helped 𝙛𝒚𝓚 decimate the enemy. If they had been fighting in a vast open space, the shape of the remnant of the Jade Queen could have rained destruction on the enemies from above. But now none of these shapes could contend against Revel. She would destroy them easily, not wasting any time, and 𝙛𝒚𝓚 desperately needed her to waste it. So the shape that Serpent had assumed Was that a creature that resembled a towering, monstrous mix between a human and a wolf? It was tall and covered in thick, wild fur. Its maw was bared in a bestial snarl, revealing terrifying fangs, and each of its claws was like a curved sword. It was the form of so.𝙛𝒓𝓮𝓚𝓵, a fallen retainer of the great clan Song, whom Sunny had killed during the Battle of the Black Skull, and whose echo he later lost in the Nightmare Desert.